Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, let me get where, there it is. Excellent. Hello, squirrel friends. How are you guys doing? Let's get our music here. Do, 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 do. Here we go. Coolio. Excellent. Y'all, we have a good one tonight. I really, I got going on day 5 with this episode, and I really wanted to conclude day 5. So we have a lot of witnesses. We're going to cover a lot of ground on this episode. And I'm not going to have another episode ready for tomorrow. So even if you're on replay crew, you're going to have some time to catch up on all of it. But yeah, we're going to cover a lot of ground. We're in for a whole lot tonight. Hi, Candace. Happy to see you. And so, yeah, so we are going to, today we will actually finish day 4 and all of day 5. And so we're going to be hearing from the treating ER doctor who was there with Ezra. We're going to hear from the law enforcement officers who bring in the drone footage, surveillance footage. We're going to see Ezra at Racy's. Hi, Maisha. Happy to see you. We're going to see people coming in and bringing in Alex's books, Alex's clothes, all kinds of stuff. We have and because they are so efficient in this trial, they cover so much ground. It's really incredible. And as always, they put everything on the record. It's just amazing. I love it so much. So let me pull up that video file. But yeah, I wanted to make sure I got all of that, and then it just took forever to export, but we got it done. But yeah, I was like between not including the last witness of the day and including the last witness of the day. I was like, I need to include this last witness of the day, because this is where we really get into the whole mystery of what happened to Alex's cell phone. And it's the mystery of the ditch, as I think I called it in the thumbnail. Shout out to the Squirrel Crew World Tour. In case anyone didn't see it, I'm sure I'll show this a bunch of times, as I always do when I have something new, because I'm like, oh, I have a new thing. But I have a new thing. So I made this. Where is it? I'm not speculating, but I just wanted to show you guys. Let's watch it again. It's so cute. Watch, the rainbow pops up. Watch. Do you guys like it? So like the way EDB does, right? So whenever I go to speculate, I'm going to try to remember to do that. Maisha loves it. Yay. Excellent. I love making the little things. Let's watch it one more time. Like I said, I was like, I already know I'm going to play this a bunch when I first have it up. It's so cute. The squirrel is in space. I love it. It's a space penguin. Because why not, right? Why not? Okay, let's jump into the episode so we can get going, and we will do as we do along the way. Let me just see here. All right, here we go. We're rocking and rolling.
It's a house.
Coffee house. All right, yay! Yay.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Matthew Feeney, MattheWFeeney.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a police officer for the city of New Richmond.
And were you previously employed by the Dunn County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
How long did you work for the Dunn County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 18 years.
On March 23rd of 2018, were you assigned to...
I mean, y'all, think about this in comparison to other trials. They don't waste any time. What, 2 questions? And then directly to the question that matters. On the date in question, were you working? Like right to it. Right to it. It's amazing.
Utilize your drone to assist with an investigation?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of drone you utilized?
It's a DJI Mavic.
DJI Mavic.
And can you briefly describe the drone and how it works for the jury?
Sure. DJI Mavic.
I think this is the same drone that Daniel has. I think it's the same brand at least, but it's really funny that they use a DJI. I'm very familiar with this drone, in other words. And it's really funny that that's what I don't know if it's what they still use, but it's what they were using at the time. You know, it's not like some fancy, again, maybe they have something fancy now, but like that's just a commercially available drone that, you know, people have. It's funny that that's what they're using.
Mavic is a foldable drone. It's got an onboard camera that live feeds back to the remote. So it's called a quadcopter. It's got 4 different propellers.
Quadcopter. Yep.
It has 4 different propellers. It's controlled by a handheld unit similar to what you would see like driving a radio-controlled car. However, the iPhone is interfaced with that, so you get live time footage of what the drone is seeing, and you can control the drone to have video or photographs taken at a push of a button.
And when you were asked to utilize the drone on March 23rd, 2018, was that after a body was located?
Yes.
And was it prior to...
I mean, it's such an interesting concept, right? When drones started becoming a thing, because think about like, if you're an adult, right, but you're really just a big kid and you really just want to be able to play with remote control things and like drones are cool and you want to be able to, you know, see, for me, I have a hard time because I get the motion sickness. Okay. So if it's let me just say this. Like if it's like the type of drones like what we see in law enforcement where it's smooth and it's like stable, like that's fine. But there's some that go like super fast and like and I cannot. Oh, that's too bad, Zero Player. I know I had to push it back because I was waiting for my video to export because this is a long one. And so I knew it was going to be ending up starting late. And like I just kind of had to accept that. If I wanted to get, like I was explaining earlier, if I wanted to get this last witness in, it was just going to be a larger video file. It was going to take longer, but it's important because I wanted to tie up the day and not leave this last witness hanging of the day. So we're going to do we're going to finish day 4 and we're going to do all of day 5. So yeah, but yeah, we will appreciate seeing you on replay crew. But yeah, so if you imagine like, you know, for like I was saying, like for me, I can't handle like the ones that go like super fast or whatever, but the kind that's like stable and takes nice footage, like the kind like the DJI Mavic, right? It's like if you're an adult and like that's you want to do cool shit like that, right? Then you know, think about like how you could this could be a specialty. Like if you could be like the specialty drone person, and this could be like your thing, where you get hired by law enforcement or other entities just because you're like the best at the drones, you know what I mean? And then there could even be like, I'm just thinking like into the future. You know, like there could even be like special certification, like the drone master. I don't know. I'm just thinking about how funny it is that like it's a thing that's actually really important, right? That because the drone footage is so invaluable, and we've seen it, and you know it's now part of all these trials. And you know, I suppose that they just need people who can just fly the drone. But like I could also see that there could be a specialty profession there potentially. So. Anyhow,
crime scene unit
possibilities
arriving?
Yes, I believe so.
And so do you recall approximately what time that was you arrived to fly the drone?
I don't recall exactly what time, but it was dusk. I had about 10 minutes of flight time before it got dark.
I guess let me ask you, did you
Flight
start
time.
on the roadway on 430th Avenue?
Yes.
And had you walked back yourself to the crime scene area?
At that time, I had not.
There it is. See how nice it is? Nice and stable. See, this does not bother me. But if it was like wonky or faster and wonky, I would have trouble. So he's like, you can see how he's kind of steering it, I guess. Aha, there it is. Wow. Wow. Cute. Look at the drone go. Okay, turn around and come home. Talking to the drone. Like, does it know where home is? I guess you have to fly at home, right? Wow. Look at that. Very good. Shout out to the media player. He's not impressed.
And so you indicated you only had a short amount of time before it was dark. Is that right?
Correct.
And so did you return back the next day?
Yes, I believe I was asked to come back by Deputy Dennis Reed to come do another.
Essentially, also, Maisha, we may have our new friend DP. You were here the night that DP found us the craziest way ever. He did pop in for the last live stream right at the end as I was signing off, because he's in Germany. So I say he could be she, I don't know, but anyway, I know he was excited. He wanted to see this episode, so we might see him once it gets the right time period there. It's probably too early for him now, or her.
Scene flight.
Whoa. Whoa. It's like right above the ground. That's wild. Like, what if it flies into the ground? I have all the questions, as always, Classic. I feel like it's so low to the ground. Wow, this is wild. Whoa. Yeah, you can see, you know what you can see though? You know what you can see? You can see this road and the situation with the road. Like, you can see that it's muddy, but you can also see that it's frozen, right? And you can tell, like what the law enforcement officers early on said about the grass part being harder and less muddy and less, you can tell. Like, this all makes sense. Let me back it up a smidgen so we can see, because you can get an idea for that, right? We're going to that next video.
And so you indicated you only had a short amount of time before it was dark. Is that right?
Correct.
And so did you return back the next day?
Yes, I believe I was asked to come back by Deputy Dennis Reed to come do another scene flight.
Scene flight, that's what they call it. Isn't that so funny? Like, scene flight, like it's got an official name. But yeah, see, let's take a look at this here again. I mean, I was so busy being like impressed and just like asking questions out loud to the drone that can't answer me. But let's take a look. Like, you can see this road matters, right? You can see how it's more frozen on that one side. And you know what's funny is they mentioned that. If you guys remember, there has been testimony about how one side, because of where the sun is situated in the winter, one side they were saying was more frozen than the other side. And so you can see that in this. Like, you can see how there's way more snow on the right-hand side and then more ice on the right-hand side of the road. Because sun, weather, nature, physics. Drone's doing a good job. Whoa! Whoa! Whee! Woo! Now that army truck thing is wild. Let's that shit. Whoa! Whoa! You guys, look at that truck thing. What is it doing? What is it doing? How is it like that? Hold on. I have questions. How do you guys see that truck thing? How is it like that? Is there a hole? Is it in a hole? I have so many questions. what's going on. Oh, good. Yeah, let's explore that area. Come on, drone. Dang it. Whoa! Look how high up he is. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my God, it's going up so high, you guys, like an airplane. Whoa! There's the main road. This is awesome. There's the farmhouses, or the houses. Wow, this is awesome. You really get an idea. Whoa. Whoa. You know, it's funny how you just can't get the same feel for things on the ground, you know? It's like you really need to be a bird. I'm like a bird. You know, but that's also why, you know, speaking of which, when we do our field trips, you know, we always do the Google above view and then the street view for that reason. But yeah, that drone really gives you a feel for it, you know?
Okay, and in Exhibit 272, that was after the crime lab had processed the scene?
Correct.
And is that also, was the car still there?
The car was not there at that time.
So starting with Exhibit 273, did you utilize the drone to also take photographs that day?
Yes.
And since the car is still there, was this photograph taken on March 23rd, 2018?
You can tell.
Yes, this would have been from the first drone flight.
You can tell that it's so funny. You can tell that it's dusk, right? Like you said.
Also showing Exhibit 274. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the vehicle in the crime scene, aerial shot.
You know, our own car is interesting, isn't it?
Exhibit 275. What is this a photograph of?
This is looking back towards the crime scene from the roadway, approximately 300 to 400 feet in the air.
And was this taken on March 24th, 2018?
Yes, this would have been.
The other thing is like that weird army truck thing. Boy, it's a good thing we have that, right? Because that thing isn't going anywhere. And it's like the flagpole in Karen Read, in other words, right? It's like your landmark. Although I would say it's even a better landmark because we actually know where the body was in this case, right? We know exactly where, but they're right next to each other. So, you know, it's like you see that green army truck and you're like, yep, that's where the car was. You know what I mean? Like, you can't miss it because that thing is so distinctive. So it's just really helpful though, right? It's like she happened to park that car right next to a landmark.
From the second drone flight.
Exhibit 276. What is that a photograph of?
Same as the previous photograph, just canted off to the east a bit further. 277 is now looking back towards the direction of the first two photographs.
Wow.
From the crime scene, looking back towards the roadway.
And Exhibit 528. What is that a photograph of?
Photograph of the vehicle in the crime scene.
Y'all, okay, sorry. Oh, see up there. Speaking of which, right? This is what I'm saying. Like right next to it, right? Did anybody watch the show Boy Meets World? This boy meets world, boy meets world, as we call life, what we're doing. I'm trying, I don't remember all the words. This boy meets world. Anyway, that was one of my all-time favorite shows growing up, and honestly, it was such a good show. I feel like if I were to watch it now, I would still love it. It was not like a kid's show, you know? Like, it was a good, I just, you know, when I was doing this video, okay, and this witness said his name was Cory Feeney, I knew this was going to come up, you know, because you can't say the name Feeney, you know. Anyway, but that was where I was getting to, is if you ever watch the show Boy Meets World, and they would say they had that teacher, Mr. Feeney, and it was Feeney. How did he say it? It was the older brother. Feeney. Anyway, it was really, if you guys haven't seen the show, you're probably like, what the hell happened? something, but it was really funny. And Mr. Feeney, and I know, and he was awesome, man. Mr. Feeney was always there with the wise advice. I'm trying to remember what network that came on. Was that Disney? Was that Nickelodeon? But boy, what a great show, especially as the kids got older and they like go off to college and stuff. That show went on forever, man. And like followed them into adulthood. And then it's like so sad when it ends. And like, do Cory and Topanga stay together? Do you guys remember? Oh man. I'm glad you're familiar with it, Candace. Yeah, Mr. Feeney was the best though. And then there was that one episode where it was like it was like the scary one, like the Halloween one, and they're like in the school for some test, and then it starts storming and they get trapped there, and then there's like they think there's a murderer in the library. That was such a good one. Candace doesn't remember. We need to know these things. We need to know if Cory and Topanga stay together, because I feel like it follows them into college, and then they have some issues, and I feel like they have to stay together though, right? Because otherwise, what are we even doing with our lives? Like, what would the world be if Cory and Topanga don't stay together? Like, there's no point. Like, I give up. So yeah, shout out to Boy Meets World. And I have to say, I always thought that Sean was just the cutest. Like, that was always my crush when I was a little kid. I wonder if that dude ever did anything else as an actor, you know? I don't even know his name. Anyway, I might IMDb and see. IMDb and see.
Also utilizing the drone.
Correct.
And 529.
Same vehicle, just taken from the front of the vehicle towards the.
So what's interesting about Ezra's car, you know, I'm sure you guys have seen, we've all seen, you know, cars out and about in public that where people, there's art on them, right? Like custom art where there's just people have done art on them. I've never seen one like this where it looks like someone took a permanent marker and scribbled. You can't even make out what the artwork is. And then the other weird thing is like, because it's all black, like black and white, like it doesn't look good, right? I mean, I'm not saying that it's, you know, it looks like depending on the picture, you can't even tell that it's art. It just looks like it's rust or like, you know, vandalism or something. You know what I mean? Like, it just looks like it doesn't look intentional. I don't know. It's weird. Like, it doesn't look good. You know what I mean?
The roadway.
Mr. Feeney, on March 24th of 2018, do you recall conducting a grid search of the crime scene area?
Yes.
All right.
Is there anything in particular that
you know? I love what we learn from trials and how it carries into the other. Same Candace. Yeah, Candace, she thought it was dirty, not art. Yeah, that's right. It looks dirty. It really does. It just looks dirty. You know, I love how things that we learn from trials carry into other trials. So we heard a lot about the grid search from Karen Reed, right, with the Massachusetts State Police, and one of the only reputable officers there. Which one was it? I can't remember which one it was, but it was the other guy. It was like there was Garino, and then there was the other guy. They were the two that did not ever know Proctor, had nothing to do with Proctor, had nothing to do with any of the other bullshit, and like seemed to just do their jobs. But anyway, they did the shoulder to shoulder grid search of the area. And that's why it was so significant that they didn't find any taillight pieces initially. But anyway, but here we have grid search again. So
you were looking for?
At that point, I believe we were still looking for a possible weapon that may have been used, as well as a cell phone.
Alex's
and
okay. So let's just refresh our memories. So far, what we learned from last time about Alex's phone, right? What did we learn from last time? We heard from some of the digital people, digital forensics people. We know, do you guys remember Wade Beardsley, the smiley dude who was amazing? So, and he had to do the chip off. So Alex's phone, what we know about Alex's phone was, all we know so far is that it's an LG phone, and we know that it was found in water. And we know that they were able to do the chip off and get the data off the phone. That's what we know so far. But what's interesting is prior to hearing that testimony from the forensics dudes, the last we'd heard about Alex's phone was that potentially it was in the center console of the vehicle, like, or something like that, right? And the thing is that it's like, well, then how did it end up in the water, right? So that was the questions that I had from last time was what's the story with the phone? Like, as from what we know right now, we're like, where is, we would assume the phone was with the rest of the shit, right? The phone is either fell out of Alex's pocket, right? Potentially, and ended up in the mud. Like, my thought was like, okay, well, maybe it just fell out and like it ended up in the mud, right? With the muddy road or something like that, right? But that it was still with everything else. Okay. So, but it's gonna get really interesting with this phone. So,
Do you recall locating something?
Yes.
And what did you locate?
I located 2 items. One was a knife, and the other was what appeared to be the back of a cell phone.
If you would be able to kind of show the jury how you were searching along 430th Avenue when you were looking for those items?
Sure.
Oh, that's funny.
I
left the stickers on from a couple days ago, trial days. Do you guys remember there was that witness from a couple days ago where they did the stickers? I think it was actually the eyewitness, Chester Davidson. That is so funny. So here's the thing. I love this. I love that both the prosecution and the defense, this exhibit seems to be, I don't even know whose exhibit it is because both sides use it, which is great, right? Everybody's using this exhibit. It's not like, because I guess it's not up for debate, right? Like this exhibit where they have this, what you're seeing here, this poster thing. But what's funny is those stickers, the blue and the pink stickers. That's exactly that. That's from cross-examination of Chester Davidson. And that's from Mr. Nelson is the one that had those little stickers. And he's like, okay, so the pink is you and then the blue is Ezra or whatever. And like put the cars, and then they just left the stickers there, which is really funny.
Signed the south ditch. There was an officer signed the middle and then one on the north ditch. And we proceeded from east to west, looking at the ground area. Cell phone here. This was a possible footprint.
No, I think there was this one.
Okay. 2 different.
Funny.
Judge, I guess if she wants to ask him a question, she can, but I don't think it's appropriate to have a private conversation in the middle of the trial up there.
He's not wrong.
Okay, I'm showing you
He's not
what's been
wrong.
marked as Exhibit
That's like
283. Despite not seeing this before today, can you show for the jury where you located the knife?
The knife is located here, just west of the driveway.
And then do you recall locating a portion of a cell phone?
Yes, I believe the back of the cell phone is this object here.
Thank you. And what, if anything, did you do when you...
That happened really fast. Let's just back that up because it's actually here's the point. Okay. It's really far. Okay.
Knife.
The knife is located here, just west of the driveway.
And then do you recall locating a portion of a cell phone?
Yes, I believe the back of the cell phone is this object here.
So remember that road on the right-hand side is the road where the car was, right? Where the body was and where all that, right? So what he's pointing at is like right near the farmer house, basically, right? That's where they find the knife in the back of the cell phone. This is where shit to me gets real fucking interesting because she took items of evidence with her and discarded them near the farmer's house. Why? This is where, dude, this is where I love this. I love this. This is the mystery. This is like with Murdoch, okay? And I've talked about this a little bit going into this episode because this is where it's going to get real. It's going to get really puzzly, right? Because it's this idea of what was staged and what was not staged. And if it was staged, what was the reason they staged it in such a way? What can that tell us, right? Just like how we had to go through with Alex and we went through it with a fine-tooth fucking comb with the chicken business and the chicken business adjacent and what the truck, and to try to figure out what really happened. And we figured out things that I don't think anyone else did in regards to using the cell phone evidence and what it really told us about Paul's time of death and what happened with Paul's phone. And they were all interconnected. And that was so, and also that was Alex using Maggie's phone, not Maggie, right? And so, like that during that last activity. So anyway, but like the whole thing with Paul's phone was so interesting because that was the whole thing. It's like, how did it get in that back pocket? And it's like, we figured out that he was holding his phone in the feed room, dropped the phone, and Alex would have picked the phone up and put it on top of Paul, and that's how it got there. So, you know, it's like, but it took that was hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of scrolling at it, as y'all know. So, but it's a similar thing where it's like, okay, we're going to have to go through this and try to see, you know, what's the dealio? But why is there stuff over here, right? I mean, this is where it gets interesting. Because up until now, my impression, I mean, there was nothing to say otherwise. My impression was like everything was going to be there with the car, right? Especially because it seems like she didn't think the car was going to be found, at least initially. She seemed to just kind of hope that they were never going to find it, right? And so it was, she didn't change her tune until they said they found the car, and then she was like, oh yeah, but like, if you think the car's not going to be found, then wouldn't you just leave all the evidence with anyway? But it's interesting, right? She brought the knife with her in the back of his cell phone. So let's keep watching.
Thank you. And what, if anything, did you do when you located the knife that day?
It was photographed as well as I sketched the knife on a notepad, and then Sergeant McRoberts took measurements, approximate measurements, because we didn't want to touch the knife, and I documented those as well on the sketch.
And did you touch any portion of a cell phone that was located?
No.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Prior to your using the drone and
You know
going
what?
up to the scene,
I need to add something to this ticker. I need to add to this ticker somebody using that exhibit, because I think that's a theme. I didn't know that was going to be a theme and now I'm realizing it's a theme. Because what made me think of it is just now I'm like, how much do you want to bet he's like, I was going to ask the question, like, who wants to take bets on if the defense attorney is going to use that exhibit, right? Because he loves that exhibit. He uses it with every witness. This is kind of like, you could say, it's almost reminds me of, you know, with Creighton handing a, you know, expert witness uses a yardstick. Remember we had that counter on Murdoch. Actually, just for the sake of it, I think I still have, of course I still have it. Oh, look, guys. But yeah, this would be akin to that in my mind, of like expert witness uses a yardstick. Is like they use this exhibit. I don't know what to call it though. I need a snappy name. Like witnesses shown. I don't know. What should I call it? They don't even have a name for it. That's why it's funny. I don't. I mean, they just all know what it is. They just hold it up and, you know, but they don't even have a name for it. So, oh, Creighton perching. Oh, I love it. So, if you guys have any suggestions for what to call it, let me know. But okay, so let me do this. I wouldn't even be able to estimate how many times they've used it so far, so I'm not going to. We're just going to count it from here. And I probably should put it. I'll just put it right here. Okay, so what should I call it? So, witness is shown. Oops, I can't type. Shown exhibitee of, we'll call it exhibitee in honor of Evie. Shown exhibitee of what should I call it? Dirt road. They call it footpath on there, which is really funny. That is one of the things that's distinctive about it. Is that it's labeled footpath, which is like they don't know. It's the only time it's never called a footpath. It's called the dirt road, but like it says footpath. So it's funny. There's something distinctive about it. I don't know. It's got its own little quirkiness somehow. We'll go with that. We'll go with that because that's a distinctive trait. We'll go with that. Okay, let me save that. Now, again, normally I would estimate and then add that to the ticker. I'm not going to estimate because honestly, it'd probably be in the lead. I think it's even more than Racy's. So we're just going to start counting it from here. And we'll see if it still plays catch up and wins the race.
You were at Mr. Sipple's house on March 22nd.
Objection. Exceeds the scope.
There's no such legal objection.
Sorry. Hold on. A couple things. First of all, they have to say farmer. It doesn't count. Mr. Sipple doesn't count. But listen to this. There's no such legal objection. Dude, hold on.
And I documented those as well on the sketch.
Wow.
And do you touch any portion of a cell phone that was located?
No.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Prior to your using the drone and going up to the scene, you were at Mr. Sipple's house on March 22nd.
Objection. Exceeds the scope.
There's no such legal objection.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection, so you can go ahead.
I'm going to die. Again. I don't even know I don't even care what her objection is. The fact that he says that makes my life complete right now. This is amazing.
I'm going to maybe tighten.
And I documented those as well on the sketch.
And do you touch any portion of a cell phone that was located?
No.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Prior to your using the drone and going up to the scene, you were at Mr. Sipple's house on March 22nd.
Objection. Exceeds the scope.
So, okay, first off, this is his first question on cross. Prior to whatever he says prior to something rather, you were at Mr. Sipple's house, essentially. And then she says objection misstates the scope, which I don't know what she means to say, but he's right. That's not a legal objection. That's like she got, it reminds me of Elaine, like mental state of mind. It's like she accidentally combined a couple things there, like misstates testimony or outside the scope or beyond the scope. Like she's combining a couple things. Let's just listen one more time because this is incredible.
And I documented those as well on the sketch.
And do you touch any portion of a cell phone that was located?
No.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Prior to your using the drone and going up to the scene, you were at Mr. Sipple's house on March 22nd.
Objection. Exceeds the scope.
There's no such legal objection.
Yeah. She sounds like she says objection states the scope, but I'm assuming she says misstates the scope. But again, it's just, oh man.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection, so you can go ahead. It's cross-examination. But again, I'm going to tighten up a little bit, and you're getting off into areas that are, in the court's opinion, not appropriate cross-examination for this particular witness. So go ahead.
You arrived at Farmer Sipple's residence on March 22nd, 2018. Is that right?
Correct.
Prior to your arrival, there were other people already there, right?
Correct.
Mr. Sipple, the homeowner, was there?
Yes.
Wisconsin State Patrol Officer Timothy Knutson was already there?
Yes, I believe so.
Dunn County Sheriff's Deputy Emmer Shields was already there?
Correct.
And then you arrived, is that right?
Correct.
And then about the same time that you arrived, another officer from the Dunn County Sheriff's Department, Greg Moen, arrived, is that right?
Deputy Moen, yes.
Deputy Moen's actually a gentleman sitting over there to my left, is that right?
That's correct.
You were there before EMT ambulance people arrived, is that right?
Correct.
And you drove your squad there?
Yes.
And your squad is equipped like all of the Dunn County, or most all of the Dunn County Sheriff's Departments with the recording device, is that right?
Correct.
And so your being there is both audio and video recording, is that right?
It should be.
Have you had a chance to review that?
I have not.
But you know that you pressed record or.
I just have to say, for anyone who watched Boy Meets World, the actor who plays Mr. Feeney is still alive, and he's 97 years old. Oh my God, that is amazing. I'm so happy he's still alive. How come? Yeah, I mean, wow. There he is, 97 years old. Amazing.
Automatically records when you turn the lights on.
It automatically records when we turn the lights on.
And you know that there was a recording of that event. Agreed?
Correct.
And the video shows just the squad cam, the view as if you were in the middle of the car looking out the front window. Is that right?
Correct.
So the video from your squad cam would not show any of your contact with Ms. McCandless from a visual standpoint. Agreed?
Correct.
But you carry the mic with you on your person. Is that right?
Yes.
And so the audible can be picked up no matter, essentially, if you're in a certain area, it picks up the audio. Is that right?
As long as you're within range, yes.
And then that entire interaction that you had at Mr. Sipple's when you were in the vicinity of Ms. McCandless, you were within range. Is that right?
I don't know, but I would assume.
Okay. Based upon your experience with the range in the past, you were well within that area, right?
Correct. Should have been.
Wow. Sorry, I just...
And in preparation...
Hold on. We have to just celebrate Mr. Feeney here, or what with this witness, while this witness is still on the stand. Also, Mr. Feeney, by the way, was in the military. He served in the U.S. Army, and he was the president of the SAG, the Screen Actors Guild. Y'all know that is that thing? He was the 25th president of the Screen Actors Guild. And he married his wife in 1951, and that's his only wife, and they're still married. He went to Northwestern University. Wow. When he was president of the SAG, he led the union's efforts during the 2000, I'm saying 2000 as in the year 2000, commercial actors strike. Anyway, all right, there we go. Shout out to Mr. Feeney.
For this, the state has never played you that recording?
No.
Do you recall at least 2 times that day when you were in the presence of Ms. McCandless, or very soon after, you're using the term "she's hysterical"?
I'd have to see the video, but if that's what I said on the video, then that's what I said.
Is that accurate with your of what you remember seeing and hearing?
Yes.
She appeared hysterical?
Yes.
Crying?
Yes.
Uncontrollably?
Yes.
Shaking?
Yes.
In fact, at the time, you were wondering whether she had been involved in a motor vehicle accident. Is that right?
That's correct.
Partly because you didn't know if she had a head injury, correct?
Correct.
You know what's so interesting, right? So this witness came in on direct examination, right, to show the drone footage. And like, that's not even what they're talking about on cross. He's talking about he's using this witness for a completely other purposes. Just fascinating.
That's all.
Any redirect?
No.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Officer Feeney. May sit down.
Could you tell us your name, please? Spell your
And
first
why do you guys think he mentioned the thing about the head injury? Well, because it behooves him to try to establish that Ezra presented in a way that this law enforcement officer thought maybe she had head injury, as in that would be an explanation for her inability to remember things. And I think that his idea is that this is just going to support this idea that she was so traumatized, right? So.
last name for the court reporter?
Cory Streeter, Streeter.
This dude has a voice that could be, it's a very unique voice. Y'all let me know what you think. What it sounds like it could be used for certain things.
And how are you currently employed, sir?
Currently employed by the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
And did you have a different employment?
That voice good pause there. The voice sounds like something. What is it?
As of March of 2018.
Yes, I was employed as a detective with the City of Eau Claire Police Department.
And in what capacity were you employed with the City of Eau Claire Police Department at that time?
I was assigned to the detective division.
And on March, or in March of 2018, did you have some specific involvement in the investigation of the matter related that we're here for?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, were you asked at some point in time to attempt to obtain surveillance video from, actually, let's back up a second. Were you familiar with where the body of Alex Woodworth was found?
Yes, I was.
And where was that?
I was with the group of investigators that located that in Dunn County.
And was that on 530th Avenue?
Yes, that's the approximate location.
And were you also familiar with the location where Alex Woodworth was last seen, that being his residence located in the city of Eau Claire?
Yes, I was.
And were you familiar with the most logical route from that location to 530th Avenue?
We have a new friend. Hello, welcome, CC. ASM, like oh, you mean like the ASM? Oh, what was that? I know what you mean though. I think ASMR, AR. Oh my God, the things about like that. Is that what you mean? Like the ASMR? Is that what it is? I feel like there's another letter missing, where it's like the sounds stuff. Happy you're here. I think are we thinking the same thing, but we just can't remember what it's called? Okay, yes. What is it? ASMR. That's it. ASMR. Write it. There it is. Okay, I just Googled it. Right. That's what it is. It does give you that. I'm reading about it here. It says it gives you that. It typically refers to a tingly feeling that travels from the head downward in response to certain sounds, feelings, or descriptions. Interesting. ASMR. Yeah. So it does give that vibe, doesn't it, though? It's a very he could have a career. Mr. Streeter, if he ever left law enforcement, could have a career doing specific things, I think. Like reading specific bedtime stories, maybe, or just stories, for like books on tape. Right? Not that that's even, they don't call it that anymore. Whatever. You know what I mean? Reading books, audiobooks. There you go.
Yes.
Or 430th, I'm sorry. I think I said 530th. And what was that most logical route?
The most logical route out of the city of Eau Claire would have been along Cameron Street, which turns into West Cameron Street, and then it proceeds to turn into County Road E out into Dunn County.
All right. And did you go along that route and attempt to find if there were any businesses that had surveillance cameras that covered any of that route?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to find any that had surveillance cameras that were working at that time that were along that route?
The locations that had working surveillance were at the Auto Value, which is at the intersection of Cameron and Claremont in Eau Claire. And there was also a West Wisconsin Telecom location, which was out approximately 7 miles east of the location that the vehicle was located. Those are the primary locations that we located video.
All right. And were you able to find any relevant video on any of those surveillance systems?
No, the West Wisconsin Telecom did not record. That was motion activated and did not record any vehicles passing by that location. And the Auto Value, we did recover information. However, the distance that video was from the street where a vehicle would have passed by was far away, and you could not see any images from that distance.
All right. Are you familiar with the Milestone public camera system in the city of Eau Claire?
Yes.
All right. And we already heard a little bit about that. But did you have occasion to review milestone camera videos to attempt to find the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And in doing that, were you able to find that vehicle on that system at any point in time?
Yes, I did.
What was the first camera?
Y'all still let me know if you have any suggestions for a clever name for that Exhibitee, the one that I was just talking about that I just added to the ticker here.
That you were able to find the vehicle that the defendant was driving on?
The first time the vehicle was located entering the city on that date was at approximately 10:41 a.m. at the intersection of Galloway and Farwell.
And were you familiar with, at that time, where the defendant had been coming from that day?
Yes, my recollection is that she would have been coming from the Stanley area.
And if someone was coming from Stanley, what's the most logical route to take to get to Eau Claire?
Based on where the vehicle was first sighted, the logical exit off of Freeway 53 would have been River Prairie, which connects with Galloway Street.
And would that be a relatively direct route into the city?
Yes, it would.
So if we can switch. Is that the defendant's vehicle we see at the stoplight there to the right?
It is.
And turning to the right?
Turning from Galloway onto Farwell Street.
There she went.
Counsel, can you see that?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, can the jury see that? Okay, all right. Mr. Streeter, can you step down maybe for a little while we'll have you step down. Can you point to where on there we're looking at?
That first location was at Farwell and Galloway Street.
And then you see the location where Alex Woodworth's residence is located on that exhibit.
That'd be closer to Cameron Street and Bellinger Street.
All right, and the direction that we saw the vehicle turn off of Galloway Street, would that be heading towards that location of the Alex Woodworth residence?
It would, yes.
All right, thank you.
So the vehicle is turned from Farwell Street onto Madison Street. Is now taking a turn right there to go northbound on Bellinger Street.
All right, and again, is that in the, using the map, can you show us where this is?
You know what's funny?
And can you tell us whether?
You know what's funny? Okay, I was like, why does this feel like I'm having almost a deja vu? It's because Karen Reed, we saw, how many times did we see the surveillance footage of them, you know, the boys wrestling at the bar, right? The Waterfall bar, right? The Bryans were wrestling. Bryans both be wrestling, as the song goes, the Bryans both be wrestling when they have too much to drink, you know, and that, you know, it became sort of associated with the song Closing Time, right? Shout out to the 90s, big time right now. So that became associated with Closing Time. And now it's like there's this surveillance that we're seeing of Ezra's car. And I said it first, there she goes. Then I was like, oh, there now we have to do the song, right? So now it's like in my mind, this one's associated with a different 90s song.
Or not, that is in the direction towards the Alex Woodworth property.
Back up a little bit there. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. If it's helpful, you can put it here. I don't necessarily need to see it. He's welcome to use my pointer, and it's just.
All right, let's move it so it's a little bit easier for
right.
everyone here.
So Mr. Nelson starts wanting to be really helpful by offering his pointer to, and it's so funny because again, just like with Karen Reed, remember the pointer was a whole thing about is the pointer up there on the witness stand, and does the pointer work? And sometimes there's out of batteries, and you can never see it. Same thing. This pointer, Mr. Nelson seems to think is like a big deal, and you can't ever see it. It's just hilarious. We always off with it, right? Mr. Helpful. I love it. That's so good. It's so good. It's so good. There's no such legal objection.
So the video we just saw
was coming off of Madison Street, you saw initially, Galloway to Farwell. This would be the route right here, going to Madison Street and Bellinger Street. So Bellinger is also, Fifth Avenue turns into Bellinger Street, so it's going northbound towards Alex Woodward's residence.
Thank you.
There she goes. There she goes again. Actually, I don't think we've seen her yet.
The vehicle's
There
driving
she
eastbound,
is.
turning
There she goes.
southbound onto Bellinger Street, which turns into Fifth Avenue.
Stop that now. Is that then, would that be coming in the direction away then from the Alex Woodworth residence?
Correct.
And, yes.
So that matters because that means she's got him in her car with her and she's leaving. Dude, that turn right there, she's leaving to go kill him. And he doesn't, that gives you goosebumps, right? He's in the car. Remember, guys, he didn't want to go with her. They hadn't had any contact. He was staying away. They hadn't talked for a month. She shows up and we know she's all panicky and she's really trying to get in the house or whatever. And then we know that they sit in the car. It's, from what I can gather, it takes some doing for her to convince him to leave with her because he doesn't want to cause any trouble. He doesn't want to cause any trouble with Jason. And you know, there's all this drama and, you know, blah, blah, right? And he agreed, like, yeah, I'm not going to, you know, we're not going to do anything. And so I don't know how, it's wild, right? She convinced him to go with her. Did she say she was going to take him to Racy's? I mean, we just don't know. But what's wild is you can see that car leaving his house, and so that's with him in the passenger seat.
Likely coming from this location,
Probably the last time we've seen him alive.
off-camera view from Kendall Street on the Madison Street and turning to go southbound Fifth Avenue.
And is that then heading in the direction towards Racy's coffee shop?
It is, yes. She's right in here.
Aha! Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that's funny because I made a guess and that was accurate. They were, I guess, towards Racy's. Here, let me update my banner. Towards Racy's. That was my guess, right? I was almost half joking. Like, how would you, like, if you were trying to convince Alex to go with you, what would you say? Okay, I'm going to take you to Racy's, right? Like, that was a half guess, but it seems like that may be actually what happened. Holy fuck. And then can you imagine? She says she's taking him to Racy's and they turn like they're going to go to Racy's and then she keeps driving. Oh, man. Oh, I don't like that. That's creepy, right? Think about if you're Alex. It wouldn't occur to you that she's going to kill you. I mean, it just wouldn't. I wonder what she said, right? Like, I wonder what she said to justify passing Racy's. Oh my God, you guys, this is going to be her going past Racy's. If that's, I think.
That is the subject vehicle parking in the diagonal parking places next to the Pickle Bar and Tavern.
Okay.
All right. And where is Racy's in relation? Actually, let's step down. You can stop that now. Can you show us on here where we're seeing that vehicle parking?
Here, and then Racy's is just adjacent to that. So the Pickle will be right at the intersection of 4th and Water. And Racy's is right there.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So the car is still in the same spot it was in before?
That is correct.
So she doesn't drive past it. I take that back.
And 2 subjects are approaching the vehicle.
Huh. Or wait a second. Hold on. Thinking. wonder, okay, here's what I'm thinking. I'm just remembering that from that roommate, Alex's roommate that testified said that she came like 3 times to the house, right? And the first time was like early, like 10. I wonder if that, I'm actually wondering if she went to his house, knocked on the door or whatever, you know, no one answered. And then I'm wondering if she actually left and went to Racy's. Because we know she goes to Racy's and we know she meets up with Max to do the art shit. I wonder if that's what's happening now. And then after that, she goes to Alex's house. Let's just see what happens. Like, she goes to his house again. There she goes. There she goes. Now,
That's the vehicle pulling out now?
It is. That is a vehicle turning to go eastbound on Water Street.
And that's to the right?
That is correct.
Okay, you can stop there. And can you show us there on our map then which direction what we're seeing it going towards here?
So here's Water Street right here. So we're going out the intersection here, turning to go eastbound.
All right. And you familiar with the Max Martinson residence and where that was located at that time?
Okay, yep.
My understanding is he lived near the Boyd Park area, which is up here.
The Owen Park
which is in the
area.
general direction that vehicle.
The Owen Park area. Interesting. So on the last episode, we got to know this whole thing about Owen Park. This is really interesting because where did Ezra come up with this shit for her story? Like, why did she? It's weird, right? Like, why did she feel the need to do this whole thing with the frog? Because, like, part of me wonders. Okay, like, we think about everything we know from other cases, and like Murdoch was a great example, right? You know, it's like with every lie, there's like some sort of truth, right? And so we would, again, it's the same thing. You're deciphering. Dude, it's just like how you have to look at the crime scene and decipher what was staged and what was real. It's just like with what the words were, their story that they say at the time. Because both of them talk, right? Alex and Ezra, I mean. And then you're deciphering, so of the lies, what part is true, right? There's a lot of similar strategies here. And so it's interesting because when she's pressed about coming up with like where, you know, whatever the fuck happened, and she's like, the only thing she remembers is the frog, and then something about Owen Park. I wonder if where she came up with that, because I'm trying to answer my question here, and I'm like, why did she come up with it? I wonder if where that came from is because we know that she went to Max Martinson's house. He already testified. You know, they did whatever they did with the art, traded the art. She drove him to his house and they did the art shit. And he's just said that he lives in the Owen Park area. I wonder if that's where the Owen Park thing came from, because she actually was in that area. Now she never goes to Owen Park, but interesting. This also does confirm what I was thinking, which is that she goes to Alex's house first. She can't get in. He doesn't answer. So then she goes to Racy's, and then she does all this shit with the art with Max, and then goes back again to Alex's house afterwards, right?
All right, thank you.
Interesting that he lives in the Owen Park area. Wow, that's fascinating.
This is the vehicle traveling eastbound on Water Street.
That's
And I'll take a left-hand turn to travel north on First Avenue, which is off of camera view now.
Okay, thank you. You can stop it now. Can you show us?
Which is on the what now?
Off of camera view.
Can you show us where that is?
She looks kind of nervous.
That is again heading in the direction of the Max Martinson residence.
This would be Water Street right here, and then take a
Right? Can you tell?
go.
Haircut. So, you know, the camera shows her quite a bit. This is interesting. I'm going to back it up a second. If you watch her head, you can tell that she's like tapping her foot or something. She's doing something different, and it's causing her head to kind of like shake. But we don't see this from her usually, which is interesting. Let me just back it up a smidgen.
This is the vehicle traveling eastbound on Water Street, and I'll take a left-hand turn to travel north on First Avenue, which is off of camera view now.
Okay, thank you. You can stop it now. Can you show us?
Which is on the what now?
Off of camera view.
Here,
Can you
watch,
show
watch.
us where that is? And if that is again heading in the direction
Ready.
of the Max Martinson residence.
You can tell if you watch her curls, you can actually see them shaking.
Water Street right here, and then take a left-hand turn.
Thank you.
Go northbound on First Avenue toward the Lake Street Bridge. So there's a vehicle on First Avenue, and then turning right to go on the Lake Street Bridge.
There she goes again.
Okay, thank you. And can you show us again where that is on our map here?
Here's First Avenue, traveling north, and then turn east on Lake Street.
Wouldn't it be crazy if she drove an Elantra? Just saying.
And that is a vehicle turning off of Lake Street onto Farwell Avenue, heading northbound.
All right, and if you can show us on here what we're looking at here.
My title of this.
Turning left to go northbound on Farwell.
All right, and again, heading in the general direction of the Martinson residence.
Correct, the logical turn would likely be Main Street to get to his residence, which is right off the Farwell.
Right.
Here we go.
There's a vehicle on Farwell Street turning now to go onto Lake Street Bridge.
And is that now going basically the opposite direction of what we just saw?
That is correct.
All right, so coming back from the direction of the Martinson residence,
Yeah.
heading back towards Racy's?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, yeah. Shout out to VLC Media Player. Also, for anyone who is watching this and is new and is just joining us, sometimes I just sort of like scrolling at it over here. I'm just like, da 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 da. But I just want to say, if you're new here, hi, welcome to the Squirrel Crew. Please, you guys, if you have questions, comments, feel free to pop those in the chat or in the comments if you're watching on Replay Crew. I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all have. So yeah, if you are like just now joining and you're like, what the heck is happening? What is this trial? What is happening? Let me know. I will fill you in. But yeah.
Showing you Exhibit 548. Does that appear to be water in 4th at about 11:13:45?
Yes, it is.
All right, we're going to play Exhibit 548. So now we're back in the area of Racy's.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not
Sure,
familiar
we're
with
back
that.
in the area of Racy's.
Yes, we are. This is the intersection of 4th and Water again. There's the vehicle turning off of Water.
It is a very distinctive voice. It's one of those things where it's like, I can see why here you are, you're back again, like still trying to place the voice. I'm with you on that. Like, I totally get it. It's one of those things where it's like, it's going to like bother you until you can be like, all right, I know this voice. I totally feel you on that. I don't know that comedian, but it is such a distinctive voice, yeah.
Street back into the area toward Racy's. which
I
is
know,
the
I've heard
alleyway off of camera view.
Back to Racy's again. Max.
And that was about 11:13, almost 11:14.
Yes, that's correct. Is the vehicle
There she literally goes.
approaching the intersection again? And we'll take a left-hand turn to head west on Water Street.
Now she's going back to Alice.
This is the area of Racy's right here, and that vehicle will turn, go on Water Street here, heading west, and then approaching the 5th Avenue, which is off camera view.
All right.
She's got to be going back to Alex at this point, which is wild, right? Like she wasn't going to give up, man.
There's a vehicle traveling northbound on Bellinger Street. crossing Madison.
And again, heading in the direction of Alex Woodworth's residence.
Yep.
Yes, that is correct.
Incredible. And you know, it's just really gives you goosebumps because we've already seen. I kind of wish we'd seen. I kind of wish, in terms of the order of witnesses, I kind of wish we would have seen this before we saw the law enforcement witnesses, who the ones we've already heard from the law enforcement witnesses who testified and presented their body cam footage of when she's at Alex's house, right? And they have that interaction with Jason Mingle and everything's on camera. And that's the last time that, you know, you're going to see Alex alive on camera and hear his voice alive. I mean, that's like an hour before he's presumed to be dead, like, which is great, like crazy. But like, I almost wish we had seen, by we, I mean also the jury, right? Like, just in chronological order, this footage before, just to try to understand the timeline. It's not like it's that complicated of a timeline, but it's like, but seeing her car now and like, see, now we know, okay, now she's going back to Alex's. And it's like, we know, because we've already heard from the roommate of how she comes back a couple times, right? And we've seen just, you know, we've seen that body cam footage of when she's at Alex's this second time, and he comes out and they sit in the car and they're talking, and then Jason shows up, and then the police are called, they body cam of all that, and then she leaves and drives to the farm with him. So.
Okay. You talked about the most direct route from Alex Woodworth's residence to the location where his body is found. Are there any additional milestone cameras on that route that we're talking about, or were there at least as of March 22nd of 2018?
No, there were not.
And are you familiar with the location of Owen Park?
Yes, I am.
Could you step down and show us on the map Owen Park?
I think that's Owen Park, though. That's a while.
And are you familiar with whether or not there would be additional cameras if someone went on any reasonable route between Alex Woodworth's residence and Owen Park?
Yes, the most reasonable route would have, again, crossed the camera of the last view that we saw at Madison Bellinger. There would be another camera at 5th and Water Street. Sorry, right down here, 5th and Water Street. And then again at 4th and Water Street. And then as we took that turn from Water Street onto 1st Avenue again, which is the intersection of Owen Park, there was another camera view. And an alternate route would have been taking Lake Street. They would have had to also cross another camera at that intersection around Lake and 1st.
Did you check those cameras in the time after 1 o'clock when Alex Woodworth was last seen at his residence?
Yes.
Did you see that vehicle that we've seen on these other videos on any of those cameras during that time frame? All right. I have no further questions for Mr. Streeter.
All right, are you, Mr. Nelson, you ready? You can do cross-examination. Do you want the easel in the same place?
Mr. Nelson wants
Mr.
to.
Streeter, you were a detective in Eau Claire Police
Yes.
Department, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
It sounds like you're pretty, in general, familiar with the outline of this case, is that right?
Yes.
You were familiar with the investigation done by others in your department that saw Ezra and Alex at his apartment at approximately 12:50 on that day, is that right?
Yes.
This is interesting. This is interesting. This is new. This is brand new. We've not seen this before yet, I don't think, in this trial. So we got, I have to say, like, again, this trial I think is awesome. And like, we're seeing such good use of exhibits, right? Like, again, like I even added it to the ticker. Both sides using exhibits from the very beginning, from opening statements. Both sides have done a great job of really think about your jury, right? You've got 12 people. And you don't know. Some of them could be visual learners. Some of them might be more auditory. Everyone has their own way of processing information, but you want to cover all your bases, right? Regardless of if you're prosecution or defense, you want to cover all your bases for each type of learner. And think about like in Karen Reed, for example, there was nothing. Like there was no exhibit. It was wild. I've never seen anything like that. There was no exhibits. There was no timeline. There was just the footage at the bar essentially was, and then the text messages, but like there wasn't exhibits. But what he's doing, think about like when you're in school, right? If you're in school, think back to being in school, unless you're in school now, right? But then think back to now. Imagine think about when you're in school and you've got a whiteboard or a chalkboard or whatever, people have. Usually it's whiteboard these days. Imagine, you know how like the teachers would write on the whiteboard, right? Like as they're explaining something. Can you guys picture this? And so they're explaining a concept and they're writing it out on the whiteboard as they explain it. Think about the difference of that versus if you were to come into the classroom and whatever the thing was, whatever the concept was, it was already written out on the whiteboard. Think about the difference. Think about the difference as in how you would learn it. Like, would you even read it? So I think to me, it makes a difference to actually write things out as you explain it versus just have it already written out. I mean, I don't know why that makes a difference, but as someone who went to school, obviously, and also as someone who's a teacher, like it makes a difference because people understand it differently that way. And so what he's doing is another great use of using, your resources. I guess it's not really an exhibit because he's writing things out as he goes along. There was no discussion about anything about him doing this either, which is interesting. I guess they're just allowed to do this and you just don't see it very often, but I think it's another thing, right? It's another way of engaging the jury. It's another way of presenting information. And one other thing that's interesting about it is and there's an auditory part of you hear the sound of the pen against the paper, which is interesting. As he writes, you can hear that, and which is an interesting mix because then we also have this dude's voice, Mr. Streeter. So I don't know if maybe that's part of it. I don't know, but it's interesting. I think it's smart. Yeah, you can hear it. I love that sound personally, and I think if I'm on the jury, I'm hearing that sound, and it's like it's interesting because it would, if you're kind of like zoning out or whatever, and you're on the jury, that sound, not that you would be, but I'm just saying like that sound, it's just something different, right? It's a different sound. It's a different stimulus when you're sitting in court all day because this witness is the last witness on day 4, at the end of the day. So when you think of it that way too, that actually could impact what his decision to use this, the jury engagement.
I wrote down on here at 12:50, Ezra and Alex were at Alex's apartment on Cameron Street. Is that accurate?
It's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And then, again, just rough details. Approximately
Handwriting.
4:15 in the afternoon, there was a 911 call from Don Sipple's house. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
So he's kind of giving us a little bit of a timeline.
And are you familiar with the people who showed up at Don Sipple's after the fact, just roughly?
Yes.
There was, I believe, Trooper Knutson, is that right?
His handwriting? Y'all.
I'm not aware of who immediately responded to that from the initial Dunn County call. Only those from my department that followed up after.
Oh, okay. So you don't know who was there on March 22nd?
Not from Dunn County response, no.
Okay, or from the State Patrol?
Correct.
Okay. You don't know if there was any recordings
about to run out of ink.
here of what Ezra was doing in that time, do you?
I'm not aware.
And you're not aware of anything that happened between 12:50 and 4:15, correct?
Correct.
You're here to tell us about where Ezra drove prior to getting to Alex to seeing the police at 12:50, right?
Correct.
This is his point, that we're hearing about what Ezra did before the police are there at 12:50, because 12:50 is when they show up at the house, right, with the body cam footage. The one we were just referencing. So that's his point. His point is like saying, his point is trying to be like, your testimony has no point. That's what he's trying to say.
You're not here with all of that technology to talk at all about any of the recordings of her at Don Sipple's house,
Correct.
just beforehand.
That is correct.
I have not.
That's his point.
Okay, well then, officer, I don't know if it's officer now, Agent Streeter, what do you,
Special agent, yep.
special agent, okay.
I love this.
You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor, could you tell us?
Okay, so now we are on to day 5. So we are going to see all of day 5 today, guys. This is a good point, a good moment for me to say, get your snacks, get your drinks. This is going to be a long one. We're going to watch all of day 5. And the day five here starts out with Dr. Robert Tillotson, who was Ezra's treating ER doctor. He's on the stand for, I think so far in this trial, he's the witness on the stand the longest. And actually, by the time we get to the end of day 5, I think that's still true. He's on the witness stand longer than anybody so far in this trial. So, yep.
Your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Robert Tillotson, and the spelling of my last name is Tillotson.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an emergency physician with Mayo Clinic.
How long have you been employed as an emergency physician with Mayo Clinic?
About 2.5 years.
And doctor, prior to that, do you have experience working as an emergency room physician?
For about 30 years.
Let's start with your educational background, doctor. Can you tell us where you went to college and what you majored in when you graduated?
Yes, my undergraduate college was at Michigan State University, and I majored in medical technology. And then I went to medical school at Michigan State University at the College of Osteopathic Medicine.
And what year did you graduate from college?
From college in 1980 and from medical school in 1984.
After you completed medical school, did you do a residency?
Yes, I actually did a rotating internship first, which was a generalized rotation throughout all different services, and then I did a residency in emergency medicine.
And where did you do your residency in emergency medicine?
At Mount Carmel Mercy Hospital in the city of Detroit.
And do you have any board certifications?
Yes, I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and I'm also board certified in ultrasound.
And is your board certification in emergency medicine current as of now?
Yes.
And were you so board certified in March of 2018?
Yes.
All right. Prior to working at Eau Claire Mayo, you said you've been an emergency room doctor for about 30 years. Where did you work prior to Mayo?
Just prior to Mayo, I worked for 17 years in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. And then prior to that, I worked in Green Bay for 2 years. And then I worked in Iowa and Illinois while my wife did her training in internal medicine and cardiology.
Now, in addition to your work for 30 years in emergency medicine, do you have any teaching experience?
Yes, a fair amount of teaching experience.
Can you describe some of that for the jury, please?
I've done a lot of educational things, from education in coding and billing to my primary education has been in ultrasound, in the use of ultrasound in emergency medicine. So I've done a lot of teaching, both individual courses across the nation. And actually, that's why I came to Mayo Clinic Health Systems, was to help build and teach and educate in emergency ultrasound. I'm also currently the regional ultrasound, or the regional education chair for emergency medicine, and I'm also the education chair for directing education throughout the entire Mayo Clinic Health Systems throughout Minnesota and Wisconsin.
Now, as part of your work in emergency rooms, I imagine you see a wide variety of things.
Being operative.
Everything and anything. You never know when you show up at work what you're going to see.
And in your work in...
Since I just said that, So this is a treating ER doctor. So this is what's interesting is like this is a doctor who's board certified. He could testify as an expert, and he maybe has in other trials, right? Like in other words, it kind of works out if you're treating an ER doctor in this case, right? Because in other words, you don't have to hire him as an expert. He is kind of an expert at being an ER doctor, if you will, right? Think about, like, for example, in Karen Reed, they had Dr. Dr. Russell, right? Had all that ER background, right? And that was really relevant. And anyway, they brought her in as an expert, as some of you guys might know. But, in other words, the prosecution got lucky to have someone who was a treating ER doctor for Ezra, therefore can be subpoenaed, right? But yet has a lot of expertise and kind of, this is just, you get lucky here, right?
The emergency rooms over the last 30 years, have you seen wounds of various types?
Pretty much every day I work, I see a wound of some type or another.
And as part of that,
Actually, again, it contrasts to Karen Reed. If you guys remember the treating ER doctor in Karen Reed, it was this dude. Actually, let's just appreciate this real quick. I have a little clip called Confusion. This was the treating. Okay, like this is my point. If you've got a case where you've got someone that goes to the emergency room and then you subpoena the ER doctor, the treating doctor, right? It's whoever was there on call, whoever was working in the emergency room and works with, whether it's a victim or a defendant, whatever the case may be, that doctor, that's who it is, right? Here's who we had in Karen Reed.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry. I guess for your question with respect to it from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Okay. Does that prove do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, even if you didn't watch that trial, can you see what I mean in the caliber of like, so this is who Ezra got when she went to the emergency room. What a difference, right? Ezra got this dude. This dude is of expert quality. And so, that's what I was saying there.
have you had occasion to see sharp force or knife wounds?
Yes.
What a difference.
Is that something you see on a regular basis?
Fairly commonly, yes.
And have you seen knife wounds or sharp force injuries that have been self-inflicted?
Yes.
All right. And are there various types of self-inflicted knife wounds or sharp force injuries that you've seen?
Yes.
And what are the types typically of sharp force or knife injuries that you see when they're self-inflicted?
Maybe you can clarify when you say types what you're asking.
Do you see some where someone has attempted to commit suicide and where they inflict the injuries for other reasons?
Sure.
Right.
Well, we see a lot of self-inflicted wounds, and especially it's become more common for people to actually do cutting on themselves as a coping mechanism. So as I've been in practice over 30 years, the number of injuries have increased that are self-inflicted. So we see them much more commonly. Both when I was in Stevens Point and now at Mayo, we work in the Regional Psychiatric Center. We have a psychiatric inpatient hospital. So we end up seeing a lot of patients with attempted suicide and with cutting and depression. So we see a lot of self-inflicted wounds.
Now, I will just say real quick here, I guess, it's trigger warning for some of these triggering words potentially. This is not going to be anything with I would say, this is just an ER doctor, right? So they're just talking about the nature of the injury. So it's not going really too much into that, but, I guess I should also just say, for anyone who is sensitive, this isn't a huge part of his testimony, but it comes up every now and again. Again, he's on the stand for a long time. So this is just kind of a part of it when it comes to Ezra's injuries, right? Because that's what he's there. He's there to assess her injuries.
Various types, from actually attempted suicides to just cutting for stress relief.
And do they tend to look differently, the ones that are self-inflicted for an attempted suicide versus ones that are self-inflicted for coping or...
And the thing about trials, right, is they don't know, they don't censor the words, right, when they're in trial, of course, right? even though it's going to be on YouTube. So I know YouTube doesn't like certain words, but there's nothing we can do about it. It is what it is, right? And this is public record. It's trial, so.
Stress relief?
Yes, they can. A lot of self-inflicted wounds, because people have a lot of control over what the wound that they inflict. They tend to have multiple wounds in one place, or they may have a single wound. A lot of times when somebody's really making an attempt to kill themselves, they may have a couple hesitation wounds, but then it's usually followed by a very deep or intentional wound. People that are cutting tend to have a lot of superficial wounds that have a specific pattern. And that's one of the big things we notice with self-inflicted wounds is they tend to be patterned. They tend to be patterned and well controlled.
All right. And have you seen wounds where someone inflicts a wound on a knife wound or a sharp force injury on another person?
Yes.
And is that something you've seen relatively commonly as well?
I've seen it throughout my career at different times.
And have you also seen defensive wounds?
Yes.
And now let's talk about types of sharp force injuries. What is a laceration?
Well,
So similarly, I'll say real quick, similarly to Dr. Russell in the Karen Reed trial, one thing that's great when you have an ER doctor who's like really good at what they do, and they're like been an ER doctor forever, again, there's a benefit there in that they see a lot of injuries, right? And when it comes to something like knife wounds or lacerations, I mean, every day, I'm sure, right? You see that. So, and remember, for Karen Reed, part of the reason it was important was because it was describing those wounds on his arm, John O'Keefe's arm, there's some similarities there, right? Because it's like, what caused it? They were lacerations, right? And potentially from a dog. But anyway, that was something that she had a lot of experience in seeing cuts like that. Similarly here, right? Where you have an ER doctor and you've got someone who comes in and has cuts on them. And it's like, this is just, they see it. So this is where having all that expertise, the years of expertise matters, and years of experience. But here we're going to we're going to hear, how does he define laceration?
Laceration is a confusing term in medicine. And the reason it's a confusing term is because when we do coding, any break of the skin, we use the term laceration. However, in the forensic world, laceration is a break in the skin due to a significant blunt force trauma. So they tend to be different than a cut or an incised wound. However, when we make a diagnosis, we call all of those basically lacerations. But forensically, they basically divide them into incised wounds or a laceration, which is a break in the skin due to a blunt force trauma.
All right. And so
that is interesting. So that lines up with what we've heard from other people in other trials, including Karen Reed, right? When we heard about the lacerations, remember there was that doctor who described it as like if you tried to cut bread with, what did she say? Try to cut bread with a fork or something. I don't know. I'm trying to remember where it's like jagged and rough or whatever. Anyway, so I don't know if you guys remember that testimony, but that it's not smooth. It's not the laceration is like a cut from blunt force trauma. And that was relevant because John O'Keefe's head, right, had that. So, but what's interesting is he's saying the same thing but what he's saying is he's making an important distinction that medically, the way they code it, medically is different than the way it's talked about forensically. And that's the first time I've heard that. So
when you're talking more in legal terms, a laceration would be some type of blunt force trauma that causes a break of the skin.
Right. Correct.
And then an incised wound is caused by sharp force?
Correct.
Yep.
All right.
Yep,
how do they look differently to you as an emergency room doctor, a laceration versus an incised wound?
Well, when you look at a laceration, if you can imagine a force coming down onto the skin, it actually crushes the edges of the skin. We see it most commonly like in head injuries when people fall on their face.
Y'all, there it is, right? That sounds just like the injury on John O'Keefe's head, right? So, but this is great.
It actually causes the skin to, when it hits up against like the bone, cause pressure, and it just kind of crushes it and spreads it apart. We'll see bridging of the tissue underneath there, but it'll break the skin. The subcutaneous tissue will bridge. But in a laceration, all of that gets cut through, and it usually has very sharp edges, and so they're entirely different look when we see them.
And what is an abrasion?
An abrasion is a very superficial damage to the skin surface. It usually goes through the epidermis and the dermis, but it never goes into the subcutaneous tissue. So an abrasion is a very superficial wound.
And how do abrasions typically get caused?
Well, they can be caused by anything from a motorcycle accident where you're scraping across the asphalt to taking a paper clip and scratching your skin. So abrasions can happen all different types of ways. They're just very superficial wounds.
And in medical terms, what is a contusion?
A contusion is actually where there's been damage to the tissue and it actually causes a bruise or breaking of the blood vessels in that area.
Now, when you see an inflicted wound versus a self-inflicted wound for coping or something like that, are there differences typically between those types of injuries, what you see?
Differences in what are you referring to?
Well, as far as the severity of those injuries.
They tend to, if they're just for coping, they tend to be fairly superficial, patterned, repetitive. You'll see multiple wounds in the same area and usually within the reach of their dominant hand because that's what they typically do. We'll see things like words carved into extremities, like I encountered with my patient in this instances, or they'll also be in areas where they have pain or problems. A classic example is I had one person who had an amputation of his leg and he was very distressed about it, so he stabbed himself with a screwdriver in the amputation. So they tend to be very patterned and specific, following where their stress is frequently.
All right. And have you seen individuals in your work who have defensively grabbed a knife where their assailant has been using to attempt to injure them?
Yes.
All right. And when someone does that, what have you typically seen as far as the damage to the hand as a result of grabbing that knife, the sharp end of the knife?
Well, typically the wounds are deep, and a lot of times they're through the tendons because there's a lot of force. It's the circumstances are not controlled like I see with a self-inflicted wound. They're typically uncontrolled. Somebody's trying to overpower somebody else. Somebody's trying to overpower the knife. And there's a lot of force. And neither one of the people have control over the force that they're inserting. So the wounds tend to be much deeper and varied in depth. Some can be superficial, but typically, especially with grabbing a sharp object that's pulled away, they tend to be fairly deep.
All right. And can they be on either the palm part of the hand or the finger part of the hand?
Yes.
All right. Now, Doctor, let's start with Exhibit 188. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
So as we get into this exhibit, we're about to see an exhibit. This is not from this crime scene. This is from a book that they, like a medical book or whatever, that gives examples of stuff. So this picture is not from this case. It's just from this book. But it's going to show an example of somebody's hand if they were to grab a knife to, like, in a defensive manner. So you're going to see a cut hand, right? It's not like anything too insane, right? But, just there's blood, a little bit of blood. Anyway. But what I was just thinking about is that, remember, guys, like I always say, we can learn from each case and then carry it over into other cases. I was just thinking about Brian Koberger, right? We are going to hear a lot about the nature of the stab wounds. We don't know anything about that now, right? We don't, as we shouldn't, but we will at trial. We're going to hear, like, just in other words, what we're hearing now, this is really good background for that case coming up, because it's going to be a lot. We're going to hear a lot about this, and we really don't know yet. There's been talk about maybe some defensive wounds and stuff, but just as we go through learning this about what does it look like if you have defensive wounds, if you try to grab the knife, all this stuff, different types of punctures and whatnot, all this is going to be relevant for that case too. So.
All right. And now Exhibit 188 shows a hand of an individual. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And is that based on your training, your experience, typical of what you might see if someone grabbed the sharp part of a knife with the palm of their hand and attempt to wrest that knife away from an individual?
This would be a wound this would be a wound typical for that.
So, doctor, what are we seeing here?
Well, what you're seeing is a laceration that goes across the palmar surface of the hand. It's deep, and you're actually seeing one right in the middle there. That white kind of angled thing is a tendon that's lacerated, and it goes up through and lacerates down right through the palm of the hand. It's a fairly deep laceration, and it also is somewhat angled.
And doctor, did you have occasion to see the injuries to the defendant's hand on the palm surface of her left hand?
Yes.
And would those, in your opinion, be typical of what you would see with someone who had grabbed the sharp end of a knife?
No.
Is this more typical?
Yes.
All right. So what are we seeing here, doctor?
Well, again, we're seeing another deep wound where the knife was probably grabbed in a manner like this, and it cut all the way across through the fingers, starting from the hand there, all the way across through the fingers when it was grabbed. And if you can imagine, the knife would have come right through here, and the laceration would have come through that section of the hand.
All right. Thank you. Now, doctor, were you working on March 22nd of 2018?
Yes.
And was that in the emergency room at Eau Claire Mayo Hospital?
Yes.
All right. And at some point in time, was the defendant brought into that emergency room?
Yes.
Now remember, at this point, Ezra is a victim. They don't know where Alex is, but they don't know anything that they're looking for him, I guess, as the perpetrator of a crime and not the victim of a crime, but they have not found him yet. They do not find the car or him until the next day. Okay.
And when she was brought in, can you explain how when patients come into the emergency room, how are they handled?
Well, typically when somebody comes in based on their complaint, they're encountered by a nurse, usually a triage nurse or a nurse. Ezra came in police custody, so they brought her directly into a room, and the nurse came in and did initial evaluation. And then from there, I'll usually review the record or talk to the police in a circumstance like that and go in and see the patient. In a case where there's an alleged sexual assault, I usually have a nurse with me when I go in to get the history and get information, just because the person's been traumatized. Me being a male, I don't want to go in and somebody on my own with them and potentially traumatize them further because they've already been through possibly a pretty severe circumstance. So I'll go in and evaluate the patient. I usually try and get a history from them to find out what happened, and then we'll do a physical examination to assess for injuries. Because when a patient comes in under those circumstances or any circumstances, my job is first of all to intervene on life-threatening situations. And number two is to end up dealing, especially in a case like this, collection of evidences, which is where we bring in a SANE or a sexual assault nurse examiner to collect evidence. And then the third part is to deal with emotional or psychological trauma of the patient. So my job is to take care of this patient who's been through some type of event or ordeal, depending on whether it's a heart attack, a car accident, or alleged sexual assault.
And in this case, then, the defendant was first seen by a nurse?
Yes.
And that would have been a female nurse?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And then you went in to see her?
Yes.
And did you do an examination of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And did you also make arrangements for a sexual assault nurse examiner to do an examination?
Yes.
And we heard from her last time, the same nurse.
This appears to be a printout from our electronic health record regarding the care of Ezra McCandless.
All right. And that includes your notes as well as notes from the ER nurse?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And who was the ER nurse?
Sarah Schwindler. Or Weiner, I'm not sure. It's SCHWEINER.
All right. And Ms. Schweiner would have been the first person that would have seen the defendant in the emergency room?
Yes.
All right. And then it includes your notes as well?
Yes, it does.
All right. And a number of exams were done and vitals were taken. Did that include, if you take a look on what's marked as DOJ page quadruple 072, which is the last page of that exhibit. Does that include the defendant's weight at the time of admission?
Yes, it says 63.5 kilograms.
All right. And if we're converting from pounds, how do you do that?
Actually, page 00072, DOJ.
If you convert from kilograms to pounds, how do you do that?
I use an app on my phone. So it's about 130 pounds, somewhere in that neighborhood, but I basically just convert it with that. Actually, I don't have a need to convert it since most of all of our dosage is done in kilograms anyway, but.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you met with the defendant, did you ask her what had happened to her?
Yes, I did.
And was she able to give you a history of what happened?
Not really. She was very distraught, and she said that, according to my notes, that she didn't remember anything, and that was pretty consistent, that she had difficulty remembering the events.
Did she tell you, can you tell us whether or not she's made some statements about driving to Eau Claire?
Sure. Basically, what she told me, she remembered she was driving to Eau Claire to meet Jason, and the next thing she knew, she was in the emergency department. But she really didn't remember what happened to her. She thought she might have been sexually assaulted, but wasn't sure.
Did she ever mention Alexander or Alex Woodworth during your conversations with her?
No.
All right.
So
Now,
the thing is, like with Ezra, when she presents the way that she does, she ends up having to tell lots of different people what happened to her, right? Or lots of people are going to ask, right? So it starts with like the farmer, the 911 call, right? Then the first responders, right? So then she gets to the hospital, and then she sees a nurse, and then she sees a sane nurse, and she sees a doctor, right? And all these different people. And every time they're going to ask her what happens, and she's going to say, she doesn't remember. But what's going to be interesting is to see how it changes over time, because eventually she fills in more details, right? So like, for example, here, she's like, I think I was sexually assaulted, but I don't know for sure. And she also doesn't say anything about Alex, right? So.
did you check the defendant to see if she had any head trauma?
Yes.
And is there any particular tests that you do to determine the person's alertness or their ability to comprehend?
It's called the Glasgow Coma Scale, and it's noted in the record here. It's just kind of a generalized, accepted way of assessing mental status. So it talks about Glasgow Coma Scale as, do they open their eyes spontaneously? Are they able to converse and talk? And then are they able to move all their extremities? So all of those have a scoring thing. The highest score you can get is 15, which is what her score was, meaning that she was fully functional at that time as far as the basic neurologic functions.
Now, in your examination of the defendant, did you do a full physical examination of her?
Yes.
All right. And did you notice any injuries to her that drew your attention?
Yes. When you're dealing with a situation like that, the first thing is to assess for injuries, because those need to be dealt with first. And I noticed the injuries on her left arm, and the injuries on her left arm were actually patterned in letters. Which kind of struck me as being unusual and very concerning, because somebody who went through a traumatic event, like a potential sexual assault, who's done that, these clearly look like they were self-inflicted wounds. And so then I went to assess to see what the other wounds looked like.
All right. So when you say they were patterned, what were they patterned in?
Well, there was a letter B and the letter O, and then kind of a triangle that looked like a Y. It almost looked like the word boy, and then there was a line across the top of it. And they were all patterned back towards where somebody would actually be in the orientation, where if you were writing on a piece of paper, they would be oriented towards you, which is typically what I would see when somebody did letters in their own arm, would be like that.
And
So remember back to the defense's opening statements, right? So the defense's opening statements describes what he actually calls a knife fight. basically. Like Ezra's fighting for her life. He's attacking her, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like essentially that in other words, that the explanation for Ezra's wounds are because they came from Alex, essentially, right? But what's funny is over time, the defense has kind of changed their tune on this, I think, because they've seen that there's no way to continue to argue that. To where now we've seen Miss Vishny especially kind of start laying the groundwork for this idea that the knife wounds are self-inflicted. Like what was there? I'm trying to think. There was another example of this. Maybe it was a parallel of covering when I was covering a Koberger document. But in other words, it's like acknowledging the thing that you can't get around, but then saying it doesn't mean that thing. So like, in other words, I think that the strategy's shifted to acknowledging, right, that these are self-inflicted wounds. When I say, I mean the strategy from the defense, right? Acknowledging that they're self-inflicted, but that they're self-inflicted because she was sexually assaulted and it was a trauma response, right? And so that's where I think they're going with it. And so, and I mentioned this actually in the previous episode 5, because of the fact that the state, it was the young prosecutor dude who was like trying to get in some sort of testimony about Ezra and having self-harmed or whatever in the past. And that had already kind of come in a little bit. And like, they wanted to go into that. And I was actually saying, I think I timestamped it. I think I timestamped it with a question, is this a good idea? Because I'm like thinking to myself, you know, the more evidence of this they get in, this could be, the defense can use this to their advantage to say, yeah, this was a trauma response. In other words, the fact that she cut herself proves that this all happened the way she said it did, right? So, when, you know, my thought, hold on, let me do my squirrely speculation thing. I don't know if it's speculation, but we'll say it's speculation at this juncture because we're still early on in the trial. Where is it? Here we go. My speculation or my thoughts are that Ezra, yes, the wounds were self-inflicted, but she self-inflicted them to herself to try to make her story, right? Her story about a knife fight, which is exactly what the defense said in their opening statements. Like literally what they said in her opening statements, that's what Ezra wanted to portray, right? In my opinion, that there was this battle over the knife and he was attacking her and she was self-defense and all this, and that's how she got those wounds. But that's very different than them being self-inflicted, right? So anyway, but that's why this matters. So.
And did that pattern injury raise any concerns for you?
Well, the concern were that they were self-inflicted.
And why is that?
Why is what?
Why is that your concern at that moment?
Well, the concern is that I have somebody who's been through a traumatic event who's now cutting on themselves. Right. My big concern is, are they going to be mentally okay to go home? I don't want to let somebody who's been through an event like this go home and potentially kill themselves. So what I'm trying to assess, if the wounds are self-inflicted, is this person a suicide risk? And so they needed a mental health evaluation, was what was clearly, when I felt that these were self-inflicted wounds, I needed to make sure that she was going to be safe or was brought into a safe environment.
So here's what I have to say about that testimony. I think that testimony can go to help both sides. I think it shows credibility on his part, right? Because again, he's seeing her and she's presenting as if she's there as a victim. And she was brought in by law enforcement, in my opinion, because she simply couldn't remember, well, for 2 reasons. First of all, she didn't know what happened to her and couldn't remember her name and shit, right? And then second of all, because she's claiming that there's maybe the sexual assault, and therefore now there's a crime that they have to investigate. And the only way to figure out who did something to her is to ask her, right? So he's seeing her as a victim of a crime, right? And so that builds the credibility for him. However, remember, like I was just saying, think about how the defense and all of this testimony, you can see how they could use that to their advantage of like, oh, so you saw this and you thought she'd been through a traumatic event, right? You know, and that's why she did these things, like I was just saying. So.
And did you, after you noticed that, did you continue your examination of the defendant?
Yes.
All right. Did you notice any other wounds to the defendant?
Yes, there was some abrasions on the back of her hand, more prominently on the right hand. There were abrasions on her right leg, and then when I examined her with the sexual assault nurse examiner, there were these linear abrasions in her right groin.
All right. And the ones, let's start with the ones on her right leg. Can you explain where they were on her right leg?
They were on the lateral aspect of her right leg, and there were multiple parallel lines and a few little kind of, looked like little stab wounds that were there, but they had some freshly clotted blood over them.
Right. And when you say the lateral aspect of her leg, what is that?
Lateral, I'm sorry, it's on the outside.
Okay. And you were pointing to yourself about midway down your
Reading it for the record.
right leg?
Correct.
All right.
I have to say, these attorneys do a phenomenal job. Every time somebody makes a gesture like that for whatever it is that they're gesturing, they always notate it for the record, which is what they're supposed to do.
And you said there were also some, what was the other area where there were some?
They were in the groin area here on the
Okay.
right-hand side.
All right. And what did those look like?
They were, again, very superficial, linear, actually more abrasions, like they were very superficial.
All right. And those injuries, were they also, did they tend to be parallel lines as well, like the ones on the leg?
Yeah, fairly closely to that.
And then were there any other injuries that you noted?
I think there was a little abrasion on her abdomen. I did notice the ones in her hand, but I did not put those in my medical record.
Okay. And where were the ones on which hand were they on?
They were on her left hand.
All right. And what did those look like?
Well, they were, again, 3 parallel lacerations.
Okay. Superficial or deeper?
Very superficial.
As far as all of the lacerations or abrasions that you've described, can you tell us whether or not they were similar in appearance, or did they have a different appearance to each of them?
They were all pretty similar. They were all very superficial. They were all somewhat patterned in the same area. So there was multiple ones in one area on the leg, there were multiple ones in the groin, and then the arm was patterned, and then there were multiple ones on the palm. All of those seemed to be patterned to be self-inflicted. They were all in reach of the one hand of the patient.
Right. Were they similar in depth?
Yes.
All right. Were you present during the sexual assault nurse exam when the vaginal area was examined?
Yes.
Was there any injury to the vaginal area itself?
Not that we saw, no.
As far as the time of the injuries, can you tell us whether or not they appeared to be at around the same time, or were they significantly different in time?
They looked like they were all created about the same time. They all had somewhat freshly clotted blood on pretty much all the wounds, except the most superficial ones were really red lines, but they looked like they were all created about the same time.
And which ones are you talking about that were so superficial that it just appeared to be red lines as opposed to?
Ones in the groin were the most superficial of the wounds.
All right. And those you said
Imagine that.
look more like abrasions than actual incised wounds?
Yes.
I mean, and think about that, right?
Now, Doc,
When it comes to this idea of somebody, if you're thinking like just in getting, if the defense going this route of, well, she was self-inflicting these wounds because of the trauma she had just been through. I mean, I don't know. Does anybody ever self-inflict wounds in that area, right? I mean, I think that that's a clear indicator that she's trying to stage, right? Make it look like there was sexual assault, and that's why there's wounds there. I mean,
if you,
that person,
assuming that the injuries like to the thigh that you observed were through clothing, would that assist you in trying to decide if they were self-inflicted or inflicted injuries?
Well, the big thing is they were all of kind of similar depth. So, I do incisions on skin all the time. I don't have any idea how deep the scalpel is going to go until I put the scalpel on and I start to cut. and then I adjust my pressure as I go. So I actually have to look to adjust how deep the wound goes.
Right.
You put something like clothing or something in there, I have no way of seeing or knowing. So the thing is all these wounds are all superficial, the same depth, so it requires a considerable amount of control, and I would suspect probably being able to feel. So I would, again, think that that would be consistent, even if they were made through clothes, with being self-inflicted. And there were multiple ones in the same place, and to be able to do multiple cuts at the same time through clothes on another person and maintain the same depth without being able to feel what's happening underneath, I think would be incredibly difficult. I don't think I could do it.
So yeah, so I think that's a really great point. I had never thought about this before. You know, I'm not a surgeon. I'm not a knife person. A knife person. I don't even know what that is. Anyway, you know, so I just had never thought about the fact that in order to have the wound be similar, that like this idea of what happens if you can't see it. So like what he's saying is, as a, you know, having done this a million times in his profession, right, you have to see what you're doing and then you can adjust the pressure. But that if you're cutting through clothing, you could also compare it to being blindfolded, right? But like if you can't see what you're doing, but you're cutting, so if you're cutting through clothing, where you can't see the wound that you're cutting itself, right, that the odds of them being uniformly deep would be almost next to impossible unless you were the person doing it to yourself, because you could feel how deep it was going. Like that's such an important distinction that this, like, I think that matters a lot. And it's a really good point, right? Like if you can't see it, how would you know how deep it's going? And he's saying that he wouldn't think he could do it. Now, also, all of this is going to come up in cross-examination in a way that you may or may not be expecting. It's a very interesting process.
And you've been an emergency room doctor for 30 years?
Yes.
All right. Now, as far as the injuries themselves, what type of treatment did those?
Anyone who's listening, now is actually, I meant to ask this question. This is a good point to do it. Anyone who's watching this, let me know if you're on cross. Are you seeing a pathway? Like, what would be your strategy? Are you seeing a path forward here for how they can explain some of this stuff or ask questions that could, you know, elicit answers that would explain it in a way that is favorable for them?
Injuries require?
They were all very superficial. None of them required any repair or any sewing. They were just basically cleaned.
All right. And did you have to bandage any of them?
I don't think we bandaged any of them, just some antibiotic ointment.
All right.
Neosporin.
Now, do you have an opinion as to whether or not
here's what
these?
Here's what it comes down to. If she really wanted to try to make it more believable that there was some sort of knife fight and fighting for her life, she would have had to cut herself a lot worse, essentially. The wounds do not reflect the initial story.
Injuries that you observed were self-inflicted or inflicted?
Well, clearly, and from my medical record, I felt that they were self-inflicted. And that's why I wanted to have a mental health evaluation done on the patient.
Judge, I'm going to object. I think I made this objection previously.
Objections noted, and we've already ruled on that. Thank you.
And is that opinion based upon your careful consideration of your observations you made on March 22nd of 2018, along with all your training and your experience as an emergency room doctor for the last 30 years?
Yes.
What involvement have you had in this case?
Basically, I cared for my patient, and then when I've been brought in to do the depositions afterwards, or the testimony.
And then testifying today?
Yes.
And you're testifying based upon, as a treating physician for the defendant?
Yes.
Were you hired at any point in time by the state to give an opinion as to what you felt about these injuries?
No.
And this is like what I was saying about this distinction, that even though he could have probably qualified as an expert, right, that they're not paying him to be an expert because he's subpoenaed.
Are you being paid anything outside of your regular salary as a emergency room doctor for Mayo?
No.
Doctor, I have handed you what has been marked for identification as exhibit number 195. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a chapter on forensic emergency medicine from a textbook of emergency medicine.
All right. Your Honor, an exhibit 195 was also submitted as a warranted treatise, and we would move the admission of it at this point in time.
With the hands.
All right, counsel, any objection?
Yes.
All right, Exhibit 195 will be received.
Sorry.
And was that also
I'm gonna pause this just to say, so learned treatise, that's an exception to hearsay. That's why they're saying.
something that you consulted with and used in helping to form your opinion as to the cause of these injuries to the defendant?
Not at the time, but this is the textbook we used in my training, and it's the textbook that I use in reference to this day. But when I cared for the patient, I did not review this.
Right. But you've reviewed it since?
Yes,
And does it support
Can you
your
imagine?
opinions as well?
yes.
Imagine being an ER doctor and you're in the middle of working with patients in the emergency room and they're in emergency situations and you're like, oh, hold on, let me consult this book. No, never gonna happen.
And is the same true of Exhibit 196, which we previously talked about?
Yes,
All right. And that, again, is not something I assume you looked at while you were in the emergency room, but something you've consulted since then?
yes,
And does it also support the opinions that you're giving us here today?
yes.
All right. I don't have any other questions for Dr. Tillotson at this point.
All right, Ms. Vishny, are you doing cross?
Yes.
Go ahead, thank you.
Doctor, you have exhibit number 195 in front of you, this forensic emergency medicine text.
Correct,
So you said you saw this book in your training.
correct.
That was quite a while ago, right?
Yes.
So it's a much older book?
Oh, this is a brand-new edition in my hand.
Okay.
It's been kind of a standard book in emergency medicine for years. It's one of the core foundational textbooks in emergency medicine.
I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to, I'm not sure what page it is. It's E14 at the top. If you need my help finding it, I'll come over and show you
No,
where I am.
I've got it right here.
All
This
right.
came unstapled, by the way.
We can staple, I'm sure they can staple it back, but thanks for telling us. So, in this book, in this section, this chapter of forensic emergency medicine, there's all kinds of things in this long chapter that really have nothing to do with what we're talking about here, right?
Correct,
In fact, most of the chapter has to do with gunshot wounds, right?
correct,
And other blunt force pattern injuries, right?
correct,
All right, so, and car accidents,
correct.
right? So there's a very small section in this chapter about knife wounds. Fair?
Correct,
And in this very small section, there's actually a box on page 2708 that highlights the characteristics of self-inflicted knife wounds.
correct,
And the very first thing it says is there's multiple superficial incisions on the anterior trunk, that's the front, right?
correct.
Arms and face.
Yes,
Now, as far as Miss McCandless, when you saw her, you have the wound, I'm just gonna call it the boy wound on the forearm. That's on the arm, right?
correct,
And we can all agree that that wound is self-inflicted.
correct,
And you noticed that, and that was the first thing you really noticed when you noticed her wounds, was boy.
yes,
And you noticed that
That is a turning point. That's the first time where they've explicitly said, the defense has explicitly said, okay, we're going to all agree this is self-inflicted. Because again, in opening statements, you know, what we'll do is for the next video, we'll probably go back and watch some clips from opening statements again, just because as we learn more, things become more relevant, right? And just see how it's changed. But I mean, I feel like this is, we're seeing their strategy shift on how they're going to use this evidence, I feel like. And so it's sort of like, yeah, we're going to all agree. We're with you. We agree with you. This is self-inflicted, but it doesn't mean what you think it means. That's what I think you're going to be doing with this.
she had written letters into her arms, and you said you've seen something like this before.
yes,
And you didn't see any wounds on her face,
no,
right? And on her anterior trunk or in her abdomen, what you saw was pretty small, like a scratch.
yes,
And by the way, when you examined her, this was when the same nurse was in the room, right?
I examined her with the other nurse and with the sane nurse both.
When you talk about, the next thing that it says here is that you may see parallel incisions in close proximity to each other on the non-dominant side of the body, right?
That's what it says there, correct?
Right, but really, just about all the wounds you saw were on Miss McCandless's right side.
Yes, it also says in there linear or curved incisions towards a hand inflicting the wound, which
Yes.
is consistent with why I believe these were self-inflicted wounds.
Yes.
So this book here, one of the things you have to realize from a textbook is these are characteristics. They're not applicable to every case. An example is the person who stabbed themselves with a screwdriver. I don't see that here in the box, but yet that was a self-inflicted wound. So although these are general characteristics, they're not etched in stone.
Well, you're not trying to suggest that Miss McCandless has an amputation and stabbed herself with a screwdriver, right?
No, what I'm trying to do is establish the fact that based on the pattern of the wounds, these clearly look to be self-inflicted. They were within the reach of her hand. They were oriented towards the way a hand movement would be. All of the wounds were.
Well, that's your opinion.
That was my opinion, and it's what I documented in my medical record.
Okay, but nonetheless, regardless of your opinion, the author of this well-respected text thought this was significant enough to highlight that they're usually on the non-dominant side of the body, correct?
What they did is they used the word characteristics.
Are you disagreeing that that's written here?
I'm not disagreeing what is written, but I'm trying to define it.
This book, which was important enough for you to receive in medical school, says, when it talks about characteristics, parallel incisions in close proximity to each other on the non-dominant side of the body. That is correct, isn't it?
That is what is written there, absolutely.
And the very next thing that's written there, besides what you've already pointed out about linear and curved incisions, is that it is sparing of sensitive body areas.
Correct.
I'm just going to show this to you. I'm not going to put this up on the screen.
Sure.
Okay? What you're seeing here is a photograph of Miss McCandless's genital area, correct?
Correct.
And her inner thigh.
Correct.
And there are these wounds in her pubis mons,
Yes.
right? But not in her labia.
Not from what I can see there, but no, they're not in her labia.
Okay, but they are definitely on the inner thigh.
Yes.
And you see, let's count up how many we have in the pubis mons. Let's see if we agree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Would you say there are 5 of these scratches in the pubis mons area? Some are faint, some are darker.
Yes.
So they're not all exactly the same depth, right?
Correct.
And then moving over to the inner thigh, you can see 2 wounds which seem to be of a slightly different depth because there's more blood clotting there.
Correct.
So there's some signs of blood clotting on the inner thigh.
Yep, and they're all extremely superficial, barely breaking the skin surface.
Say that again,
I said they're all extremely superficial, barely breaking the skin surface.
Yeah, yes, you have told us that. And moving farther away into the inner thigh, you see another 2 different scratches
Correct.
or knife wounds, correct?
Yes.
And turning to the next page in this exhibit, that's just another view of the same wounds, correct?
Correct.
So when you wrote in your medical record that she had wounds on the labia, that was not correct.
I'll have to refer to it here.
Certainly, doctor. If you would go to exhibit number 191, to page, go to page 52, which is DOJ 70. Well,
Another thing-
there's a diagram on this.
Another thing I'll say is like, so it's like, if you think to yourself, so why would she put those cuts there, right? The ones that are on her like inner thigh area, even though they're very superficial and you can, the pictures we've seen that you can barely see them basically. Well, think about it, right? It's like she's trying to make it seem like she was sexually assaulted. But what do? Like, the thing is like, from everything we know, I would imagine, we haven't heard from the DNA person yet, but I would imagine that the DNA results of that same kit, are going to show negative, that there wasn't any, so if she knows there's going to be an absence of DNA in that area, right, that would point to sexual assault. then it's almost like she's, because again, she's trying to make it seem like this was a self-defense situation. There was a sexual assault. He had a knife. So it's like, okay, if you're Ezra, it's like, okay, I have to make it look like I was fighting with a knife, but then I have to also make it look like sexual assault. Oh, how do I do that? And so that's where I think that she combines the two things and puts the cuts there that are, again, they're barely even cuts, but that's what I think.
Page, right?
Correct.
And in that diagram, there are some parallel lines that you drew, using a mouse, a computer mouse.
Yes,
So when you use a computer mouse, it's not the same as taking a pen and drawing exactly what you see.
No,
and
not at all.
It's fair to say that you're a doctor, not an artist.
Correct.
Unless you're referring to the art of medicine, of course.
Yes.
And in these parallel lines that you drew, they show lines right onto the labia, correct?
Well, again, have you ever tried to sign your name with a mouse? Or be real accurate with lines with a mouse? It's very difficult. We just started using Epic in July, and this is just a short time afterwards. So experimenting with this, realized that this was not a very good way to document that, and I knew there were pictures on there. And can you tell me where in here I said it went to her labia? Because here I said that the wounds are in her groin.
Well, actually, right under the diagram, the next words are, there's an injury to the right labia.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out. So that's right there where they came to the edge of the area of her.
Right. No, I know Epic is the bane of a doctor's existence.
Yeah, amen.
Right? But regardless of Epic being the bane of a doctor's existence, you would agree that the photographs are accurate and this drawing is not accurate.
Correct. Absolutely.
And so actually there was no wound to the labia, right?
Correct.
It was to the pubis mons.
Yes,
right?
and to the well, actually, technically, to the labia majority on the outside there. If you show me the pictures again, it might extend onto there. But again, the pictures are as good as we have of a record of that.
The pictures are the real evidence. This is just a not great computer drawing, which
Correct.
is because of medical records, electronic medical records, right?
Correct.
Now, you did examine the patient from head to toe,
Yes.
and you say that you think you did it before the same nurse came in?
I did it in combination. I did a general exam with the patient, and then I completed the exam with the same nurse.
Dr. Tillotson, you testified before in the hearing in this matter.
Yes.
You referred to it as a deposition, but it was actually a court hearing, right?
Correct.
And in that hearing, do you remember answering a question about how you conduct a physical exam?
Yes. Well, I remember vaguely. If you could allow me to refer to that, if you have a question regarding it, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. And turning to page 8, I'll show you the cover page and
Okay.
who's doing the questioning, just,
Okay.
all right? So you know at this point that this is the questionings by Ms. Nodolf, the prosecutor,
Yeah.
correct?
Correct.
All right, and Ms. Nodolf asked you this question: how do you conduct a physical exam? Right? Look at line 20.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yes.
And you answered that question, correct?
Yes.
And what you said when you were under oath at that time is that when it's an alleged sexual assault, we don't do that examination until the sexual assault nurse examiner is there.
Correct.
So you talk about, and really I should have read the whole thing, initially you try to assess mental status, talking, action, interactivity, and then a basic physical, right?
Correct.
And what you said when you were under oath about 6 months ago was that you don't do that until the sane nurse is in the room, correct? Thank you. So although today you're remembering it differently, 6 months ago you testified that you did not do the physical exam until the sane nurse was in the room.
That is not true.
Well, that's what you said under oath, right?
Actually, I've said the same thing then and now. I basically went in and evaluated the patient, and then when the sexual assault nurse examiner came in, then we did the pelvic exam. I've said the same thing twice.
Well, let's just put up your actual words on the screen. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this. All right. Well, here's the question. After the initial history, what you said was after the initial history, you then did a physical exam on her, right?
Correct.
That was your answer. And then the question from Ms. Nodolf was, how do you conduct a physical exam? Right?
Right.
And then your answer was, initially we try to assess mental status, you know, talking, action, interactivity, and then we go through a basic physical exam from head to toe.
Correct.
And then your words, with an alleged sexual assault, though, we don't do that examination until the sexual assault nurse examiner is there. Right?
That is correct, but that was referring to the pelvic examination. So those words aren't in there, but that's what that was referring to.
So you made a mistake when you were testifying before?
I don't know that I made a mistake, it's just not entirely clear.
Well, your very next words on the page were "so that," and then it goes to the end of the page, right?
Yes,
So that, and then the next part, what you said again, your words, that part was not done initially until the sane nurse was there.
correct.
So that's what you said in court.
I guess I don't know what the point is. I basically went in and evaluated the patient, and then when the sane nurse came there, then we did the sexual assault examination.
Okay, doctor, apparently I'm not going to change your mind because you testified differently before, so I'll move on.
Well, I would move on because I didn't change my mind. I did the same thing. You're just trying to mince words. I was caring for a patient who was allegedly sexually assaulted, and I wanted to make sure she was okay. I was not going to do an intimate exam until the sexual assault nurse examiner was there because I wasn't going to do it twice. It's not fair to my patient. So you can mince all the words you want, but it doesn't change what I did that day.
Okay, and what you did that day happened a year and a half ago, right?
Yes,
You've taken care of many, many patients in the emergency room,
yes.
right? Every day is a busy day.
Yes,
And by the way, you've referred to your training. You're not a member of the forensic, you have a number of different memberships and specialties, right?
yes,
And you're very specialized and have a great deal of knowledge about ultrasound technology
correct.
and sonography, right?
Yes,
And that's mostly what you teach about
yes,
in your vast teaching experience, right? Is that correct?
correct.
Not forensic medicine.
Well, actually, I did a medical rotation on forensics in the inner city of Detroit with Werner Spitz, the person who wrote this book. And I did a presentation in my residency class on forensics where we outlined gunshot wounds, knife wounds, blunt trauma, and that was part of one of my residency presentations. So I have taught on it. It's been a number of years.
Well, let's talk about how many years that's been. What year
It's
was
been
that?
30.
Huh?
I graduated from my residency in 1990,
Okay.
but I practice it every day.
Well, I understand that. So you were in the city of Detroit at that time, right?
Correct.
Detroit, we can agree, is one of the largest cities in the United States.
Well, it's a very large city, yes.
And there's a great deal of violent crime there,
Correct.
a great deal of homicidal crime there.
Correct.
And so when you were in Detroit, you did you said it was a rotation in forensic medicine?
Correct.
Now, a rotation means, well, first, when you become a doctor, first thing you do is you go to medical school, right?
Correct.
And then you do a residency.
Correct.
And in emergency medicine, is that residency 3 years or 4 years?
Depends on the residency. Some are 3, some are 4.
How about yours?
Well, mine actually, I did a year of internship and then a 3-year emergency medicine residency.
Okay, so the first year of internship was not, that's when you're brand new doctor, right?
Correct.
That wasn't in this forensic rotation.
No.
It was the next year.
No, it was 2 years later.
I find this very surprising.
So 2 years after your internship, you,
like where she goes with all this with his this is like going way back into I mean, I was gonna say if this is like voir dire of an expert, okay, I could see this being applicable, relevant. But even still, I'm surprised that no one's objecting. Because it just seems like she's really nitpicking about this whole thing about an internship versus a resident and all this stuff. And it's like way back when, and it's like, I feel like it's just getting a bit far afield, and it's way beyond, obviously we're like way beyond the scope of direct, but of course they have more leeway on cross, but still, I just, they're like just going off on these different tangents where, they've gone far afield, I feel like, a bit here.
did this residency you're talking about?
Yes.
Now, this is after you went to osteopathic medical school
Correct.
at, I think you said Michigan State,
Correct.
He's not an
Right.
expert witness.
and So if I'm looking at your curriculum vitae, you did your internal medicine internship in 1986, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the forensic medicine, you said 1988.
Like,
I believe it was either
this is why this is weird, because like this strategy here is like this impeaching credibility. Like with expert witnesses, this is a strategy, right? You try to make it seem like they're not as great, blah, blah. They don't really have all the expertise. You try to go after their credibility in terms of their expertise and their training. But that's not, this is a treating physician. That's why this is wild, this is happening.
It was in February of 1989, as I believe, when I did my forensic medicine rotation.
So your curriculum vitae, which you've had the opportunity to prepare and review yourself, is wrong?
All that
No,
shit.
actually, when I went and did as a DO, we were required to do a rotating internship when I trained. Most of the allopathic or MD rotations, they went from medical school directly into residency. We as DOs end up doing a year internship. So we do a rotation through everything, which includes emergency medicine. And when I completed that, I actually applied.
You see what I mean here? Like, we do not need to know about how, I don't even know what the DO and the allopathic, like those, like, in order for this to make any sense, she should be stopping him and asking him to explain what's DO, what's allopathic, what are these things, right? Otherwise, all of this means nothing. However, it means nothing anyway, because why do we need to know? Like, now we're getting into the ins and outs of how they work out the rotation schedule at a hospital. It's just not relevant.
For a surgical residency, got the surgical residency.
No.
And at that point in time, the thought of the government is that surgery was causing the cost of medicine to be high. So they basically defunded surgical residency. So the residency that I received ended up becoming defunded. So I ended up not having a residency after my internship. So I went and worked in the emergency department for a year. And I went and actually then and thought maybe I was misdirected in my career and did internal medicine for 2 months. Realized that I have a thing that I just am so dedicated to patients, I can't shut it off. I needed some definition in my life. So what I ended up doing was I left internal medicine, went back and worked in the ER, and then I started my ER residency in 1987 and completed my ER residency in 1990. So kind of a convoluted way to figure out where God wanted me to do my career, but that's how I ended up in emergency medicine, and I ended up in the right place because that's really where my heart has been.
So obviously you have a great deal of passion for what your work is.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, and I appreciate that, but doctor, if you would look at, and I don't mean to be snotty, but if you would look at exhibit number 189, my question was on your curriculum vitae, which you prepared, it shows that your rotation in forensic medicine was in 1988, right?
Okay, yeah, 1988. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Thank you.
And it's in February.
All right. So it was in February, but it wasn't for a whole year.
No, it was a 1-month rotation.
Oh, okay. So during this 1 month rotation, every student, so you're still kind of a student. You're a doctor, but still a student of medicine when you're a resident, right?
I'm still a student of medicine. I'll be a student of medicine till the day I stop.
I mean, good answer.
Well, just like everybody's a student of life and I'm a student of law, your experience back in 1988 when you did this 1 month rotation was you were much earlier in your studies during that period of time.
Oh, absolutely. I wish I was that young now.
Don't we all, doctor? In any event.
They could be objecting to her commentary. She shouldn't be making fucking commentary like that. She goes a bit far here.
During this 1 month rotation, the residents who are in a very early part of their training, this was the first year of your residency, right?
87 was the first year of my residency.
Okay, so it's the second year, you do 1 month rotation, and you're supposed to present a paper at that time, right?
Well, we present a paper during our residency.
Yeah,
and
everybody
the presentation.
does that.
Yes.
Right? That's a requirement of your training.
Correct.
Right? So
And she's also interrupting him and cutting him off.
over 30 years ago, during a 1 month rotation, you did a presentation, and it wasn't just about knife wounds, it was about gunshot wounds too.
Correct.
Right? And there's a lot of gunshot wounds in Detroit.
Yes.
Big
And
city,
she
lots.
really loves to bring up this whole thing about Detroit. I don't even know what her point is. Again, this is all just so far afield to me.
Lots of homicides, right?
Right.
Lots of fatal stabbings,
Yes.
lots of force.
I will just say, because this is just annoying me, like, she's going to end up spending this. He's on, like I said, he's on the stand up to where I am in the trial. He's on the stand longer than anybody so far in the trial. Okay. And so he's on cross for a lot longer than direct. It ends up feeling really exhaustive, in my opinion. And there's some points that she wants to make when it comes to the nature of the wounds and the being self-inflicted. Like I've kind of pointed out, right? They've got a strategy they're going to try to go with. But by the time she gets there, she has spent so much time on this other area. I don't even know what to call it. It's just this area that's irrelevant to me. Like, again, trying to impeach his training or experience. It's just like, this is stupid. This is not an expert witness. This is a treating ER doctor. You know, it's like by the time she gets to the points where she could actually make points, I mean, I would think the jury might be tuning her out a little bit. So I'll be curious to see what you guys think. Do you think it's effective? Do you think, you know, if you were on this jury, would you still be listening? You know, I mean, I think maybe she could have done better if she wanted to make these irrelevant points, which she shouldn't, but maybe to start out with the other points, right? The ones that are more important in regards to the injuries, unless she doesn't have any confidence in what she's going to be able to elicit in terms of the testimony from this doctor. If she doesn't have any confidence in that, then maybe that's on purpose. Maybe that's why she starts out with all this irrelevant stuff. Maybe she wants the jury to tune it out and then not pay attention to the, you know, I don't know. We'll see what you guys think.
Yes.
You left Detroit in 1990. It was about
Yes.
1990?
Yes.
And since then, you have practiced basically in much smaller communities, right?
Correct.
So you practiced in the small community of Rock Island, Illinois.
Like, why? I'm sorry. Like, why do we need to talk about? She's going to go through all the communities where he's practiced medicine and the size of them, which is completely subjective. I mean, what? Are we going to have to get into like the census data, like population per square mile? I mean, how are you even qualifying any of it? And these are places in other states that no one in the jury is even familiar with. I just don't. I just think this is and I don't know why the prosecution's not objecting and just being like, this is completely irrelevant. But whatever.
Couple of years.
Correct.
Then you moved on for several years in Iowa and the small communities of Adamwam,
Ottumwa, Iowa.
Ottumwa, thank you.
Well, actually, just to clarify, is that my wife was doing her fellowship at the University of Iowa in Iowa City, and I worked for a contract group that basically contracted with ERs around Iowa. The first year I was in Rock Island, Illinois, and the contract group that I worked with lost their contract because they couldn't recruit people to Rock Island, Illinois. People didn't want to live there. So I ended up then working for a contract group in Iowa that basically covered ERs in Waterloo, Ottumwa, Dubuque, and I worked in those different ERs.
Right, that's what I was going to ask you. You were in Ottumwa, Waterloo, and Dubuque, all smaller communities, right?
Yes. And then at that same time, because I like to work with residents and teach, I also took a teaching position with the University of Illinois in Peoria and actually taught there. And I would go down there frequently and work in their ER and teach as well.
And Peoria is also a smaller community than Detroit, right?
Well, it's smaller than Detroit, but it's a fairly big community.
Well, it's like more like the size of Green Bay, right?
I don't know exact population.
Well, after you were done.
I mean, they could be objecting. How beyond the scope, beyond everything, beyond my ability to even have any patience for it. I mean, no, she doesn't even know. She's just guessing. This is so stupid. It's like, if she really wants to bring in, like, I don't know why it fucking matters, but like, if you really want to get into the population density of certain cities, you need to bring in an expert that can talk about that. Now, why would you do that? I have no idea. But like that, they could. Like that could be, you know, I mean, but again, it's just like, this is just pointless. So
Working in the ERs in these small communities, you then worked in a small community of Sturgeon Bay and then somewhat bigger Green Bay for a couple of years in the late 90s, right?
Right.
That's 20 years ago.
oh my God.
Yes.
And since then, you've never worked anywhere as large as Green Bay,
No.
right? Then you worked in Portage, Wisconsin, also a smaller community for about 5 years.
Large how? Large? She doesn't even specify what large means. This is insane.
Correct.
Then you also worked in the small communities of Stevens Point and Merrill, Wisconsin?
Well, and Cordy's at Stevens Point in that area.
Correct. And
Yeah.
Stevens Point is smaller than Eau Claire?
Yes,
Then you
By
come
what
to Eau Claire in
metric?
2017?
yes.
And that's the biggest place you've been since Detroit, right?
Biggest place. I hate this. I don't know. I will say I hate that the prosecution's not objecting for so many reasons. There's so many reasons they should be objecting.
Now, you don't have a lot of homicides coming into the emergency room in Eau Claire, do you?
No, not a lot.
She could have skipped all that and just started with that question. None of that was
You
necessary.
don't have a lot of knife wounds coming in.
That's all she needed to get.
I
She did not
guess,
need any of that.
nope.
Okay. Now,
I guess the question comes, knife
Doctor,
wounds.
I don't want to be rude, but I'm supposed to ask a question and then you're supposed to answer them. And I don't mean to be rude, but
You do.
if we could just proceed that way, I would appreciate it.
Well, sure, I'd appreciate the opportunity to answer the question correctly, too.
Oh, okay. Well, if you feel you didn't answer it correctly before and you'd like to correct yourself, please, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Well, the thing is when you say, did I see a lot of knife wounds? Knife wounds is a generic statement. I see utility knife wounds. I see self-inflicted wounds. I see occasional stab wounds. So I still see a fair number of knife wounds. So I wanted to correct that statement. I'm sorry.
Okay. But these horrible defensive wounds that you've seen, you mostly saw that working in Detroit, right?
Most of them there, yes. I've seen them since then, but most of them were there.
All right. And
I would say a defensive wound in Detroit is the same as a defensive wound in Timbuktu, and the same as a defensive wound on the Bermuda Triangle. So I don't know what difference it makes.
as far as,
Not like
let's
there's
see, I
different
think,
places.
1 minute. You assumed that the wounds to Miss McCandless's hands could not be defensive wounds because they were superficial, right?
Well, actually, the reason I thought that they weren't, I had no reason to think necessarily that they were necessarily defensive wound. I came in with a clean slate. I looked at a patient that came in with an alleged sexual assault that could have been assaulted by someone
Yes.
else.
Good answer.
And actually, the surprise to me was the wounds looked to me like they were self-inflicted when I saw the wounds on her arm. Then when I looked at her hand and saw 3 parallel superficial wounds, those all looked like they were created by the same hand, and they were all very superficial. They were not consistent with what I've seen or been taught in the past,
Good
where if
answer.
somebody grabbed a knife, they would have a deep wound, and to have 3 superficial wounds right next to each other would be incredibly unusual grabbing a knife. And then to see other superficial wounds, they all fit the pattern. It's just like defensive wounds fit a pattern. Most defensive wounds are on the arm because people on the extensor surface of the arm because they're trying to protect themselves from somebody stabbing themselves or slashing at them with a knife, or even shooting at them. They hold up their arm to try and protect themselves. So patterns are important in trying to understand what creates a wound.
So when you grab a knife, you cut yourself deeply, right?
Most likely, yes.
But if you reach for a knife and touch it and maybe move your hand, but you don't grab it, you're not going to get that deep kind of wound you're talking about. Fair?
I guess.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now,
Uh,
your opinion is that when somebody is attacking somebody a knife, they're using a great deal of force, right?
It gets
Typically.
wild.
And typically, when they're using so much force, the knife is going in pretty deeply when they're attacking somebody, right?
Well, there's going to be very the thing is the circumstances are completely uncontrolled, so there's going to be varying depths
Yes.
of wounds in an assault attack.
And often you will see hilt marks from a knife.
That's when the knife's been, what the hilt of the knife is a very, you know how the blade comes and ends? That hilt is a tip of the knife. It's kind of the thing that will protect your hand from sliding onto the blade. And when somebody has a deep wound that the knife stabbed all the way in down to that hilt gives me a clue that that knife went all the way in. So that tells me that there's likely deep organs that are injured. So we always look for that.
So, that's another thing, again, thinking about Idaho with BK. All this, again, is going to be probably very relevant, I would think, when we get to that trial.
That kind of pattern in a wound to see if there's been a hilt
I would
wound or an
imagine
abrasion
those.
from a knife, because then that tells me, boy, that knife, depending on how
I would imagine there's going to be hilt marks there.
long it is, really went into the body. So that's why I think she's referring to the hilt wound.
Well, I'm referring to it because when you testified previously, you said that most stabbings occur with a lot of force, right? right?
Yes.
And when they happen with a lot of force, there's a hilt wound. You said that before, correct?
Yeah, if the knife goes all the way down to the hilt, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And just like before, when you testified, I asked you, you can have superficial wounds and defensive wounds, correct?
Correct.
Remember saying that?
Mm-hmm.
And you agreed with that can happen, that it's certainly possible, right?
Yep, I agree that it's possible, yes.
And so in your practice in all of these various small towns, as opposed to your first few years in Detroit, kind of some people call it the murder capital of America, you've seen a lot less of these very intense
I object.
stab wound fights, right?
That's correct.
A lot of times what you've seen are in fact accidents, right?
Correct.
And, farmers, other people, factory workers come in, they've had accidents with wounds, right?
Correct.
Okay. So after the boy wound, and after you looked at the other wounds, your opinion was that they were consistent with a self-inflicted injury, right?
Correct.
But they also can be consistent with being inflicted by another person, right?
No.
All right. So there is nowhere in medical literature that you can cite to that would definitively state that these kinds of wounds are always done by another person, right?
I'm afraid I don't understand your question.
All right. Well, let me ask you this.
She's trying to get this in another way. Here to answer.
Before you became a witness in this case,
A witness?
you wrote a medical record, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And in that medical record,
Trying to follow
you
it.
dictated your impressions about this case.
Correct.
You did that right after you saw Miss McCandless, right?
Correct.
And you only seen her once.
Correct.
Wasn't for that long, right?
Correct.
Her care was turned
She's switching gears to trying to impeach him with something he wrote in his notes, it sounds like.
over to other people after you saw her as a patient in the emergency room.
Yes.
Right? You noted that she was very distraught when you saw her.
Yes.
She was shaking in bed.
Yes.
Now, you said the police.
So she didn't get an answer she wanted because she's switching gears completely here. That's interesting.
Brought her in, right?
Correct.
But by custody, you don't mean she was under arrest. You just mean she was with the police,
Right.
right?
Correct.
And people were with her at all times.
Yes.
Right? She wasn't left alone.
Not that I'm aware of.
Even when she went and changed into a hospital gown, they
Not-
were with her. Right?
I wasn't with her at that time, so I can't speak to that.
Okay. And you don't personally know whether.
So this is something I'm still trying to figure out as I've been listening to this trial and editing this trial and watching it. The defense, both defense attorneys come back to this issue a whole lot of Ezra being left alone or not. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what the deal is with that. Like, I don't know. The state doesn't seem to, like, it seems to only come from the defense of, like, trying to say she was not left alone. I can't tell if they're trying to say, like, she wasn't left alone as in that was a bad thing for her, or if that was a good thing for her because it means she was supervised. Like, I don't know if it's like I think we don't have enough information to understand it yet, but that's to me where this gets annoying, right? I can't stand it when attorneys do this. It's like attorneys, when they get too wrapped up and they can't see the forest through the trees. Let me elaborate on what I mean here. So essentially, this is just my thought, is that there's some reason why this matters, but we don't know it yet. We may not learn it until, who knows, way on down the trial. But because the attorneys already know the thing that why this matters, they don't remember that the jury doesn't know. So these questions don't mean anything, right? If you don't have context, like, there's no point. But so I don't know if it's going to be something like where later on it comes up that Ezra could have potentially done something. I don't even know what, because we don't have enough information. That she could have done something during this time in the hospital. I don't know what. But that it would have been impossible to do if she was constantly supervised. That's one theory, one thought. Or is it going to be that they're going to try to say that, I mean, my thought would be that it would be bad to say she was left alone because if you're on the defense, because the defense is like going with this idea she's traumatized, she's a victim, blah, blah. It's like, but you left her alone and she didn't have anyone there. You just support her. I don't know, right? So I don't know. We'll see. But I just wanted to point it out because you're going to hear this come up a lot. And I'm curious what you guys think.
She stepped on a scale to be weighed. You just know that was her noted weight, right?
Correct.
That could have been taken off her driver's license.
I have no idea who put it in there or what was put on there. I didn't document that.
Okay. So, when a patient is injured and distraught, one doesn't necessarily say, hey, get on the scale, right? I mean, that doesn't always necessarily happen.
Well, again,
Doctor, that doesn't always necessarily happen, right?
right, no, we don't always get all the vital signs, no.
Okay. So she was also rating her pain in the genital area as being very high, correct?
She, actually, I don't recall her rating her pain there. Let me look at my record.
Look at page 191.
Counsel, just remind you, please don't overtalk the witness.
Thank
Just,
you,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I know it, just
He finally intervened. I pointed this out 20 minutes ago maybe of her talking over him. I'm glad he finally said something.
calm down.
Okay. Number one.
Oh, let me rewind that. She's getting in trouble. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I love it so much. She really does not like this doctor. And yeah.
Under the note on the very first page, doctor. I'm sorry.
Well, again,
Doctor, that doesn't always necessarily happen, right?
right, no, we don't always get all the vital signs, no.
Okay. So she was also rating her pain in the genital area as being very high, correct?
She, actually, I don't recall her rating her pain there. Let me look at my record.
Look at page 191.
counsel, just remind you, please don't overtalk the witness. Just,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I know it, just calm down.
Okay. Page 191.
You guys.
She was
Dude,
complaining-
Judge Peterson is my favorite. I want to hear that one more time. I wish we could see their faces. I'm trying to picture their faces. I imagine she's like, oh, who else would do that thing where they're like over the top like that? Like that attorney. Okay, I don't know if you guys saw the trial for oh my gosh, what is it? Jennifer Crumbly. Her attorney would do that. So you remind me of that. I'm picturing that type of thing where it's like, I'm so sorry, it's like so over the top. She must have been like making a face or a gesture. It was like so over the top. And then he's just like, calm down. Dude, I love it. Let's listen one more time.
Right?
Correct.
That could have been taken off her driver's license.
I have no idea who put it in there or what was put on there. I didn't document that.
Okay. So, when a patient is injured and distraught, one doesn't necessarily say, hey, get on the scale, right? I mean, that doesn't always necessarily happen.
Well, again,
Doctor, that doesn't always necessarily happen, right?
right, no, we don't always get all the vital signs, no.
Okay. So she was also rating her pain in the genital area as being very high, correct?
She, actually, I don't recall her rating her pain there. Let me look at my record.
Look at page 191.
Counsel, just remind you, please don't overtalk the witness. Just,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I know it, just calm down.
Okay. Page 191.
Oh God, I love it.
She was complaining of genital pain. If you look under the note on the very first page, doctor. I'm sorry. These are the notes by the nurse.
Sure. Okay, this is by the nurse, correct.
The nurse noted that she complained of genital pain and she was feeling it was a 10 out of 10 at that point, right?
That's what she told the nurse.
And we all agree pain is subjective,
Correct.
right? Some people have very high pain tolerances, right?
Correct.
Some people have low pain tolerances.
So I just have to point out, he got the better of that, and it sucks because that doesn't get acknowledged. Like, in other words, she was trying to impeach him and say and she was saying to him, her initial question was that this doctor, she was saying to the doctor, you noted that her pain was a 10 out of 10 or whatever. And he's like, no, I don't think I did. She goes to impeach him with this record, but the record reflects that the nurse is the one who took that, which makes sense, right? In other words, that's not a question he asked. That's what the nurse wrote down. And so he even answers, he's like, yeah, that's what the nurse wrote down, but she doesn't acknowledge that to be like, oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Like, so that just kind of sucks, but it is what it is, So she didn't impeach him, but they're never going to say, oh, I failed at my impeaching. They're just going to try to act like it worked,
Right. What's a 2 to me could be a 10 to you or vice versa.
I agree.
And you also had a history of the present illness written down, right? And on the next page.
Correct.
And what you noted was that she was found out in a field running around.
That's what I was told by the police.
Okay. And so you don't know if that's actually accurate or not, you just know the police told you that,
I
right?
just reflect the history. The history is what people tell me, and I try and document that as best I can.
That's fine. And what you also documented
Rude.
was that,
Rude.
and looking at the very last line in the history section, that she could not tell you whether she was assaulted or not, but she thought she might have been, right?
Correct.
Now, you went ahead and had some other...
Guys, do you all agree? This doctor, oh God, that was not, there we go. It's better. This doctor was a treating physician who cared for her Ezra. It's clearly he has a lot of compassion. He saw her as a victim. Do y'all agree? Like, if it were me, if I was a defense attorney, I would take a different approach. And there's that approach you can do where you try to use a witness to use it to your advantage, right? Where it's like you use their expertise and you use their credibility to say, yeah, like, look how credible they are, and then you get testimony that benefits you instead of trying to impeach them and argue with them and whatever it is. It's like this strategy of being so combative. This is, I don't know. I feel like the jury probably really likes this witness. And again, this is a doctor who cared for Ezra. If you're trying to come in and be like, yes, if you're the defense attorney, and you're like, yeah, my client, was a victim of an assault, blah, blah. One of the best witnesses for you could be the treating ER doctor, right? Who saw her as a victim. I don't know why you would go. I mean, why not go that route? And, we're all on the same page here, that type of thing, right?
Vital signs taken. If you look at page 68, there's like her temperature, her pulse, et cetera, right? Fair? On the bottom of page 68?
Yes.
All right. And there, under those vital signs, it says temperature, pulse rate, correct?
Correct.
Heart rate is blank, meaning there was no heart monitor on, I'm assuming, compared to pulse?
Well, it's just the way that it documents the pulses. If somebody checks a pulse and documents it versus heart rate if they take it off the monitor.
And her blood pressure was 137/69?
Yes.
And then you have the section on the physical examination, right?
Yes.
You said she was anxious
Is that she doesn't listen to his answers either.
and
I hate that. That bothers me.
intermittently tearful.
Yes.
Then turning to the next page, this is the picture with the not so great mouse drawing that is the fault of medical records, right?
Rude.
Well, you can draw a better picture with a mouse.
Yeah. Dude, she's really, man, I don't like it at all. I feel bad for him, man. I don't think he deserves this type of treatment on cross, honestly. And I just don't think it's a good strategy. And I don't think she's gaining any headway here. And I just find it very off-putting.
Unfortunately, doctor, I'm not really in a position to do that because I'm not too good at it either.
Objectionable. She shouldn't be making commentary.
As you look down that paragraph, you made some notes about her abrasions and lacerations to her left arm with the boy comment, right? And that there were crossed lines like a triangle with the word boy, this pattern injury, right?
Yes.
And then you also mention the lines in the right thigh that we've talked about, right?
Yes.
The lines on the groin area that we've talked about, right?
Yes.
The abrasion on her right abdomen.
Yes.
And then the very next word is these wounds look like they could be self-inflicted.
Yes.
You didn't choose to write were self-inflicted when you did your medical record right at the time.
Correct.
And you also then used the word consistent with self-inflicted, right?
I believe so.
Very next line, you talked about in the psychiatric that her mood was anxious, she was tearful, right?
Correct.
She was slow and withdrawn, right?
Correct.
You said her cognition and her memory were impaired.
Right.
She did not express any homicidal or suicidal ideation, so she wasn't expressing she wanted to kill anybody else or herself for that
Correct.
matter, right? But she did have abnormal recent memory.
Right. She said she didn't remember what happened.
Now, turning to page 72 on the bottom, DOJ 72.
Yes.
Your job was done pretty early, and then you turned her over to another doctor, right?
Right.
And that doctor was Dr. Paul Horvath?
Correct.
And he is actually a medical doctor, what you called allopathic medicine, right?
Yes, he has an MD degree, correct.
And then he has a note that starts with the words, care of patient transferred to me by Dr. Tillotson.
I mean,
right?
Again, they're using that same word. I'm sure some of you guys watching know what allopathic means. I don't know what that means. I feel like they should have defined it at this juncture if they're using it again. Yeah.
Yes.
And what he wrote is there's a question if the wounds may be self-inflicted. Correct?
Correct.
So that night there was a question about what was going on, right?
Right.
Now, generally speaking, in medical diagnoses, you've been a doctor a long time.
Dude, I'm just
some cases are easy and some cases are difficult. Would that be fair to say?
Well,
Yes.
Okay. And when you have a difficult case medically, sometimes you have to call in other people to make a diagnosis, right?
Yes.
Sometimes there's information that comes in later,
Yes.
and that information that comes in later can change a diagnosis.
You know what this is feeling like to me? This is feeling like she did not know how to approach, she didn't know what strategy to use with this witness, and so she's trying everything. This feels to me very scattered. It feels very combative. It feels combative, but it also feels disorganized. And it feels like she's not making her point, so she's just moving on, bam, 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 bam. But it just feels, but that's where it's like the kitchen sink approach, right? Is what I'm getting. Like she's just trying everything. When again, I think you could have just taken this a sort of streamlined approach of let's say we're all friends here. We're all on the same side as was a victim. Go that route, and just have him talk about the wounds and ask questions that would have him describe them. If you can focus on her injuries, it's going to make her seem like more of a victim, right? I mean, I don't know. Just again, these are just my thoughts. Squirrel thoughts.
Yep.
Because although first impressions are often correct in medicine, they're not always correct, right?
Correct.
And that's why people get second opinions, for example, right?
Yes.
I mean, sometimes a doctor will say, well, you have cancer, you should have a mastectomy, and then another doctor will come in and might say something different, right?
Yes.
And in fact, if you had a serious medical condition, you would go get a second opinion, wouldn't you?
Depends on whether I thought the initial opinion was right or not.
Okay, but you have some specialized information because you're a doctor, right?
Right.
You would certainly tell a patient if they didn't agree with your opinion to go get a second opinion, right?
Yeah, certainly that's their option, absolutely.
Okay, and I mean, you know a lot, but you're not the end-all or be-all of medicine, not to offend you or anything.
Oh, I'm not offended. I'm not perfect, and I realize that.
Do you read the New York Times?
No.
Okay, so you're not familiar with the column in the New York Times where they talk about difficult cases and how there's always a wrong diagnosis, but
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, but you're aware of cases where there's an initial diagnosis. It's very puzzling to people, right?
Right.
People don't know what's going on, right? And then after a series of time, more information is gathered, right?
Right.
More medical tests are done.
Correct.
More information is from a patient.
I have to imagine that this judge was so relieved that they objected. He's probably just, if I were this judge, I'd be sitting there like, why are they not objecting? Why are they not objecting? And you can't, the judge, there's not much he can do. He has to wait for an objection. But I don't know why they didn't object sooner before. They could have objected even before she got to the New York Times, which, what the fuck? Like that's the thing. If you don't object, she's going to keep going until before you know she's talking about the New York Times, right? Like that's why you need to object sooner with her, I think, is what I'm thinking. If I were involved, I'd be like, yeah, you need to object sooner with her, before you know it, we're going to be talking about, New York Times.
Correct?
Correct.
And if a patient has amnesia, they may be able to fill in details at a later date that they can't initially give somebody.
That's
Correct?
true.
If a person is suffering from post-traumatic stress or dissociative disorder, they may give information later once that disorder has cleared up, right?
Yes.
And you know that diagnosis happens when people come in who've been through traumatic experiences, right?
Yes.
So certainly more information from the patient, in this case Ms. McCandless, if given more information, there would be an opportunity to further reflect upon a diagnosis, right?
Yes.
And to give more information. Doctor, do you know what BDSM is?
I'm not sure what you mean when you say BDSM.
Who had that? Who had that on their bingo card? Who had that on their bingo card?
Well, some people call it bondage,
Fucking hell.
dominance, sadism, and masochism.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Oh my god.
Do you know what BDSM is?
No.
All right. So you've never seen a patient come in to your emergency room who has had injuries as a result of a type of sexual practice called BDSM, have you?
No.
No.
So that's something you're completely unfamiliar with.
Objection.
No, I've never dealt with it, no.
All right. Nor have you apparently read any medical journals about it
No.
or anything in any continuing
Objection, ask
medical
the answer.
education seminar? You haven't had that?
No.
So BDSM is pretty rare, must be pretty rare in the Eau Claire area if you've never seen a patient like that,
Objection.
right?
Argumentative.
Probably, yes.
And pretty rare in all these other smaller communities you've worked in. You've never seen that
Objection,
before, right?
argumentative,
Correct.
speculation.
So if it's more common, one might see that more if they had worked for a long time, let's say in a larger city. Fair?
I don't know if they'd see it more or
Oh,
not.
here we go with
Okay.
the large city again.
But
here we go with the large city.
When you were in training, BDSM was not something you were ever trained about, right?
Correct.
You've heard of the movie
Objection.
50 Shades of Grey?
I've heard
Oh
of the
my
movie. I've
god.
never.
Objection. Oh my god. Did you guys hear that question? Hold on. I'm going to replay that because I probably talked over it. Let's just make sure everyone heard that part. Holy fuck. Another crazy moment here.
BDSM is pretty rare, must be pretty rare in the Eau Claire area if you've never seen a patient like that, right?
Probably, yes.
And pretty rare in all these other smaller communities you've worked in. You've never seen that before, right?
Correct.
So if it's more common, one might see that more if they had worked for a long time, let's say in a larger city. Fair?
I don't know if they'd see it more or not.
Okay. But when you were in training, BDSM was not something you were ever trained about, right?
Correct.
You've heard of the movie 50 Shades of Grey?
I've heard of the movie. I've never seen it.
Okay, neither have I.
What's up?
But you've heard it's a well-selling movie and book, right?
I don't know much about it. to be
Okay, so
honest
you
with
didn't know that that very popular book and movie were about BDSM, right?
Objection, relevance, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
Sustained on that
Thank
ground.
God.
Now,
Enough about.
you've never heard of a kind of BDSM called edge play?
I swear to God, I'm gonna lose my
No.
mind.
So you're not aware that in BDSM, somebody's supposed to have a safe word?
Can I
Again, I-
get a safe word to get her to stop talking right now? I'm so over this.
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Or that when people do something that's a little edgier in BDSM, that there's no
Your
safe
Honor,
word?
I'm going to object. This
Thank you.
witness has said he doesn't know about this area.
I
and
know.
I'm going to sustain, and I think
Thank
you're.
you.
Judge, I'd like to be heard at sidebar.
Fucking hell.
All right.
Edge play. I just have one more question about that. You've never heard of a subset of that then called knife play, right?
No.
You're not familiar with it.
No.
So you would agree that the wounds that you saw are from somebody laying very still, correct? You talked about how
Yes.
if somebody self-inflicts a wound, they have a lot of control, so they can do something like not move their arm, right?
Correct.
And it's also consistent with somebody laying very still and having these marks carved in them by another person, right?
The ones that I saw don't seem to be consistent with that.
If a person,
One thing I will say, just from a strategy point here, as if there wasn't enough wrong with it anyway, because of like the fact that this doctor doesn't know anything about BDSM and she still wants to talk about it. So this defense attorney is wanting to, I guess, sort of suggest that some of the cuts on Ezra were consensual because of BDSM potentially. Knife play, she's saying, okay? And that's why there's some cuts that are like that are there. But also, she started out with, I think we can all agree that the boy on the arm is self-inflicted. So is she going a route of some of her cuts are self-inflicted and some are not self-inflicted? They're from Alex, but they weren't Alex in a knife battle. They were consensual from BDSM. Like, pardon me? Like, what? Because I thought, wasn't the whole initial story that there was a knife fight? I mean, it was. Again, we're going to listen to some of those opening statements again to review certain parts of it next time. But, I mean, and I understand, right? We know that common defense strategies include just poking holes, right? Just offering alternatives. And that's normally what you would have. However, this is a bit different because in this case, there's an affirmative defense. as in self-defense, right? There's an affirmative defense. So having like, I think that, again, there's a similarity here with Karen Reed, right? That they can't just say, it could have been this, it could have been that, it could have been blah, blah, right? They have to have they had an affirmative defense as well. And so, so I think that this doesn't work very well for them. I think they need to pick one and go with it. Either Ezra got all these cuts from BDSM, in which case it was Alex who cut her, but it was consensual, right? Or it was a knife fight for her life, and she got cuts from Alex and they weren't consensual. Or it was Ezra doing it to herself. I mean, right? I mean,
Was very still. Took a
well,
knife.
I guess actually there's Ezra doing it to herself to stage a crime scene, or there's Ezra doing it to herself because of the trauma. But if you're the defense, you would go with the latter, right? Maisha, happy to hear from you, my friend. If the strategy is to be annoying, she's succeeding. Yep, I know. Back to lurking. Don't go back to lurking. I miss you.
And held it still by another person.
Oh, it's about to go off the rails, though. Sorry. It's about to go off the rails. Let me get my goat ready. It's about to go off the fucking rails. This is insane. Y'all have never seen anything like this before, and you probably never will again. Let me just say. Prepare thyself.
The pen is closed.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Oops, sorry, man. We're not going to have the doctor drawing on counsel.
Let me rewind
Well, he
that.
wasn't going to draw on me because the pen isn't on.
This is insane.
Took a knife and held it still by another person. We'll just have you try it on me. The pen is closed.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Incredible.
Oops, sorry, man. We're not going to have the doctor drawing on counsel.
Well, he wasn't going to draw on me because the pen isn't on.
No, stop.
I wasn't going to draw on me.
Okay, well, I think we get the point,
All
counsel.
right. The point is that you could take that, I could hold my arm very still, and you could put in straight lines on my arm,
Oh
right?
my God.
That's called surgery. We have patients very still to be able to put controlled lines in.
Right.
So yes, actually.
The point there is that they're still enough to be able to do that because they're under anesthesia. That's his point.
They can be done that way.
Well, it's called BDSM too, isn't it?
No,
Objection.
no, ask the
Sustained.
answer. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind.
The wounds you see in the genital area are also consistent with somebody laying very still and not moving while someone else lightly runs a knife over them. By lightly, I mean they didn't go way past the skin and have the skin open up, right?
I don't think they're consistent with that because they're located from the right hand. They curve up the way a hand would do that on that side. It's maybe somebody left-handed backwards kind of contorting a knife that way might be able to do it, but that seems kind of unusual. You know, my opinion is that these were self-inflicted based on the location, the fact there were multiple superficial wounds in places like the lateral thigh, on the palm, and with this, they were all consistent with that same pattern. That's why I have the opinion that I have. I'm not aware of any of this other stuff. I had to evaluate my patient who came in, who had a severe traumatic event, who came in with what was clearly what looked like self-inflicted wounds in the form of words. All of these were very consistent with that. That led to my opinion that they needed to have further evaluation.
Doctor, can I have the court reporter please read back my question? Because I've actually forgotten it now. I'm sorry.
The wounds you see in the genital area are also consistent with someone laying very still and not moving while someone else lightly runs a knife over them. By lightly, I mean they did not go past the skin and have the skin open up, right?
So that's true. They are consistent with that as well.
And I said no. The answer to the question was no.
In your opinion, they're not consistent, but
It's like, is that any better for you now? It reminds me of Deputy Heard when Johnny Depp, or what is it specifically? I'm trying to remember. Rottenborn and Depp are going at it, and then I forget what the answer is specifically. I'm sure Maisha remembers, but and he's like, he answers that, and it's like, is that any better for you? You know? So you wanted to hear. Oh, what was it? It's when they're talking about the train ride and shit with his face, that Orient Express. Anyway, yeah.
you weren't in the back seat of the car.
Correct.
Right? Where Ezra McCandless was cut by that knife, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Facts not evidence. Objection assumes facts not evidence.
Assumes facts not in evidence.
Yes.
Sustained.
You weren't present when Ezra McCandless received the cuts to her body.
Correct.
Were you, ma'am?
You have not seen a videotape of what's happened.
I have not.
She didn't tell you what happened.
Correct.
Thank you.
And we all agree.
I knew Maisha would come through for me on this. She said, yeah, Miss Hurd hit me. Is that better? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Maisha. That's exactly what I was looking for, that part.
Medical diagnoses can shift when other information is presented.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You haven't been given any further information since your day in the emergency room, right?
That's correct. My
You can tell the judge is done with her. You hear how quickly he's sustained. Because usually when we hear objections, he's like, well, he thinks about it, and he doesn't, and he's thought it's appropriate. He's appropriately thoughtful. You hear how quick he is to sustain. He's done.
medical opinion is based on the patterns of the wounds all fitting into the same scenario.
Dr. Tillotson, you were asked some questions about the fact that you are not a paid expert witness in this case, right?
Correct.
But it's fair to say you have gotten
Who's going to go here, even though this is pointless, dude?
paid for all of your time in this case, right?
No, it's not.
You're not being paid while you testify?
No.
All right. You are a salaried employee of the Mayo Clinic, right?
Correct.
And you are being paid your salary, correct?
I'm paid my salary for the shifts that I work.
Okay.
If I work additional shifts, I get paid more. I did not get paid when I was here in March. As far as I know, I'm not paid now. I don't submit anything to get paid.
So you have to come here because you've received a subpoena, right?
Correct.
And you yourself have done other things for pay, like teaching, right?
I have, yes.
And consulted with other lawyers when they wanted to consult with you, right?
Yes.
And just because a lawyer consults with you or pays you doesn't mean that an opinion's not truthful, right?
What?
Correct?
Again,
Objection unintelligible.
I can't say with 100% certainty. Most of the time, I would imagine that people would not compromise their opinion for money, but some people will.
Yeah, she's asking him to speculate on expert witnesses, which he's not there as an expert. And why should he be objection, speculation, and all, and stop.
Okay, but you're not aware of any other emergency room doctors.
What is this? This goes so far afield, man. I gotta get my goat ready. This is insane. This is so insane. This is so insane. She's about to ask him to speculate on other emergency room doctors. Dude, I cannot.
In Wisconsin who compromise their opinions for money, are you?
I don't know of anyone right offhand.
Okay.
Objection, speculation.
And certainly people testify in cases all the time and they're paid for their time, right?
Right.
Because you're a fact witness, meaning you were in the emergency room getting paid for your time, you have to come and testify when given a subpoena, right?
Correct.
Paid or not.
The other
Correct.
Right? Not
the other thing that is the stupid about this. You know what else is stupid about this? This is stupid. Because we already know, because we've heard from opening statements that they are going to have expert witnesses that they're going to bring in. The defense is going to bring in expert witnesses to testify about trauma and PTSD and all this stuff. Okay. If you're on the jury and you've never served on a jury and you don't watch trials, and as was the case, I'm sure with most jurors on most trials, that they're going to come in and they're not going to have any background, right? They wouldn't know who gets paid and who doesn't get paid. And so in other words, so my point, this is the first time in this trial that there's been any discussion about somebody being paid to testify or to change their testimony or falsify testimony. And she's suggesting it when you know what they're going to be doing is bringing in expert witnesses. And why is it stupid? Because this is not an expert witness. He's here under subpoena. So she's just, dude, this is stupid. She's setting it up for... She's telling the jury, this guy's not changing his testimony. He's not a paid expert. He's not being paid to be here. But when we bring experts in, just be aware they could be lying because we're paying them, essentially, is what it's coming down to. Right. Thank you, Maisha. Quoting Camille, objection unintelligible. I don't understand the question. Yeah. Oh, I think I was going to go ahead and do a goat for good measure. Goat for good measure.
volunteer job.
Correct.
Okay. So let me ask you about self-inflicted wounds and people being in distress.
Don't.
Self-inflicted wounds can occur when people are in distress. I think you've testified to that.
Yes.
That people cut themselves, right?
Again,
Is that right?
I have to say again. So are we saying Ezra cut herself, or are we saying that it was knife play?
Correct.
And in this particular case, by the
Make
way,
up
you
your
did not
mind,
inspect
lady.
Miss McCandless's clothing,
Correct.
and so you don't know anything about clothing being cut through or not cut through in this particular case?
Correct.
Or whether some clothing has blood on it and other clothes doesn't it? Does not have.
That is one of the only good points I think she makes. And I think it's a good point because, again, I found it really impactful what he said at the beginning, it feels like a million years ago of Direct, when he was talking about how if you can't see what you're cutting, it would be really hard to have controlled cuts unless you were doing it to yourself. And he made the point about through the clothing, which I thought was really a great point that I hadn't thought of. But she comes back and says, well, you don't really know if it was through clothing. One could assume because it's cold outside, right? However, yes, we can't say we know for sure. He can't say he knows for sure. Now, what's great, what's great for the state is that, the jury's already seen pictures of her clothing and her clothing has cuts through it, right? So we know, and the jury knows that, yes, she was cutting through clothing. We know that there's cuts through her clothing, but it's true that he didn't know that at the time, right? So this is a good point that she's making. However, again, it doesn't really matter in the long run because we know she cut through the clothes. So
Blood on it, right?
Correct.
And any conclusions that can be drawn from Miss McCandless's clothing are kind of outside of your realm of what you worked on in this particular case, right?
Correct.
Now, although you're not aware of BDSM, you have heard of ritualistic wounds, right?
Correct.
And I'm again going to show you the transcript of your previous testimony in this case. So, I asked you, what you're saying is if someone is fighting back, that's unlikely, and that was referring, if you have a recollection, if you need to look earlier, let you know, that occurs to having these superficial wounds. That would be unlikely to get superficial wounds, right?
Right.
But at that time, I asked you, if someone is just laying there still, a different person could be inflicting wounds that include parallel lines or superficial, correct? And your answer was sure.
Yep.
Now, when you see people who've come in and cut themselves, many times they will.
I don't actually know, is Christian Grey, is that the Grey's, 50 Shades of Grey? I don't really actually know much at all about it, so.
Acknowledge that they've done it, right?
It varies. Actually, it's kind of interesting. One of the things they comment on this chapter here is it says patients with self-inflicted wounds may visit the emergency department. It says patients with self-inflicted wounds may visit the emergency department claiming an accident, self-defense, or assault. When the patient history, injuries, and forensic evidence are not consistent, the forensically informed emergency clinician is in a unique position to extrapolate the truth. So
Okay.
that
Doctor, I hate to interrupt you. Perhaps you misunderstood my question.
I don't think
Or
so.
perhaps I wasn't very clear then. What I asked you is when you are in the emergency room, not what you've read, but when you're in there, sometimes people will tell you why they cut themselves, right?
Sometimes they do. Yes.
Okay. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Sometimes,
But
yeah.
you certainly ask, right?
Yes.
And they'll typically tell you it's to relieve pain.
Sometimes they'll tell me it's to relieve pain.
And by that, it doesn't mean physical pain, it means psychic pain.
How is she speculating as to what other people say in a situation where she wasn't there and this entire thing's hypothetical? Like, what the fuck?
Right? Or
It could-
emotional pain.
Like she shouldn't.
Typically, yes.
And that can be pain from trauma, right?
Correct.
And that can also be pain.
They could be objecting here to foundation. Like her questions are just coming out of like her making shit up, basically.
Trauma can be from being attacked. We can all agree with that,
Yes.
right? Trauma can be for having to fight for your life. We can all agree with that, right?
Yes.
Trauma can be being cut with a knife in unwanted sexual activity, right?
It would be, yeah, I imagine.
And trauma can be a reason why a person.
So whatever she's gonna say, I don't know what she's gonna say, but whatever she's gonna say is important to her. And here's why. I'll back it up in a second so you guys can see. If you notice, she looks directly at the jury before she makes this last point. This was a point she really wants to make, and whatever it is, it's going to be important to her. Because watch her gesture here.
You're in there. Sometimes people will tell you why they cut themselves.
Sometimes
right?
they do. Yes.
Okay. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Sometimes,
But
yeah.
you certainly ask, right?
Yes.
And they'll typically tell you it's to relieve pain.
Sometimes they'll tell me it's to relieve pain.
And by that, it doesn't mean physical pain, it means psychic pain, right? or
It could-
emotional pain.
Typically, yes.
And that can be pain from trauma, right?
Correct.
And that can also be pain, trauma can be from being attacked. We can all agree with that,
Yes.
right? Trauma can be,
Aisha, I was thinking the exact same thing. Like, yep, trauma could be like what's happening right now. That's 100% sanity nuts. Yes.
for having to fight for your life. We can all agree with that, right?
Yes.
Trauma can be being cut with a knife in unwanted sexual activity, right?
It would be, I imagine.
And trauma can be
Yeah.
a reason
Yeah.
why a person would take a knife and write the word boy into their own arm,
That was the point she wanted to get to because you can tell she built her way up to it.
correct?
Yep.
At this time, I have no further questions.
All right, any redirect? Mr.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, let's just go to that last area you were being asked about. Could trauma be from killing someone?
Yes.
Oh man.
Let's go back a little bit. Can I?
Oh my God, look at his tie. Is it a camouflage tie? Is he wearing a camouflage tie? I'm going to lose my mind of how much I love him. I already loved him. I will lose my mind of how much I love him even more if that's a camouflage tie. And I think it is.
I have
Oh my God, it's like the forest or something is on there.
transcript counsel that you were using.
Oh my God, he's my favorite person. He's my
I should
favorite
review my own
person.
copy of counsel.
Well, Your Honor, if they're going to give it to the witness, that's fine. I'll use my copy, which is different.
Dude, remember, this is the beginning of day 5, people. This is the first witness.
Yeah, I don't want to be rude. If you want to take a look at it, I can go up there with you. right?
mine.
Okay.
Oh my
That's fine.
God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
This is an official court transcript I use, so I would ask.
They've done really well, I will say, up until now. Day 5, it's starting to go with the attorneys between each other. I mean, right? They've been working really well together. It's been really professional, and we're going to actually hear them comment on this when they get to the end of the day. Housekeeping. It's really interesting. Things are starting to get a little bit heated with the attorneys, which spicy.
Can you please refer to the official court transcript?
I am. I'm looking at document 299, which is the full transcript of that hearing,
I
as
love
opposed to
that.
a partial one.
I'm so excited for whenever we get to Ezra taking the stand and then we get to her cross. I mean, it's a long ways away, but y'all, him crossing her is the best thing that's ever happened.
Referring to the transcript, when we talk about it, let's just get context of
That's when he
the
became my
questions
favorite.
about the exam.
Even more my favorite.
We're on page 41 of document number 299.
And I have to say, I was thinking about this too, because you guys know how much I love Creighton crossing Alex. I think these two crosses are tied. Like when I think of in my mind of like great cross examinations when it comes to someone crossing the defendant, right, taking the stand. Like these two crosses are epic. They're on the stand for a long time, and they're very different styles, very different situations, but both are epic. So whenever we get there, I'm sure we'll talk about the similarities and differences and maybe watch some side-by-side footage, but they're very, we're talking about two very talented prosecutors who have a unique situation in their hands with a very difficult witness who's the defendant, right? And you're not in that position often where you're crossing a defendant taking the stand, and they've got someone who they know is going to be trying to be a master manipulator, and they're going to be lying, and they're going to be playing up to the jury and all this. And it's like, dude, it's like the epic battle. Remember in Murdoch, I call it the 4D chess match. It's like the 4D chess match here as well, but it's a very different approach, different strategy, but it's also a 4D chess match. It's awesome.
You were asked, after you had that initial discussion with her, what did you do next? And your answer was what? Can you just read that for us? Starting at line 25 of page 41 and continuing on to line 1 of page 42.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that there's a difference. The difference, though, because of the fact that it's a civil trial, right, is like going into a trial, you would know that because in a civil trial, right, you can call the other side, the other party. So like, for example, Johnny Depp and his attorney, like they could have called Amber as a witness. Both parties have access to call the other side at any time in their case in chief. And, they didn't call Amber. They waited for Amber to go. And that makes sense, right? Because then if you wait for them to call her on direct, then you can cross her. So but like they could have called her in their case in chief and it would have been a direct examination. So it would have been different. And that's why, so like you have that ability, but it's more strategically, it makes more sense to wait so that you can cross them. But my point is that, both sides know that they're going to be questioning the other party at least one time, if not more than one time. And they're prepared for that. And that's par for the course in a civil trial, unless they settle, right? Because most civil cases will settle. So like that would have been for both Johnny and Amber and all of their attorneys, they would be knowing that they would have been questioning, everyone's questioning everybody like that's just going into it, right? There's a lot of preparation. What's different with Creighton and with Mr. Dufour and what I'm referencing here is because it's different because it's a criminal trial. And the thing is that it's so rare for the defendant to take the stand. So it's unlike in a civil trial, they can't call the defendant, right? The prosecution can't. And as we know, the defendants are always told not to testify, right? Keep your mouth shut. I mean, that's really, and some just can't help themselves, right? Ezra, cough, cough, Ezra, cough, cough, Alex, right? And so, and actually the Robert Tellis trial, which started today, he's going to be taking the stand as well, because he's another one of those, right? So, but you don't always like this. It's like a once in a lifetime, right? It's like a once in a lifetime, really, that you get to cross a defendant, especially when it comes to a huge case. Like, I can only imagine what it was like for Creighton when it was confirmed that Alex was going to take the stand. It must have been Christmas. I mean, it's like, that's like your life. Like if it were me, it's like, that's the best moment of your life right there. And you're never going to get to do that again. Same thing here, right? Same thing here. Now, again, Mr. Dufour would have probably been expecting it a little bit more just because, again, they were doing an affirmative defense with the self-defense, which means that the defendants, in other words, Mr. Dufour probably, it's almost 100% right. She's going to have to testify because of their defense strategy. But with Murdoch, he didn't have to. And so they went back and forth and it wasn't decided right up until he testified whether or not he was going to. So Creighton, I'm sure, was prepared, but it wasn't a given. And honestly, you probably would have been thinking there's no way he's going to testify, right? Because he doesn't need to. And his attorneys are going to tell him not to. And he's an idiot if he does. And he should know better because he's an attorney. And then he did. And then he testified anyway. That's why it's so crazy. So yeah, so it's just, and the stakes are so high. The stakes are so high for the defendant on the stand in a criminal trial, right? Where it's like in a murder trial. I mean, so that it's just like the stakes are just so much higher for everybody, and it's just so much more rare. I guess that's kind of the difference. But 100%. I mean, yes, Camille's Cross is awesome. Yeah, I guess you think about these defendants that are on the stand, right? They're like fighting for their life, literally, right? And that's where it's just, and we also know that they've killed somebody. Well, I guess we don't know until the verdict, but in these trials are both over that I'm talking about. So yeah. Man, it's really insane to think about though. I can't wait till we get there though. Yeah.
Well, after the initial history, I did a physical exam on her.
Okay. So your answer on March 8th was you did a physical exam of her, correct?
Correct.
And that was before the SANE exam, correct?
Correct.
The portion that counsel was reading you about, what were you referring to when you said we didn't do that examination until the sexual assault nurse examiner is there?
That was a pelvic or the intimate exam.
Right.
So prior to the SANE nurse arriving, had you seen the marks on her left hand?
Yes.
And I will say part of the other reason why Camille's Cross is so great in terms of what makes that cross so engaging is again because there, while you don't have a defendant in terms of like the stakes are so high because of murder, like I was referencing with these criminal trials, with Amber, what you have is a narcissist who's also a quote unquote actress, right? So that is why it makes it so compelling, because she is trying to outsmart Camille, even though the stakes aren't as high, right? Because they're not like fighting for their life and it's not murder. But for Amber, in Amber's mind, the stakes are high, right? Because she wants to perpetuate her story and she wants to feel like she came out on top over Camille. She just wants to get the upper hand, even if she doesn't, and she wants to. So again, that's so for her it is. So that's why, and then of course the fact again that she's like a quote unquote actress, and doing all that.
Seeing the marks on her right thigh.
Yes.
You just hadn't at that point in time seen the ones on her pelvic area.
Correct.
There were a number of questions relating to exhibit number 195 and specifically page 2708 on there, characteristics of self-inflicted knife wounds. When you talked about those,
We're getting to the time period where we should see, I feel like we should be seeing Fender. I feel like we should be seeing maybe DP. Like we should be seeing Spencer. Where are you guys?
you said they're characteristics of self-inflicted knife wounds?
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Are those characteristics always present in all self-inflicted knife wounds?
No.
Do some self-inflicted knife wounds have different characteristics than what's listed there?
Yes.
What are these? What are the what does it mean by characteristics of?
It basically means trends or patterns or what you would expect to see. It's the whole reason I came to the conclusion I felt these were self-inflicted because they had a pattern. And the pattern was on the arm in words. They were superficial, multiple linear ones on the palm, not involving this thing where I imagine if somebody had grabbed a knife, there'd be deep cuts through there. They were in the reach of a hand, either sitting down on the side of the leg. They were in the reach of a hand in the groin.
Yeah,
and they all seem to have that kind of same movement that they could be gotten at the groin with the right hand. So they were all consistent with that. So, excuse me, I'm sorry. So if you actually look at there, when they talk about the characteristics, they talk about multiple different things like pattern, going in the direction of the hand, multiple parallel lines, non-dominant side. And they're more commonly on the non-dominant side because the dominant hand inflicts the wounds.
And the area that you described, the injury to the pubic.
I need to make a thing for that. Like how I'm gonna do it again because I love it. I don't care. I need to speculate more so I have more excuses to play it, but I'm gonna play it anyway. I need to make one. I'll do that. I'll make one that's the squirrel call. I don't know how. I've got to figure out how to do it though. I'll have to record myself doing the squirrel call because that doesn't exist. So I'll have to make that. I'll have to record the squirrel call and then I'll make it where it's like, squirrel call activate. I'll have to make something funny for that with the squangwen. I'll have to that might take me a couple days, but that'll be fun. That'll be a fun project. I love it. Let me just watch. I just want to watch it again. It's so cute though. It's so cute with the sound effect. I was so happy when I found that sound effect. I was like, that's perfect. And the rainbow.
Area. Was there something specific about it in addition to the lines that you observed, the parallel lines that you observed that you thought was important to note in that examination of those?
Well, the thing that was unusual about it is they were all on one side. And they were on the right side. They weren't on the left side. That was what I thought was unusual. And they were all very superficial.
And was there also something about the angle of those injuries that was
right, that they were
significant?
angled up the way that a hand would go towards the right shoulder. I think I commented on that.
So if somebody was cutting themselves or putting the knife against the skin in that area, it would be in the direction that they would be doing that?
Yes.
All right. Using their dominant hand.
Right.
Doctor, going back to Exhibit 191, the first page of that.
Before I love you so much, man.
Exhibit, you were asked about her complaining of the pain and rating it a 10 out of 10. Immediately after that, not the next sentence, the sentence after that, did she talk about who could come visit her if they wanted?
I wasn't involved in that conversation.
All right. But does the record indicate that the patient said that somebody could come visit her.
Guys, do you want to take a guess? Who do you think Ezra says could come visit her? Of course, right? Oh, man. Also, I just realized, I was like, wait, didn't I just say yesterday somebody else could adopt me? Now I'm saying he could. So I'm just trying to make sure I make it clear. So I've offered 2 people the options to adopt me if they want to. One was Marty Weinberg from Karen Reed, and the other is Mr. Dufour. Either one of them, if they want to adopt me, they can. But yes, does anybody want to guess who Ezra said could come visit her at the hospital? I'll give you guys a second. I'll give you guys a second to answer, and while you do, we'll do this one more time. We'll do for fun. We'll do a back-to-backer.
It's the house. It's the house.
Any ideas? Do you have any idea who can come visit Ezra before he answers it? Do you remember her lover's name? Because she's got so many of them. You're going to have to be more specific, Maisha. Well, one of them's dead. I mean, that's not funny, but like, the fact that she's got so many and you can't figure, she's killed one of them. So that narrows it down. Let's see what he says.
Patient did say friend Jason could come to see her, is what's said on here.
Jason Mangle.
Now,
remember, Jason is more than just her lover because he was her boyfriend and really potentially the reason she murdered Alex, essentially. But yeah, we'll hear more about that. So, because remember, she didn't have a place to live and she was living with him. And then when they broke up, he kicked her out. So
you were asked some questions about the defendant's inability to recall events.
And not just that, but he was the one that bought her coffee. Because remember, she has like no job and no nothing. And like he bought her coffee at Racy's and she lived with him and she just mooched off him.
Do you know what the cause of that, her ability to describe to you what happened was?
I don't know for sure. It could have been a dissociative disorder. Could have been, people are not always forthright with us. It's hard to know at that time. I assume that it was due to the trauma.
Object to assumption. You said.
And then of course, right, she cheated on him and then he was like mad, as he should be. And he was going to break up with her. And so then that's when she came up with this whole, it wasn't consensual. That's how the whole sexual assault thing started, right? And it started with the other friend, John Hansen. And she came up with that because she was trying to convince Jason not to break up with her, right?
I'm going to allow him to answer in this redirect in this. I don't think it's relying on an assumption.
Okay. Continue with your answer, Doctor.
My impression is I saw a traumatized woman who had an alleged sexual assault who couldn't remember what happened. I assumed it was more of a dissociative thing, or it was my assumption or impression seeing her. I always give the patients the benefit of the doubt because I'm there to care for them. That's my only agenda in this case. This was my patient. I just wanted what was best for her. That's all.
That testimony right there. That testimony, that's what I knew he had in him. See, I knew he had that in him. And you know who could have elicited that testimony is the defense attorney had you taken a different approach. This is the part that matters. Look at the care he has. Look at the compassion. We'll watch it again. He's being so genuine here. The care he had for Ezra. That's what she could have elicited from him. And she didn't. And guess what? It's coming out on redirect. Back up a second.
No, at that time, I assumed that it was due to the trauma.
Object to assumption. You said.
I'm going to allow him to answer in this redirect in this. I don't think it's relying on an assumption.
Okay. Continue with your answer, Doctor.
My impression is I saw a traumatized woman who had an alleged sexual assault who couldn't remember what happened. I assumed it was more of a dissociative thing, or it was my assumption or impression seeing her.
That answer could have been really good for the defense, right? That's what they're claiming. They're claiming that she was so traumatized, she killed him in self-defense, and they're going to bring in experts to say That's why her memory wasn't working, blah, blah, right? Like this whole dissociative thing, that answer is great for the defense. Had they got it,
You know,
what am
I always give the patients the benefit of the doubt because I'm there to care for them. That's my only agenda in this case is this was my patient. I just wanted what was best for her. That's all I wanted. And that's why I drew the conclusions that I drew, trying to figure out what I needed to do to take care of my patient.
Great answer.
Was it, did you ever have, or there were questions about that some diagnoses are difficult, some are easier. Was this a difficult diagnosis for you to reach that these injuries were self-inflicted?
No.
Why not?
Because of the pattern. The pattern was all consistent with that. As a matter of fact, the police independently came to me.
Sustained.
That's fine.
Sorry.
And Doctor, you were also asked some questions that there were some comments about wounds may be self-inflicted and so forth. Could you turn to page DOJ 000072, which is the last page of Exhibit 191?
Yes.
Is there a final diagnosis in there as it relates to the wounds to the right arm?
Yes.
Left arm, I'm
Page
sorry.
what? I'm sorry, Counsel.
The last page of Exhibit 191, which is designated 000072.
The answer is, I'm sorry, what didn't you get?
If he responded to his question, I didn't.
Yeah. What's the final diagnosis as to the wounds to the left arm?
Laceration arm without foreign body, initial left, self-inflicted.
And is there a final opinion or final diagnosis as to the injuries to the thigh?
Laceration thigh without foreign body, initial right, self-inflicted.
And that was the final diagnosis by Dr. Horvath?
Yes.
All right, and that concurs with your diagnosis as well?
Yes.
Okay. So
You were asked some questions about another spot in your earlier testimony about whether it's
So there was another doctor, a Dr. Horvath. We've not heard from Dr. Horvath yet, but I would assume we will.
possible if somebody had totally, laid totally still, could there be superficial parallel lacerations? Do you recall that?
Yes.
All right. And your answer then was sure.
Yeah.
Like,
All right.
Do you recall the defense attorney trying to get you to draw on her with a pen? Yep, I'll never forget that in my life.
Based on your review of the injuries in this case, are they consistent with that situation, and why or why not?
The reason that I think that they're not consistent with that situation is, number one, is the fact that the letters are oriented in the direction that you would write, and they're very controlled in depth. So that's going to take both how much you feel, how deep you go, as well as controlling how the cuts. The cuts on the palm are very controlled and all in the same direction, consistent more with the tip of a knife or going across there, or maybe the first part of the blade. Then on the side of the legs, they're more consistent with the hand, and the little stab wounds were not very deep. So they were little stab wounds, and they were kind of in an unusual location. I almost never really see wounds here, which is what struck me about it, is here they're on the outside. So when I looked at that, I thought that was weird. But then when I started to put things together, it was here these lacerations were in the same place, the hand. And then when we did the exam in the groin, now I could see wounds in the same place. They weren't on the left side. So they seem to be all consistent with that, but inconsistent with somebody being on the outside, doing things on the outside leg. It just didn't make any sense to me.
And did you, by the way, ever review the medical records relating to the psychiatric or psychological care of the defendant?
I have not.
Okay, that's fine. And doctor, in your experience, is it typical for people to lie still while they're being cut?
Well, that's why we use anesthesia, because people don't like to lie still when they're being cut.
Thank you. Anything else? I have no further redirect for Dr. Tillotson.
Ms. Vishny, recross.
Thank you. Just really briefly, not to utterly belabor the point, but when, that would be right where you were, counsel. It's a different page. On mine, it's page 8. Counsel for the state said to you, it read you this question, after the initial discussion with her, what did you do next? And you said you did a physical exam on her, right?
Yes.
Correct? And then the very next question was what I asked you, which is how do you conduct a physical exam? And it was in that very next answer where you said with an alleged sexual assault, we don't do that examination until the sexual assault nurse is there. So that part was not done initially until the same nurse arrived. That is actually the totality of what you said on that subject matter. Correct?
Yes.
In the past, regardless of what you're saying today, right?
Yes, that's what it says in there.
Okay. And regardless of what you're saying today, in the past, when you were called to testify, you said, sure, this could be consistent with somebody laying very still and being cut, right?
You said superficial things could be, and I answered yes. Superficial things could be, yes.
And your work on this case all occurred back in March of last year, right?
Correct.
You don't have any new information to review. You just have your same medical record, right?
Correct.
You reviewed it before you came into court back in March.
Yes.
Correct? You reviewed it again before coming into court today.
Correct.
And that's the totality of what you reviewed between the two times,
Correct.
right? No new information about the patient.
Correct.
And you talked about these marks angling up, going upward, you said, like towards the shoulder, right?
Counsel, I think I'm going to have you for the. I'm not comfortable with you going inside the witness box. If you
That's
could
fine,
do
we'll
that
do
from
it right
outside
here.
the witness box,
How
thank
about
you.
This, I'm
Yes.
just,
Hold on a second.
just want to make sure that if I've inadvertently put this picture in front of the camera, that it's not shown.
Okay, well,
If there's-
I don't know if you can angle it towards the jury, maybe come over this way a little bit more to show the
I'm trying to actually angle it
doctor.
away from the jurors. They've seen this picture.
Well, they are the fact finders.
Yes.
So if you're asking the witness, and the
Okay.
jury can't see,
Okay, doctor, in this particular picture, these are the wounds to the groin area, correct?
Correct.
And the jury.
There's a glare on it. I can't really see the picture. Can you tilt it up just a little bit more? There you go. Thank you.
Okay. And showing you this picture, you would agree that not all of these lines are parallel, right?
Right.
Some of them are perpendicular?
To each other, yes.
Okay, and they don't all necessarily angle up to the right shoulder. They're in different directions.
Depending on the position of the extremity at that time, but yeah, they all angle up this way. Like,
Really? Even the ones that go the opposite way?
which ones go the opposite way?
No, there's some that go towards,
So
from
that
the inner
goes.
thigh.
So that goes up like this.
Well, that would actually depend on what direction somebody's pointing the knife, right?
Exactly.
It could go up or it could go down, right?
Yeah.
That's why your question comes.
And, doctor, I think you were asked about contusions, or in other words, what we commonly call bruises, right?
Correct.
And they don't necessarily show up right away?
correct.
Objection, this is beyond the scope of my,
It is, and I'm going to sustain. It's beyond the scope of redirect.
So bruises would be seen later?
Counsel,
Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the anticipated objection.
Now, you were questioned about trauma both by myself and by the prosecutor in his redirect, correct?
Correct.
And you agree trauma can be consistent with many things, right?
Yes.
It can be consistent with being attacked.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I mean, I asked one question on it. For counsel to just go through every single thing again is, I don't see these have all been asked and answered on cross-examination already.
It was asked and answered a number of times on cross-examination.
Correct. And because it was on redirect, I
God,
wanted to
what
just
is wrong
ask
with
about 3 questions about it.
Correct.
Well,
remember-
why don't you stick with,
The other thing, guys, just keep in mind that on you have your direct exam, right? And then on cross exam, they always get a wider latitude of what type of questions they can ask. So they can ask things that did not come up on direct, right? As long as it's still considered to be relevant, right? But the difference, remember, is that on redirect. So then when you have redirect, and the difference is that when it comes to recross can only be in response to the redirect. So what I love about this trial, again, I love a lot of things, but one of them is like with almost every single witness, you have direct, cross, redirect, and recross. Almost every single witness. And they are really careful about following these rules that you have Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, I guess, or in this case, they would be using the Minnesota, but, or not Minnesota, oh my God, Wisconsin, but they usually follow the same. Anyway, so, but the idea being that, there's a whole strategy to redirect. So you get to really see that at play here. Like when he says, I only asked one question, there's a strategy to that. Because in other words, you might, there's a risk versus reward when it comes to the strategy for redirects, because you might think to yourself, well, I really want to comment on, make a question about this thing, right, that they brought up in cross, but that they get to go again after. So so the thing that the risk versus reward being by limiting your redirect, you're not able to maybe go into all the things you would love to go into, but you do that on purpose. You make a sacrifice saying, well, I'd love to go into this thing, but I don't want them to be able to recross on it for a reason. So therefore, I'm sure he would have loved to have asked way more than one question, but he asked the one question on that topic. And so, so anyway, that's my point, is like, that's why with the recross, they have to stick to only what came up in redirect. And that is a strategy thing, right? Therefore you choose very wisely which questions you would ask on redirect. So
What Mr. DeFore asked.
He said
that is whether,
I'm sorry.
killing somebody could be traumatic. I think it was something along those lines.
Killing somebody can be traumatic as well as self-defense or being attacked, correct?
Absolutely.
And those can be consistent with a hypothesis, right? Homicide, self-defense, they can all be consistent with a different hypothesis, right?
I'm not sure what you're asking with a different hypothesis.
Well, you have a theory about what happened in this particular case, right?
No, actually, I don't have a theory. I have a medical opinion based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty. That's what I have.
Well, a reasonable degree of medical certainty, since you brought that up, that means different things to different people, right? Isn't that correct?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, some people say a reasonable degree of medical certainty means that you're 51% sure, right?
It means that is what my opinion is within a degree of...
I would say, I don't know what some people say. I'm not some people, like, what? How do I know? Like, oh my God.
Medical certainty based on my training, expertise, and opinion. Whether you want to quantify that, I guess, is going to depend on the individual and the circumstance.
So different doctors quantify that in different ways. Fair?
Know what different
Again,
doctors
I don't know what different doctors do. I'm only one.
Listen to that.
You can agree that more information can lead to a different diagnosis and a different opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty by another practitioner, correct?
Yes.
That your opinion was based only on seeing this patient on this day, March 22nd, where you weren't able to get a lot of information, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And where you didn't have knowledge of certain other sexual practices that lead to similar injuries, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Thank God.
All right. Dr. Tillotson, I think that is all for you today.
All right.
Thank you for your time. And is Dr. Tillotson free to go then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Can you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Rebecca Merryfield.
So before they get into her, I just wanted to say, as we finished that witness again, that was to date the longest witness on the stand for this trial. But I was going to say that, as I've said before, I think there is great lawyering on both sides. I think that these defense attorneys are fighting for her and whatnot. However, I will say, I think that this was a flop for them. I think they did not bring the right strategy to that doctor. I would have done it differently, as I said. Not that I know anything, but I don't know. I just don't think that, I can't imagine that was helpful for their, for them in the eyes of the jury. But yeah, I mean, otherwise, and I was going to say too, right, with these defense attorneys, I may not look like their style, but nonetheless, I still think that they have done a great job, but this would be the exception with this witness. I just think I think they messed it up, personally.
Merryfield.
What is your occupation?
An investigator with the Dunn County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a sworn law enforcement officer?
A little over 2 years.
On March 24th of 2018, were you assigned to take photographs of the defendant Ezra McCandless?
Yes.
What, if any, information did you have before you completed this task?
I was not given any information at that time.
Why were you assigned to complete this task?
My understanding was that she was possibly involved in a homicide.
And are you the only female officer at the Dunn County Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
And where did you go to take photographs?
At, I believe it was Mayo in Eau Claire.
Do you know how many days passed from the incident in question from the time you took the photographs?
2 days.
Did you know whether...
This is because they found Alex, right? So initially, remember, it was the 22nd that she killed him. She shows up at the hospital. She's still a victim, right? They don't find Alex or know he's dead or anything bad happened to him, right? None of that happens until the 23rd. And so then at that point, now this is when they're taking pictures of her because she might be involved in a homicide.
the defendant had showered?
That was unknown to me at that time.
Did you know if the defendant was wearing different clothes from the date in question?
She was wearing different clothes.
What process did you follow when you took photographs?
Our department policies, using our department issued cameras.
And did you question the defendant at all while you were taking photographs?
No.
And what did you do with the camera once you were done taking photographs?
I turned it over to Investigator Conkey.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 308. Can you explain for the jury what this is a picture of?
This is a full body view of the defendant.
And then moving to Exhibit 309, what is this a photograph of?
A full body view of the backside of the defendant.
Moving to Exhibit 311, what is depicted in this photograph?
The defendant's right hand with a small mark on the palm.
And Exhibit 312, what is depicted in this photograph?
The top side of the defendant's hand with 3 marks on top.
Turning to Exhibit 314, what is depicted in this photograph?
The left bottom side of the defendant's hand with scratches and a mark on the thumb.
Exhibit 316. What's depicted in this photograph?
The left forearm of the defendant with scratches.
And do you know what the Band-Aid is there for?
I believe it was from lab work that she was having.
Exhibit 317. What's in this photograph?
The top side of the defendant's left forearm with scratches on it.
Exhibit 318, what's depicted in this photograph?
The front close-up face of the defendant.
And Exhibit 319, what is depicted in this photograph?
The left profile side of the face of the defendant.
And Exhibit 320, what is depicted in this photograph?
The right profile face of the defendant showing a small mark on her bottom lip.
If you could just point that out for the jury using that red mark.
Can't see it.
Okay, thank you.
So the Amber Heard.
And Exhibit 321, what is depicted in this photograph?
The back of the defendant's head.
Turning to Exhibit 323, what is depicted in this photograph?
The abdomen of the defendant showing a small mark or scratch.
And is that your hand holding up a scale?
No, there was a nurse in there as well.
That part matters.
And I see some potentially red marks on the scale. Do you know what those are from?
Those are from evidence tape used in a prior case.
So that isn't anything blood related to this case? Good. Turning to Exhibit 324, what is depicted in this photograph?
The top side of the defendant's feet with small marks on both of her middle toes.
And could you point that out using the red pointer for the jury? Okay, thank you. Turning to Exhibit 325, what is depicted in this photograph?
The bottom side of the defendant's feet with a small mark on the right foot middle toe.
Is that? Could you point that out again for the jury? Okay, thank you. Turning to Exhibit 327, what is depicted in this photograph?
The defendant's upper thigh, I believe it was the right thigh, with scratches and what looks to be 2 puncture marks.
And Exhibit 329, what's depicted in this photograph?
A close-up of the defendant's lip showing a small scratch on the lip.
3 days later, on March 27th of 2019, did you take some additional photographs of the defendant?
Yes.
When you took additional photographs of the defendant, did you observe any additional marks, bruises, or scratches that you did not observe on March 24th, 2018?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right, any cross-examination?
Yes, Judge. You work at the Dunn County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
How many employees work at the Dunn County Sheriff's Department?
I'm not sure how many total, but there's about 18 sworn.
18 sworn officers?
Correct.
And you're the only female of those 18 sworn officers?
Full-time, yes.
All 17 of the other people that you mentioned are males?
Correct.
You were asked to show up on March 24th, is that right?
Yes.
To show up to the hospital, is that right?
Correct.
To have contact with Ms. McCandless, correct?
Yes.
And prior to you having contact with Ms. McCandless, you met with Mr. Prock from the Eau Claire Police Department, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And you met with one of the 17 male officers from Dunn County, Brett Conkey, is that right?
Correct.
Had anybody invited you in prior to your showing up to just take photos, to take part in the interview as the only female officer from Dunn County?
Objection relevance?
Sustained.
Were you asked to participate in an interview of Ms. McCandless at all?
I don't believe so.
At any time had you been?
I don't believe so.
Just there to take camera pictures?
Correct.
I would imagine you an investigator?
Not at that time.
Okay. You've since become an investigator?
Yes.
You've certainly interviewed people before, is that right?
Yes.
You have some training on trauma victims?
Objection relevance.
Go, it's relevant, Judge.
Well,
She didn't.
I'm going to sustain the objection because this particular witness was not involved with the interview, as I understand it.
That's exactly my point. And so I think I'm able to bring out what, if any, qualification she had to be there as the one and only female officer in Dunn County.
I see what he's saying.
We've heard from the last witness.
Okay, I see what he's getting at here. So we are going to see at some point in this trial, we're going to see the video footage of Ezra being, when she goes to have her interviews, right? With law enforcement, because just like with Alex Murdoch, she runs her mouth. So I see what he's saying. So he's trying to go ahead and get out of the way that it was like, his point is she should have been there. He's trying to say it should have been her and not a dude, right? Or two dudes or whatever dudes it is. Being that she was the only female and that she would have been qualified, and they thought it was appropriate enough to have her take the pictures, but not appropriate enough to have her do the interview. That's what he's getting at.
Listen, the court does not believe that is relevant. I mean, you've made your point already. You've made your point with other witnesses, so let's move on. Let's move past this.
When you were there on the 24th, you were asked to take, I'm just trying to get us back You're on there on the 24th. You're asked to take photos at the hospital of Ms. McCandless, correct?
Correct.
You're in a room alone with Ms. McCandless. Agreed?
Not alone.
There's nobody else in there but the two of you.
That's not correct.
Okay. Who else is in there?
There was a nurse, I believe,
Remember when I said that part was important about the hand, and she said there was a nurse?
from the hospital that was also in there.
Okay. Do you know this nurse's name?
No,
Do you have any documentation of who this person is?
no,
When they were in there?
no,
Have you reviewed the medical records in any way, shape, or form to see if there's a medical record to confirm what you say happened?
no.
Because the photos show a hand holding a ruler in there, correct?
Correct.
And that's Ezra McCandless's hand, is it not?
I believe for some of the photos, it was her hand, and then others, it was the nurse.
Are you able to point out to me which photo that you've been shown? Do you have all the exhibits up there still?
Yes.
Can you just look at the photos and tell me which photo has a hand, has anybody in it other than Ezra McCandless? So I see you paged through all of the photos that were not included in binder 331, is that right?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that the photo depicts any hand holding a ruler or moving an article of clothing, that those are all Ms. McCandless's hands?
I believe so, yes.
Did you wanted to review
so
or
that
take
was a
it?
mistake from the prosecution. There was no reason for them to even ask that question. Why did they ask that question? But she should have answered it correctly the first time. Like the problem here is the prosecution said, oh, and there's a hand there. So was there, whose hand is that or whatever however she asked it. And she's like, or no, she says, is it your hand? And she says, no, it was a nurse. There was a nurse there. And he just got her to say, dude, he could have even made a bigger deal about this. This to me was crazy because initially then she goes, oh, well, I don't know if they were all her hand. It could have been some her hand, some a nurse. And then she takes it back and goes, no, those were all her hands. There was no one else there. It was just Ezra's hand. I mean, it's just impeachment for credibility's sake, right? That's all. That's all that is. But even for that, that's even more of the reason why. Then why would you lying about it for what reason? Like that should have just said it the first time. Like it's just stupid. It doesn't matter. It's not bad that it was Ezra's hand, in my opinion. Like unless it's like, oh, you're making your slave away to hold a ruler, like whatever, I mean, who cares? I don't see how that's that big of a deal. Unless the point you're trying to make is that they were alone together. I don't know.
Exhibit 331 as well?
Yes.
Same for Exhibit 331. If there is a hand included in the photo, it's the hand of Ms. McCandless. Agreed?
I believe so, yes.
There's no other hands in any of the photos that have just been admitted into evidence. Agreed?
Correct.
When you arrived, as you said, you did not know what, if any, injuries others had observed of Ms. McCandless. Agreed?
Correct.
You did not know what, if any, injuries others had documented. Agreed?
Correct.
You'd not been shown any medical reports from the hospital that you were at. Agreed?
That's correct.
You'd not been shown any previous photographs taken by a sane examiner there at that hospital. Agreed?
Correct.
And when you, so I imagine you, for lack of a better term, kind of went in cold, right?
Correct.
You want to make sure you're just covering everything. Agreed?
Yes.
Nothing in particular, but just make sure you're covering everything broad strokes, right?
Yes.
And then if something catches your eye, it appears as if you then did more photos of that area. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you were there, you were not asking Ms. McCandless questions, right?
Correct, other than maybe asking her to hold the...
Just instructional questions for the most part, right?
Correct.
And they weren't really questions as much as they were, for lack of a better term, orders.
Yes.
Maybe more properly, polite requests.
Correct.
And whenever you made polite requests to Ms. McCandless, she cooperated, correct?
Yes.
She always agreed and did what you asked.
Yes.
So when you're taking these photos, you're never asking her, show me where you're injured. Agreed?
Correct.
You don't ask her that.
Correct.
You just take photos of whatever it is that you see, right?
Yes.
You made out a report regarding this as well, is that right?
I guess I'm not sure for these photos I did a report, but the one on the 27th I did.
You made out a report regarding what you did on March 24th, 2018, did you not?
I guess I'm not sure if I had for that incident or not.
Okay. Showing you it's been stamped DOJ 235 and 236. Does that appear to be a report that you made regarding your March 24th activities?
Yes.
So you did make out a report about that?
Yeah, yes, I did.
Sounds like you haven't read it recently.
Nope.
But would it surprise you that you wrote in your report that Ezra consented to all the pictures being taken?
Jackson asked and answered.
I don't believe I asked her about the report in which you wrote.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead, you may answer.
Would it surprise you that you wrote in your report that you were told Ezra consented to the pictures being taken?
No, that does not surprise me.
And then again, does it surprise you that if in your report you said that you were going to take photos of her and she told you it was okay?
That doesn't surprise me.
And when you did those things, Ezra always either nodded up or down or said the words yes.
That doesn't surprise me.
Do you recall in your testimony today you used the word mark occasionally, is that right?
Correct.
But in your report, when you were describing like what happened to her lip, you said the word cut, is that right?
If that's what it says in the report, then yes.
Would it refresh your memory to see that?
Sure.
Showing you, again, DOJ 236, if you get a chance, just read the top, read whatever you want, but highlighted the portion that I want to ask the questions about. Just read it to yourself.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
Back on March, I'm guessing you wrote this report very soon after you did this, right?
Correct.
For some of the reasons that we're just seeing demonstrated today is you don't always remember what you do a year and a half later, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so in your report, you said Ezra had cuts on her, and then you listed places including her lip. Is that right?
Correct.
But today you didn't use that word, you used the word mark.
Correct.
Did you meet with the prosecution team in preparation for your testimony today?
Objection relevance.
I'm going to overrule. You may answer. Goes to credibility.
Correct.
The photos in particular, I want to go through some of them, right? Exhibit, do you have them there in front of you?
Yes.
Could I have the Elmo on, Madam? Is Exhibit 320, do you have that in your hand?
Yes.
And if you turn around to your right, does the image on the screen appear to be the same image that you're looking at on Exhibit 320?
Yes.
And it's on this image where you'd previously testified about the mark on the lip, is that correct?
Correct.
But as we can see on the screen there, that's the cut that you referenced in your report on her lip, is that right?
Correct.
Did anyone tell you prior to your taking the photos about an abrasion to her neck?
No.
Did anyone ask you to document or take photos of an abrasion to her neck?
Not that I recall.
Do you see on Exhibit 320 underneath her right mandible a discoloration of her skin on the right side of her neck?
I do not.
You see this discoloration here? Did you see where I was pointing my arrow?
Yes.
Would you agree that that's a different color than the area to the left of it as I'm looking at it? You agree it's a different color, ma'am?
As shadowing, yes.
So you agree this is one color, and then there's a color in the middle, and then there's a different color over here. But as I move my pointer across here, you're saying there's only two colors. You're not saying that there's three colors. Is that your testimony?
I can't tell whether or not there's a marker if it's a shadow from her face.
So it's unclear based upon the photo, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't, because you weren't told certain information, you didn't necessarily know whether you should or you shouldn't take close-ups of certain areas. Agreed?
Correct.
You did the best that you could on that day with the information that you had, right?
Correct.
And the information that you had was very little.
Incorrect.
Can showing that on the, so what I'm showing on the Elmo, is that appear to be the same Exhibit 329 that you have in your hand? Agreed?
Yes.
And it's again on this exhibit 329 where the cut to her lip is documented in the photo. Agreed?
Correct.
Let me ask you about 327, okay? The picture on the screen now, that is exhibit 327, is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the phrase parallel, is that right?
Yes.
You've heard the expression parallel lines never meet, agreed?
Correct.
You see the marks on the leg here?
Yes.
You said there's what appears to be 2 puncture wounds, is that right?
Correct.
And then there appears to be, on the, I'm going to orient it to the, should we look at it as from the viewer's perspective or from Ezra's leg? Left and right. What's easier for you?
We can do it from our perspective.
From our perspective, to the, as you're looking at the photo, to the left of the 2 puncture wounds, there's some cuts up and down on the leg. Is that agreed?
Correct.
And then to the right of those 2 puncture wounds, there's some diagonal cuts in an upward and down trajectory, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that diagonal cuts are going to meet the up and down cuts if they continued, agreed?
Yes.
You would agree that those are not parallel cuts?
Correct.
On this photo here, at least on your photo, fair to say that you can see some discoloration of the skin in the general area where the cuts and the puncture wounds are, correct?
Yes.
You've seen yellowing or a purpling of skin before?
Yes.
What you've commonly thought of as a bruise or a contusion?
Yes.
Does it appear, when you look at this photo itself, not necessarily on the elmo, but when you look at the photo in your hand, that there is a discoloration consistent with a bruise and a contusion?
Yes.
Judge, can I have permission to publish that photo around to the jury? Because I think it...
Yes, you may publish, is that 327?
Yes.
Okay, they can pass that around.
Any of the photos that we just... Do you know who Dr. Tillotson is?
No.
Did anybody ever request you to give the photos that you took to Dr. Tillotson?
No.
So whether Dr. Tillotson had ever seen these additional photos, you don't know.
I do not know.
You came back, or at another time you met with Ezra McCandless, is that right?
Correct.
And that was on March 27th, is that right?
Correct.
And again, you showed up and you took photographs of her, correct?
Yes.
Photographs, again, I'm not talking about the injuries, but in general, along the same themes that you took on the 24th.
Correct.
Both in her clothing and unclothed, agreed?
Yes.
Of the, again, same general areas of the body, agreed?
Yes.
The photo that you have in front of you, Exhibit 642, is that now showing up on the screen?
Yes.
And again, on the screen here, is it, and in the photo there, can you see the discoloration that we previously talked about on the 24th?
Yes.
It appears to be a yellowing again throughout the area where there are cuts and puncture wounds. Is that right?
Yes.
I want to ask you some questions regarding some photos in Exhibit 331. Do you still have that there in front of you?
Yes.
And in particular, the pictures of close-ups of Ms. McCandless in her underwear, okay? On 654, there are some cuts that are visible while on her leg, is that right?
Correct.
In 654, Ms. McCandless is wearing her underwear in what we would agree is a normal fashion, agreed?
Correct.
And despite her wearing it in that normal fashion, the cuts to her leg are still visible outside of the area covered by the underwear, agreed?
Correct.
Those marks that are, those cuts that are on her leg, you would agree, they cross over each other, right?
Correct.
So again, you knowing the definition of parallel, you would agree that those cuts are not parallel, agreed?
Correct.
And then as you turn the page to 657, it's at that point where Ms. McCandless's hand pulls her underwear to the side so that some of the area next to her vagina is visible now, correct?
That's correct.
And there are additional cuts that now you can observe that were behind that was previously covered by the underwear, agreed?
Correct.
And again, some of those cuts go in directions that are not parallel to the other cuts, agreed?
Correct.
They cross over, if not literally, they would if they continued on, right?
Yes.
Those are the only questions I had, thank you.
All right, Kate, now redirect.
Yes, Investigator Merryfield, so how long had you worked for the sheriff's office at the time you took these photographs?
Probably about a year.
And did you take some additional photographs that weren't included as exhibits?
Yes.
And is it in those photographs that haven't been shown where a nurse was holding different items?
Yes.
And when you describe the scratches in the photographs, do you know the direction of the scratches?
Can you ask that differently?
I mean, you're just looking at them to see, like, there's a cut, there's a scratch.
Yes.
You're not a doctor.
That's correct.
So you're not trying to determine the direction or the depth of any of these. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you met with myself and the other attorneys before testifying today?
Yes.
And did we tell you how you were supposed to be testifying?
No.
Did we simply show you the photographs that we were going to be introducing as exhibits to ensure that you could, that they were accurate copies of the photographs you took?
Yes.
And if I could display on the Elmo Exhibit 320. And
Go
you
ahead.
were provided, asked some questions on that on cross-examination of this. Could be shadow, could be red mark on the right side of the neck. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And if I show you and switch to my computer to Exhibit 320, which photograph do you find to be more accurate as you remember taking it? The electronic copy or the printed copy?
The electronic copy.
And you don't have, how would you describe the difference in photographs?
In this,
Objection. Photos speak for themselves, I understand.
Sustained. I think the jury can see for themselves.
And I also wanted to show you Exhibit 327. And showing you on my computer, Exhibit 327. Which photograph do you find more accurate, the paper copy or the electronic copy?
the electronic copy.
If you were also shown a paper copy of what was marked Exhibit 642. If I show you an electronic copy on my screen, do you notice any difference in the pictures? So if I show Exhibit 642 on the Elmo, and then we switch back to my computer screen, do you believe a difference in the mode of displaying the photograph has an impact on the picture quality?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, any recross limited to redirect?
You would agree that regardless of the mode of how someone observes Ms. McCandless's leg on the 24th or the 27th, there's a bruise where the cuts are.
Correct.
And if we can, I want to ask.
Remember, guys, what I was just saying about the whole thing with recross and redirect, right? So those questions she just asked on redirect about which image can you see it better versus if it's this way or this way, this is going to be important here on recross. She just gave him permission to go into that. Oh my God, sorry, I did not mean to do that. I accidentally clicked the thing. Hold on. Let me find where we were. Sorry, guys. It'll just be 1 second. No, it's too far. Hold on. Okay, we're on her recross. Okay, here we go.
Better reflects what you remember you saw on that day, correct?
Correct.
Just a second.
Is
You're
on
right.
the neck, it's about 329.
Taking it, the electronic copy or the printed copy?
Here we
The
go.
electronic copy.
And you don't have how would you describe the difference in photographs?
In this,
Objection. Photos speak for themselves, I understand.
Sustained. I think the jury can see for themselves.
And I also wanted to show you Exhibit 327. And showing you on my computer, Exhibit 327. Which photograph do you find more accurate, the paper copy or the electronic copy?
the electronic copy.
If you were also shown a paper copy of what was marked Exhibit 642. If I show you an electronic copy on my screen, do you notice any difference in the pictures? So if I show Exhibit 642 on the Elmo, and then we switch back to my computer screen, do you believe a difference in the mode of displaying the photograph has an impact on the picture quality?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, any recross limited to redirect?
You would agree that regardless of the mode of how someone observes Ms. McCandless's leg on the 24th or the 27th, there's a bruise where the cuts are.
Correct.
And if we can, I want to ask you about, I believe it was 320, is that the picture of Ms. McCandless's neck from March 24th? When you were asked questions about 320 on the screen, nobody, Ms. Nodoff did not zoom it in, did she?
I don't believe so.
And what you're saying, though, is what we're looking at now is the best representation of what you saw on that day. Agreed?
I think the paper copy that I have is a better representation than what is up on the screen right now.
Okay, so you're on the leg, regardless of the digital or paper copy, on the leg, you agree there's bruises, right?
Correct.
And they, both the digital and the paper document, correct?
Correct.
And your position today is on the neck, the photo that you have in your hand, the paper copy, better represents what you saw that day than the digital copy, correct?
The one that I have in my hand versus the one that you put up in the Elmo.
They're the same one. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and so I'm confused because you said one's better than the other, but there's only one. So you agree that, I think there's three different versions. Maybe there's that. There's the paper copy that you see with your eyes.
Yes.
There's the paper copy that you see with your eyes when placed on the Elmo.
Correct.
And then there's the digital copy, which we see up on the screen now.
Correct.
So were you trying to distinguish between those three?
Yes.
How so?
The paper copy that I have is a more accurate description than any of the other ones.
Okay. And so the paper copy that you see better reflects what you remember you saw on that day, correct?
Correct.
You're not claiming anybody did anything to any of the digital photos, correct?
Yes.
And you would certainly agree that sometimes the quality of the camera in digital photography actually allows us to see things on the photo that we might not be able to see with our naked eye, correct?
Correct.
Or certainly might not remember as well, correct?
That's possible.
Because I imagine, had you made an observation that day, you might have taken more close-ups, correct?
Yes.
So on that day, you don't remember seeing a discoloration to the right side of her neck, agreed?
Correct.
So whether that is or isn't documented in the digital photo you took, that's up to the jury to decide, agreed?
Correct.
Is that a close-up of that same photo?
Yes.
There appears to be a discoloration once you zoom in on the right side of her neck to the part just below her mandibular
Objection, the
jawline.
photo speaks for itself.
I think it goes to her
Overruled.
eyes.
You can answer.
You would agree that there is a discoloration to the part of her neck just below her mandibular jawline. Agreed?
Whether or not it's shadowing, it's hard to tell up on this picture.
You would agree there is a discoloration. Agreed?
Objection asked and answered.
She can say she doesn't know why. She didn't say whether she agrees or disagrees that there's a discoloration in the photo.
All right, it's asked and answered. Mr. Nelson, then the photograph's been up there, and again, the jury, they can see it, and I don't think you need to continue beating on the same question.
can I permission to publish that photo just because her?
Yes,
her
you can
posi-
publish that photo to the jury, that's fine.
Nothing else then, Judge.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Todd Kurtzhals. Last name is spelled K-U-R-T.
All right, Officer Kurtzhals, I think it's Officer. What's interesting here is we're going to be getting into Alex's library, and it's really the juxtaposition here is incredible because this officer will be reading from some of these books and Alex's journals and whatnot. It's pretty interesting.
Z-H-A-L-S.
And what is your occupation?
Right now I work for the Village of Boyceville.
And how long have you been employed as a sworn law enforcement officer?
Almost 32 years.
And back in March of 2018, where were you employed?
At the Dunn County Sheriff's Department, I was a sergeant of investigations.
How long did you work with the Dunn County Sheriff's Office?
Since 1993.
On March 23rd of 2018, did you learn that a deceased male was located near 430th Avenue?
I did.
What, if anything, were you assigned to do to assist with this investigation?
Upon arrival at the scene, had a debriefing with two Eau Claire detectives, Prock and Piper. It was decided that I would be tasked, along with investigator Rod Dykus, to secure a search warrant and bring it to the scene for the car that the victim was located in.
And then the next day, on March 24th of 2018, did you assist with the autopsy of this adult male?
Yes.
What did you do?
I met the medical examiner, Marcy Rosas, at the Olson, Marcy Rosas, R-O-S-A-S, medical examiner for Dunn County. Met her at the Olson Funeral Home, where the victim was located. We secured the victim and we transported to the Ramsey Hospital in the cities, to the medical examiner's office there. Yeah.
And when you assisted with the transport to the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's office, when the body was picked up from Olson's funeral home, was the bag secure?
Yes, I was. It had a lock on it.
And you followed the body all the way to the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's office?
I rode with medical examiner Rosas. I was in the passenger front seat and she drove.
And did you or anyone else tamper with the body in any way?
No.
What happened, I guess, let me start over. Were you present during the autopsy of Alex?
Yes.
What was your role during the autopsy?
Just simply to make sure that the evidence was not tampered with and secure, and I was there to observe the entire time, not much past that.
And do you know what happened to Alex's clothes after the autopsy?
Yes, the medical personnel there, they hung it on a nearby table in the autopsy room because there was concern that might not be completely dry. They didn't want to present a bigger biohazard than needed be, so they were going to dry it out,
Wet clothing.
secure the evidence.
And then before you went to pick up Alex's clothes, did you assist in executing a search warrant at Alex's house at 511 Cameron Street?
Yes, I did.
And were some items seized from Alex's house in case they had any evidentiary value?
Yes.
And was a black Asus laptop, computer, and charger from the bed seized during that search warrant?
Yes, that would be the item indicated by item number 37 on this form.
And was a yellow Amazon tablet taken?
Yes, this is item 38 on this form.
And was a Samsung tablet with a pink leather cover and keyboard taken?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing a number of books located on a bookshelf during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes.
First showing you Exhibit 645. And what is depicted in this photograph?
It's a bookshelf with several books and some journals.
And if you were standing outside and walking in the room, is this what you would observe?
Yes.
Showing you 646. What's depicted in this photograph?
Same thing, closer shot.
So there are two large bookshelves.
Yes.
And Exhibit
647, what's depicted in this photograph?
It's a trunk and various items right next to a mattress lying on the floor. The mattress would be to the right side. This would be immediately to the left.
And it appears that there's a book on the trunk there. Are you able to make out any words on that?
Adieu to Emmanuel Lebanon, I think it's Lebanos or something.
And that was the book that was located next to the bed when you executed the search warrant.
Yes, it was.
And looking at that property inventory sheet, that book was not taken as part of this case, is that right?
Correct.
What is Exhibit 39?
Book entitled Corpus, C-O-R-P-U-S, by the author Jean-Luc Nancy,
And where was it taken from?
from a backpack in the victim's bedroom.
And if I put back up on the screen, Exhibit
So whenever we went over all of Alex's journal, not all of Alex's journal entries, but the journal entries that were read in opening statements, and we broke those down 2 live streams ago, I think. Nancy was referenced a lot, and I remember thinking Nancy, and I think I said like that sounds like he's referencing one of his authors that he likes there, because it seemed like he was saying Nancy like a last name, not like a female's first name. So anyway, so now we're learning about this book by Nancy.
47. Is this the backpack it was taken from?
Yes.
And could you open that book for the jury, please? And I'd move Exhibit 649 and
This officer also is the officer who will bring in and present Alex's actual clothes, like in person, physically. We'll get to see those.
evidence.
Any objection? All right, 649 will be received, and counsel would appreciate if you would be in evidence before it's published to the jury.
Sure, sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you.
On March 29th of 2018, then do you recall returning to the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's office to pick up Alex's clothes?
Yes.
And how were the clothes packaged?
They had him individually packaged inside of a box. It was never necessary for me to go inside that box.
And so what, if anything, did you do with the items when you returned to the Dunn County Sheriff's Office?
Run straight back to the Sheriff's Department, consulted with one of our evidence technicians, one of our 2 evidence technicians, Rich Day. We mutually agreed that it would be held in a temporary storage until he could facilitate further processing of that evidence. So it was locked in that temporary storage locker inside the locked evidence room.
I didn't know if Your Honor wanted to cover the sidebars, but before we get to that, in my I don't know if the state's obviously not done, but I wanted to just give Court Officer Moen the heads up that the defense is going to want items 40, 41, 44, and 45 from Exhibit 648. So I don't know if they're on the other side of the rail there, but if we're on a lunch break, I thought now would be a good time for me to let them know that I intend to cross them about other physical items that are on that list, and those are the ones.
Okay, we'll go back to sidebars, get those cleaned up before we break for lunch.
Get those cleaned up.
The most recent sidebar was just before the presentation of Exhibit 331 before the jury, and basically the sidebar was to reiterate the defense objection to the showing of those photographs. They were redacted in a manner that was consistent with what the court had said on Friday evening. The nipples were covered from Ms. McCandless. Wasn't a full bar across, but the defense noted their objection, and I just had noted that the objection's noted. Is there any further record either counsel would like to make with respect to Exhibit 331 in that sidebar?
No.
Judge.
Okay. A previous sidebar, 10:49 a.m., and that related to Exhibits 322 and 326. They were published to the jury, however, they were published in the hard copy photograph form and not published through the courtroom media presentation equipment. And those related to photographs of Ms. McCandless. One, I think it was a full body shot from the rear with just underpants on, and the other with pants on but no shirt on. And out of respect for Ms. McCandless' privacy and not having undue embarrassment, the court did sustain an objection to 322 and 326 being projected on the screen and again shown through the media system. Any further comments counsel would like to make? Mr. Nelson?
No, thank you.
Ms. Noto?
No.
All right. And then that takes us back to the sidebar at approximately 9:50 a.m. And that related to some questioning on cross-examination of Dr. Tillotson by Attorney Vishny and the area of BDSM, and there were some questions about knife play. The court had indicated it essentially sustained an objection but allowed the defense to ask one more question, and that was basically whether Dr. Tillotson was familiar with that. And counsel went on, the question was asked, and he was not aware of it, so that was the end of that particular inquiry. Anything further either counsel would like to make a record on that particular sidebar?
No.
Okay. All right. Any other sidebars that I have missed?
No, Judge, there's one matter I want to take up before we're back, though.
Okay. When you're ready.
Your Honor, on this property inventory record from the search warrant at the victim's residence, seized from the victim's residence were 4 different condoms.
We agree that those are irrelevant and should be blanked out. We're not going to mention them.
Okay, then that's settled.
So there won't be reference made of it?
Right. The state's position is those condoms are irrelevant.
All right. The defense agrees?
We're not going to make, we agree that we're not going to make mention of them in 648. I can't imagine a way that they're relevant, but for this witness at this time, I agree.
Okay, very well. Anything further?
No.
Okay, then we'll have our new...
Nobody wants to mention I wonder what that is about. Like if whether they were relevant or not, if either side thought they were useful, they would argue for their relevancy. So that's what's interesting. Neither side wants to use it.
Recess, and I ask counsel to be ready to proceed at 1:05 p.m. with the next witness.
Officer, are you able to read that? Okay.
Yes.
Would you mind reading what that book is about for the jury?
Top to bottom?
Yes, please.
Okay. So praise for corpus. Jean-Luc Nancy gives us bodies in their gravitational weight, their mutual touch, their joy and their devastation, their self-evident presence and their constant elusiveness. From the dazzlingly layered complications of the opening corpus to the meditatively personal accessibility of the closing, the intruder, these essays display the necessary connections and mutual exclusions of flesh and word. Nancy's work on bodies, already canonical, engages traditions we thought we knew. Platonism, Cartesianism, Christianity, and shows us how much newness is possible still. By Carmen McKendrick, Lemoyne College. Next paragraph, how have we thought the body? How can we think it anew? The body of mortal creatures, the body politic, the body of letters and of laws, the mystical body of Christ. All these and others are incorporated in the word corpus, the title and topic of Jean-Luc Nancy's masterwork. The long-awaited English translation is a bold, bravura rendering. To the title essay are added 5 closely related recent pieces, including a commentary by Antonio Birnbaum, dedicated in large part to the legacy of the mind-body problem, formulated by Descartes, and the challenge
he means.
it poses to rethinking the ancient problems of the corpus. The last and most poignant of these essays is The Intruder, Nancy's philosophical meditation on his heart transplant. The book also serves as the opening move in Nancy's larger project called The Deconstruction of Christianity.
That's good. Thank you very much. And officer, this was the book that was located in the backpack near Alex's bed. Is that right?
Yes.
And then if I could ask you to get a new pair of gloves on and come on down to open some of the items that you picked up from the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's office.
So we're gonna see.
Open it.
Yeah.
We're gonna see his clothes, which we've seen pictures of, but we know a lot more now. Besides being incredibly sad, there's a couple things that are interesting that I want to point out when we get there.
So what does it indicate? Is it inside?
Scarf.
Okay, yep, if you could open it.
So remember, we've seen the pictures, unfortunately, of Alex, and he was wearing this scarf, right? You guys remember? You can see the scarf around his neck. And even in the pictures that they were shown with him at the hospital, you could see the scarf there in the pictures. Around his
Is
neck.
that the scarf you remember from the autopsy?
It is.
And are you able to, do you observe any cuts or anything on that scarf?
Matters.
I don't see any cuts.
Okay.
So, do you guys see why that's interesting? He was wearing that scarf, and he was stabbed in the neck. And there's no cuts in the scarf. So, all I can think of, I nearly fell over when I was editing this video and I saw that part. All I can think is that Ezra stabbed him on all that, and then after the fact, put the scarf around his neck. She didn't stab him through the scarf. Isn't that insane? It's wild. I mean, the question is like, why, right? It wasn't like it was to stop the bleeding. That wasn't the point. You know, I don't know if it was just to try to, I mean, who knows, man? That's a puzzler right there. That's something we'll have to think about more. Again, that comes back to that question of what was staged and what was actually part of the crime and what was the point of these things, right? Just like we had to sort through with Murdoch. It's like there are these little nagging things, right? Just like with that, where it's like, why this? And the things that were nagging ended up mattering. And I'd be like, God, why is this bothering me? And then I'd be like, oh, I just let it go. And then it mattered, right? Same thing. I'm sure it matters. So I'm not going to let it go. I'm going to let it nag and we'll figure it out.
And is that the same sweater you recall from the autopsy?
Yes, it is.
Again, just a reminder, let's not be published into the jury until the item of evidence is received.
If it's helpful, Judge, assuming this is all of Alex's clothing, we do not object to the admission nor the publication.
All right.
Okay, thank you. And move Exhibit 228 into evidence.
Okay, Exhibit 228 will be received.
Next, if you could open 229, which would be a sock.
Are you offering 229?
Yes, please.
Okay, 229 will be received and getting made published.
Okay, thank you. And if you could turn to 230, the other sock.
You're offering 230?
Yes.
230 will be received.
Thank you. And if you could show the jury as well.
So another thing I had another thought I had when I was editing this is that, you know, he's changing gloves between each of these, obviously, right? I just didn't include that because it's just, there's no point. But it made me think that if somebody there needs to be an invention, if there's not already, for gloves that are, you could use it, you could think of it for like doctors or for law enforcement, but gloves that are sterile, sanitized, whatever they call it, you know what I mean? Like all that, whatever, but that are like biodegradable or something. Because all I can think about is like I mean, I know they have to change gloves between each thing evidence, right? But just think about they just go in the landfill, you know what I mean? It's like, oh man. And it's super important, but it's also so wasteful. And I thought that'd be a great idea. If someone hasn't invented it yet, they need to make gloves that are, maybe make them from recycled materials, but also if they can make them so that they like biodegrade, that would be awesome. But I had another thought here as well. I was gonna say, crap. Maybe I'll remember.
All right, and then if I could turn to Exhibit 231.
Oh, I know what my other thought was. The other thing I was thinking about while I was editing this is that, it's interesting because they change the gloves, right? And then they pick up the evidence bag, and then they open the evidence bag, and then they take out the evidence. And I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, well, what's interesting to me is that when you think about the bags themselves are not sterile. The bags themselves are handled, right? Like you can pick up the bag, like bags are moved around, the bags are slid over on the table. I mean, you can pick up, that's the point. The point is to have the evidence in an outside container, outside wrapping bag, right? Where you can touch the bag and it's not going to disturb the evidence, right? So what's interesting to me, I was thinking about this, is that imagine how many fingerprints and how much DNA is on the outside of these bags. Furthermore, then, they're provided scissors by the court to open the bag. And I was like thinking, why have I not thought about this before? Because it seems like so crazy. Like, you think about how many people handle those scissors in the courtroom. So what you see, and we've seen this in every trial, I've just never paid attention to it. They change their gloves, or they put gloves on, and then they're handed the scissors and they're handed the evidence bag, and all of that shit is contaminated. And then they open it and they pull out layer after layer after layer, and then they handle the evidence. I mean, you guys see where there's a problem with that potentially? I mean, I don't know why they do it like that. It seems like somebody should have thought of that. Like, shouldn't they like open the bag with the scissors and then before they take the item out, put gloves on maybe? I don't know. What do you guys think?
I believe that's the underwear. And I move Exhibit 231 into evidence.
Like the gloves, the point of the gloves is just that nothing, it's like the gloves aren't contaminated. But if you take the gloves and you handle things that are, I say contaminated just because they've been touched, right? Like the scissors and the bags. And then so now the gloves are just, what's the point, right? I mean,
Exhibit 231 will be received.
Then it's transferred to that place, right?
Can you show the back of it as well to the jury? Thank you. Okay, thank you. And then Exhibit 232 is the last one. I believe it's the pants with
the other note
with a belt.
With belt, yes.
So the pants with the belt. So I don't know why they're together. You should probably have them separate. I guess potentially because they wanted to make sure that it was clear the pants were belted, in other words, right? But it still seems like they should be bagged separately, right? I feel like there's always issues with belts, man, in every trial. Same thing with Karen. There's always these belt issues. But the other notable thing, besides the scarf, when it comes to the clothes that we're seeing here, the other notable thing besides the scarf, I'm going to point out here in a second with the pants.
Moving.
Good morning. Glad you're here, DP. So the drone footage was at the very beginning of the live stream, but if you are welcome to go back and watch that on replay crew if you want. But we've got plenty more interesting stuff, and there's more video footage coming up. But I know you are interested in the drone. The drone was hours ago at this point. But yes, I'm happy to see you. And we were talking about you. I was like saying, I bet DP's going to join us here shortly. That was maybe an hour or two ago. So
232 in evidence.
232 will be received and may be published.
silly and we talk better. Okay, look at the bottom of the pants. So anybody that knows pants or knows boys, okay, like is a boy, knows a boy. DP, I know you're here. What do you think about when you see pants that have bottoms like that? Here, let me flip it. Let them flip it around again. When you see the bottoms of pants like that, what does that mean to you? I'm curious what you think. Because I know what I think. That's a good view right there. Okay, let's keep it paused right there. When you see bottoms of pants like that, what does that mean? Anybody with experience with boys that wear pants. And you can see they don't even have the belt buckled. We know the belt was buckled when he was, found. So again, they should have just bagged it separately. So what does anybody think about those pants bottoms? Yeah, shortened for a not so tall person. Right. So, but the thing is you're on the right track. Look at how they're ripped though. So in my experience, that's when they should have been hemmed, right? But in America, okay, I don't know how it is in Germany. In America, not everybody gets things tailored or knows how to do that themselves. And especially if you're a 20-something-year-old boy, right? Like Alex was. So like, I know that all the boyfriends I've had, if they were, well, I've had some tall boyfriends, but anyway, those who weren't as tall, I guess, their pants all looked like this. And it was because the pants were slightly too long, right? And so what happens is you walk on them. That like the way they get ripped like that is just from stepping on them. From where? I know, right? That's exactly right. They look like loops. Those loops, I know those loops so well. I know those loops so well. It's from, and heck, I've even had a couple pairs of pants that were if they were like bootleg or like flares or something like that, where they were meant to go all the way to the bottom of your shoe. I'm sure I've had actually my own pants. I've had this happen too, where you step on the back of it enough and then you get that loopy thing. So what this tells me though, this is important. What this tells me is that these pants were slightly too long for him. And that's why they look like that. But wow, is that significant, right? Because of the mud story. That is not this, we've been going back and forth. Did he ever get out of the car? Was the mud thing completely made up about being stuck in the mud? Did he get out of the car and help in the mud and then get back in the car, right? Because we know he was found in the back seat. And I've been going back and forth with that because I'm like, my instinct was he never got out of the car. But at the same time, I was like, but him being in the back seat, it seems less likely that he would climb over the front seat to get to the back and more likely that he would have gone outside to get in the back, right? That seems more likely. And we know he was found without shoes on and his socks didn't have mud, right? But that could have been done after the fact. So the question was really, when he was still alive, did he maybe get out of the car and then get back in? And then that's how he got in the back seat. But there's no mud on those pants. The blood stains are gnarly, for sure. Yeah, I know. They're very gnarly. Yes. But there's no mud on the bottom of those pants. So this, to me, is crucial. And honestly, it would have still been up in the air if it wasn't for those loopy things at the bottom. Because let's say these pants were hemmed properly, okay? Let's say they were the right length. Or let's just say they were brand new and they didn't have enough time to get ruined like that with the loopy things. Then there would be no way of knowing for sure, because if they were maybe just a little bit shorter pants, right? It's possible potentially that maybe he got out of the car and got mud, but it didn't get on the pants. But considering we know that these pants are too long for him and we know that he was stepping on them, the fact that there's no mud, remember when he got in that car, he was at his house. They were in his driveway because we have it on camera. They were sitting in his car or in Ezra's car in his driveway, right? Paved. He gets in the car and ostensibly he does not ever get out of that car ever. That was it for the rest of his life. Isn't that sad? He gets in the back seat somehow. We still have to figure that out. But at this juncture, I have to say, I think it's pretty clear he did not get out of the car and walk to the back seat. Unless he got in the back seat, No. Well, the eyewitness that saw the car stopped at the dirt road said he saw Alex in the passenger seat. Although his credibility, they tried to work on that. The defense did. But I don't know. I still think that I mean, how would you get someone to go in the back seat? This is a question for you guys. If you're trying to get somebody, okay, let me back up. If you're Ezra, why would you want him to go in the back seat? Is it so you can get the knife? Ooh, wait. I have a thought. Okay, I can't see. When I think out loud, I can answer my own questions here. So, okay, there's been talk that it seems like maybe that knife was being kept in the center console. And we're going to hear testimony from her dad that might help us learn something with that. Let's say the knife was in the center console and you're trying to catch him unawares. We know that she had that artwork. The artwork, the goat art, was found in the back in the back of the car on the floor, right? The goat art, and there was some other shit back there. Let's say she said to Alex, "Hey, will you grab something for me in the back?" And maybe the car was still moving, or maybe it was cold, or maybe because it was muddy, right? He's gonna climb over he's reaching over the back seat. I'm kind of trying to picture this, right? Reaching over the back to get to the back, but the painting was on the floor of the back seat. Okay, maybe this is gonna get me somewhere. The painting was on the floor of the back seat. It wasn't on the seat. It was on the floor. So maybe he's reaching over and then he's he's got to reach lower. I could see that happening. And then she catches him unawares by surprise. Maybe it was on purpose, and then she gets the knife, right? And then maybe this is how he ends up in the back seat, right? Maybe, right? I know. This is the question, though. So, but we know, and we're going to hear more testimony here shortly, guys. This mystery is going to deepen with what happened when the car was popped. Because remember, it was all cattywampus, right? Her car, the way he describes it, it was crazy. It was blocking traffic, parked right at the entrance of the dirt road, but it was just stopped. And he even says, right, when he pulls up, she ignores him. It was weird. It's perpendicular, blocking the road, stopped there. And we're going to hear something else later that has to do with Alex's phone that's really interesting. But we're going to try to put this mystery or solve this mystery and put these puzzle pieces together. But yeah, it makes me wonder what if that juncture was that where he was getting in the backseat. Because what I was thinking to myself is that's the only opportunity he would have had to actually get out of the car and get into the backseat that way would be if when that car was stopped before getting onto the dirt road. Because he could have done that and he wouldn't have gotten muddy, right? Because that was still on the road. When the car was parked weird before the dirt road, he could have gotten out and gotten into the back seat then, which still there's the question of why would you? But again, the eyewitness said he saw Alex in the passenger seat. But again, having said that, it's possible that was all true. And then after he passed them, after that, Alex could have gotten out and gotten into the back seat. But that's the only way he could have done it without getting muddy, unless he did it from climbing over the front seats, if that makes sense. So, all right.
Thank you.
But, okay, let me just say, why does it matter? It matters because to me, and no one's asking me why it matters, I'm just thinking out loud, right? It matters because this is the time, this is the order of events, right? In other words, it matters if, in terms of when she started stabbing him, right? Did it happen then? My question is, did it happen then, before they got onto the dirt road? Or did it happen on the dirt road, and that's why the car ended up being, angled where it was into the grass, and then Ezra made up the whole mud story? Because if the stabbing didn't happen when the car was stopped, what was going on with the car being stopped? Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll learn more. That's a relevant question. The only new info that I have is the prosecutor has since referred to them as a deer claw, which is amazing. So I'm calling it deer claw from now on. But no, we do not. We still don't know what the deal is. And it's a great question as to, was it already there? Was it in Ezra's car? We don't know. And this goes back to the same thing I keep saying about this crime scene, right? We have a crime scene, and then we have to remember part of it is that there's this element of how she staged it, right? And that's what makes it so interesting, because what was staged, what's legitimate, and how do we sort it out? Yeah, deer claw. I will say I added them to the thumbnail. I don't know if you noticed, but I did add them to the thumbnail.
And you can take the gloves off. I don't have any further questions for Officer Kurtzhals.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, please.
Kurtzhals.
He does this with everyone.
Mr. Kurtzhals, you mentioned when you first got there, you brought a report with you, is that right?
Yes.
You've made out a police report, or what we commonly call a police report regarding this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You initially, you said you were the sergeant of investigations?
Yes.
Does that mean basically you're in charge of the investigators?
Yes.
Okay. And so, case like this comes in, there's somebody that's deceased, there's an investigation about a homicide, you're in charge of task assignments, as well as probably lots of other things, but certainly assigning tasks.
Correct.
What else?
Overseeing the entire operation, everything from the initial securing of the scene to collecting the evidence, interviewing potential witnesses, calling in the state crime lab for their assistance, calling in the Wisconsin State Patrol so they can do a schematic to scale of the area, securing search warrants, maintaining the evidence, making sure it's the chain of evidence is followed correctly, that the evidence is secured in a fashion where it's not compromised.
Isn't that interesting that this is compromised? I've never heard that before. Have you guys ever heard anyone say that before? I mean, that could be a Wisconsin thing. I really don't know.
Doing complete reports, making sure that everybody involved in the process, investigators.
So this dude, I don't have any problems with this dude. This dude ends up, it's actually kind of ends up being endearing to me as we go along. You'll see, because he reads more of this stuff from the books, and it's actually kind of, he really endears himself I'm like, okay, I see. He's like a salt of the earth. This is my read on him, right? He's like a salt of the earth, officer who just does his job. He does his job. He just does his job, right? I mean, there's nothing fancy. He's not overly enthusiastic. He's not trying to be anything or do anything. He has no agenda. He's not overly eager. He's just like, it's kind of, it's kind of a great witness when it comes to law enforcement with this, That's okay. Do you speak any other languages besides German and English? I'm curious, just for fun. I love languages and stuff.
People from the crime lab, the Wisconsin State Patrol, ambulance crew, they've all submitted the required reports. Conducting follow-up investigations, consulting with the district attorney,
Also, you can tell he's just genuinely answering the question. The question was like, what are all your responsibilities, right? And he's like, you can tell because he's pausing, and you can see looking at his eyes, he's using memory recall. I don't know, it's paused, not in a nice way. There we go. You can see him like accessing his memory to just genuinely answer the question. So he's actually telling. So the fact that he's able to do that shows he does all these things, right? Again, it speaks to the fact that he seems like just a reliable police officer. Oh, that's pretty cool. You need to meet DSN. He hasn't been here. He's been on vacation. But I think you guys also could speak the same language in terms of the programming and scripting. I'm trying to remember specifically what he said his job is. But DSN is another friend who's usually here for every live stream, but he's been on vacation. But it's he does something fancy with computers, and it's so over my head. That's all I can really say about it. But yeah.
On briefings, progress briefings with everybody that was involved. We had several of those, all the way up until today. My duties here in the court.
At some point, you're in a different uniform than Dunn County Sheriff's Department, right?
Yes, sir.
When did you leave the Dunn County Sheriff's Department?
January of this year.
Okay, January of 2018. Of 2019.
19.
He was there. I will say it is noteworthy to me because he was there for ever. Like I forget, 19 years or something. It's interesting because it's a long time to be with one office and then leave. And we've noticed there's been quite a few this is just what I've noticed, right? There's quite a few officers who seem to have been with Dunn County for a long time and then left. Now, that's neither here nor there. That's not anything that's likely to come up in a trial unless there's something relevant, but it is interesting to me. Now, it could just be that they got promoted, they got offered more money somewhere else, you know, maybe. Or it could be they had family members move. I don't know. We'll see what happens if he asks about that, but he's probably not allowed to get into it. But it is interesting.
Wishing that I just made a mistake. Do you know who took over your role as Sergeant of Investigators after that?
I don't believe they have a sergeant in that section anymore, it's just investigators now. Now they fall into the bailiwick of, I believe,
They fall in what?
the bailiwick, the supervision of someone that's not a sergeant of investigation. I think they've restructured that.
They restructured it.
And when you left Dunn County Sheriff's Department, I imagine your responsibilities of
Well, I wonder if that has to do with it.
overseeing the entire investigation of this case left when you left the job, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you're still here telling us about what you did when you worked for Dunn County, is that right?
Correct.
But once you left Dunn County, you haven't done any additional work since January of 2019, other than your testimony in this case, right?
That's right.
And as the Sergeant of Investigations, a lot of people are giving you information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And basically, you're collecting information from other people in law enforcement, right?
Law enforcement, the state crime lab, I suppose you can consider them law enforcement, EMS personnel, witnesses for witness statements, those
Okay.
sorts of things. Yeah.
And when
That's interesting. Fun fact. You know, it could be, right? I mean, think about last names, right? It's like, so every last name started with one person who had a nickname, right? And then, I mean, could be 100%. I mean, yeah.
sometimes it's
Is Todd a very German first name?
your role, you're also making out reports, as you did in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your reports, you're again wanting to gather up all the information that's been provided to you and document it in some way, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you made out a report in which you wrote down some of the information that you gathered, correct?
Yes, sir.
Including that, quote, she had superficial cuts on her lips, neck, hands, and the word boy scratched into her arm, correct?
Correct.
So you had written in your report documentation of a cut to her neck, is that right?
Correct.
And that was information that you had got as the Sergeant of Investigations, correct?
Right.
You took place, you were there at Alex Woodworth's apartment, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we saw some of the photos. Do I need gloves on to move that book, or can I just move it?
Put gloves on, for fuck's sake.
Just
Here, do you want to use gloves or for any reason?
I have no reason, I'm just, don't want to make a boo-boo here. Does anybody want me to use gloves? Otherwise, I'm just going to pick it up and
Gloves on,
move it.
dude. It's not worth it.
Why don't you speak it?
Great. So I want to ask you some questions about these photos that you previously testified about, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to just put them up on the screen so we can all know what we're...
Yeah, I got
Yes, I believe they have. Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 646, is that right?
Yes, can you? Yes, sir.
That's the picture of the bookshelf from Alex's apartment, is that right?
That's correct.
And there's, fair to say, nearly 100 books. We haven't counted them, neither you, or at least I haven't. Have you counted the books?
No, sir.
But you'd agree it's,
I'm not even count.
That sounds
I've
fair.
been missing my tape right here. Hold on.
oops, went the wrong way. There we go. And of the books that we're talking about, like
Oh boy.
this book corpus and some of the other books I'm going to ask you about, this wasn't on the shelf, was it?
Correct.
The book corpus, which is Exhibit
Book.
648.
Book.
649, I believe.
Okay.
648 is the evidence log.
Correct.
649 is the actual book. That book was not on that shelf, agreed?
Yes, sir.
Where was it?
In a book bag on the floor, to the left of the mattress on the floor.
Okay. And so on Exhibit 648, that's the evidence list, is that right?
Yes.
the item number 40, we'll eventually open these up, but I just want to go through the list here. Item number 40, a journal titled Dream Tree Simple and Elegant. Was that found in a backpack on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Same backpack that had this book, Corpus?
I believe so.
Item number 41, a leather cover journal with notes and writings. Is that also from the backpack?
I do not know.
Item number 44, a ledger book containing writings of Alex Woodward. Was that also from the backpack?
I don't know.
Item number 45, a book entitled Fear and Trembling by Soren Kierkegaard. That was from the bookshelf according to this?
Yes, sir.
So other than the book Fear and Trembling, did anyone collect any of these other books that we see the spines of in this picture here?
To my knowledge, no.
Were you the one that picked out Fear and Trembling and decided to collect that in evidence?
No.
Do you know who did that?
No, sir.
So you wouldn't be able to say why that one book in particular was taken out?
I don't know.
Why don't we, do you have Exhibit 45 there, or Mr. Moen might be able to help us? If you could bring out 40, 41, 44, and 45, please, sir. I'm going to ask you to open up Exhibit 654, sir. What's the book in 645? Can you pull that out and show the jury?
It's 654.
654, I
It's the
transposed
book
it.
entitled Fear and Trembling.
Why don't you pull it out and show that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said?
Fear and Trembling.
Can you again display and show that to the jury? Wherever you're comfortable, sir, I'm going to ask you some questions about that and the other exhibits. You're welcome to go sit down. You're welcome to stand there. I don't want to tell you where to go, wherever you're comfortable. Okay. What you're telling us is the book Fear and Trembling from Exhibit 654 was found on the bookshelf. Is that right?
Yes, from the short bookshelf.
Okay. And you don't know why that book in particular was the one and only book taken from that bookshelf, do you?
I do not.
You know, when you did it, it was just law enforcement in there, correct?
Correct.
There was nobody from the prosecution team there, agreed?
Agreed.
There was nobody from, no defense attorneys that were there in any way, right?
Right.
It was just law enforcement, right?
Yes, sir.
And some law enforcement officer made a decision to collect and pick that book out in particular, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you familiar with that book?
No.
Okay. The other book that we had you read, are you familiar with that book, other than you just read the back?
That's not my type of book.
I appreciate that.
So here's what I think he's getting at. He's getting at, in my opinion, what's his point? Well, so there's these books, right? Fear and Trembling. He's saying the prosecution wasn't there. Nobody was there. It was just law enforcement. So law enforcement's in, you picture the scene, right? Law enforcement's in Alex's room. They see this bookshelf with all these books. They don't know what any of this shit means. They don't know what any of this says. They don't know any of these authors, right? This is all over their heads or whatever they end up kind of saying, essentially. And they're there to collect evidence, right? And I think what this defense attorney's point is that they saw the book Fear and Trembling and saw the cover of it with the knife and thought it could be relevant. And I think his other point is they collected that, but they didn't collect all these other books. And that there was something they thought was relevant because he was killed with a knife, right? I think that's what he's trying to say.
Same thing with the Fear and Loathing. That's not your type of book?
Correct.
And do you know anything about the book other than what's on the cover?
Nope.
So you're just saying that's not my type of book.
Oh yeah, no, Alex. So the victim, Alex was a philosophy major in college. He was super into philosophy. And in fact, if you're into that stuff, we have one of our live streams. We actually broke down his journal writings where they're like, it's all philosophical stuff. And it's really interesting. And I have all that timestamped. It's from a couple episodes ago, but they use his journal entries, and I'm sure we'll see more of it as the trial goes along, but they were in like the opening statement. So I saved pictures of them, and then I like zoomed in and tried to make them clearer because they were really hard to read, the handwriting, but we did that. And then we read through it and kind of researched stuff as we went along. It was really interesting.
Based upon what you see on the cover, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know, did anybody take an inventory of the other books that were on the shelf here?
No.
Okay. Just these two photos, 645 and 646, are essentially the documentation that we have of what would be in Alex Woodworth's library, right?
Yes.
I do have to say that as far as the rest of his books go, and as far as what, thinking about this idea of how much of his philosophies should come in and what's relevant, I have to say that when you think about the fact that he was such a thinker, and we know that he had conversations about the nature of self-defense and when self-defense is okay, and we know that he was found without any defensive wounds, because of that, I think it's relevant. I think it's very relevant. So I hope some of that gets to come in at some point. Yeah, I also want to read that. And you know what? They mentioned that book Corpus. I also want to read that. That looks really good. Or sounds good. Like that. They were just mentioning that a few minutes ago. But yeah, Corpus by Jean-Luc Nancy. It would be interesting if maybe when we finish the trial, we could do like a book club thing where we reread some of these books and then discuss them. That'd be fun. I also, since I know you're new here, everyone else has heard me say this, but since you're new here, DP, I was a violin performance major in college, but I almost double majored in philosophy. I took some philosophy classes and I really loved them. And I had a great philosophy teacher who I've talked about before. And he was kind of encouraging me to double major. And then I was like, well, the only thing more silly than like a violin performance degree, not that it's silly, but a degree in philosophy, right? But I've actually, it's been really nice to to even just hear some of this stuff through the trial and Alex's writings. I mean, I think they're really brilliant, actually. The world lost a beautiful person, but also a really great thinker, in my opinion.
The book shown in Exhibit 647, that book, does it appear to be written by Derrida? Jacques Derrida, Derrida.
Yes.
That book was not collected?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Again, probably not a book that you're familiar with or know anything about?
That would be correct.
Okay. There was some other items that were collected from the backpack, is that right?
Yes.
And that is the items 651, 652, and 653. I'm going to ask you to open those now and display those to the jury. We can just go through them each so you can. And the item that you just pulled out of that was out of Exhibit 651, is that right?
That's correct.
And the title of that is Dream Tree, Simple and Elegant. Looks like that was printed, pre-printed on that, what we'll call a journal, is that right?
Correct.
And then on the front it says, Notes, October 19th, 2017 - through. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it says something similar on the binding, is that right?
Yes.
Can you just open that up?
100% logic. Yeah.
The first page, is that signed by somebody?
Yeah, I'm also a big fan of logic, and I think that's also what I love about the law. The law has a lot of overlap with philosophy and how logic works, and just logic, critical thinking, all that. I mean, I guess it's really just does come down to logic, doesn't it? Though, there's just a lot of overlap, and I think that's why I love the law and why I love trials as well. Oh, they've butchered the pronunciation of a bunch of people. Yeah, you should have heard Descartes. He said Descartes or something. I don't know. Yeah.
From October 19, 2017 is what it writes.
Yes.
Reads, correct?
Yes.
Can we turn to the first page just to, it appears the first entry is October 19th of 2017.
Yes.
And then if we can scroll all the way to you don't have to go page by page, sir. Go to the last page just so we can get an end date if there is.
Looks like,
it ends on page 37.
That's what it looks like, yes.
And it appears to be, actually, if we can go back again. That entry appears to be undated, or maybe it's the November 20th, 2017 date?
Correct.
Okay. And on the top of page 35, it appears to be making reference to Corpus by Jean-Luc Nancy,
There's Corpus,
correct?
yes, there
That's
it
the
is.
same book that we previously referenced, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
No,
Okay, thank
no.
you. Do you know, as you're, if you can open that up, on page, again, can I, any objection to my
Put on
handling
a
it? Your
glove,
Honor?
man.
Well, perhaps you should use a glove.
That's fine.
Hey, I'm telling you guys,
Well-
$1 billion idea, biodegradable freaking gloves for people.
If you don't want to make you have to do things, but if you're gloved or you can helpful, can you come over this way?
Hold on. I'm gonna have to make another quote. Mr. Nelson's gonna get his own quotes. So I have my collection here of people that get quotes. Like, for example, Trooper Paul. We have Trooper Paul. He had so many, I had to make it a ticker versus just a banner. That's not all of them. That's just some of them. Let me wait for it to start over and then I can read it. Okay, here we go. It deals with the motions. It deals with forward. And it also deals with speed. It just did. I love this one. What do you mean by scientific evidence? It's a good one. Classic. We could not calculate anything from this collision. And then, where's my other Trooper Paul one? Oh, I must have deleted it. Oh, oops, did not mean to do that. And then, anyway, but then I've got this, but I'm going to have to make another one. Hold on, let me pull this back up. And then let me rewind that, and we're going to add this to my thing for Mr. Nelson. He's getting his own little thing.
Looks like, it ends on page 37.
That's what it looks like, yes.
And it appears to be, actually, if we can go back again.
Oh, it was like, I don't
That
want to.
entry appears to be undated, or maybe it's the November 20th, 2017 date?
Correct.
Okay. And on the top of page 35, it appears to be making reference to Corpus by Jean-Luc Nancy, correct?
It does.
That's the same book that we previously referenced, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do you know, as you're, if you can open that up, on page, again, can I, any objection to my handling it, Your Honor?
Well, perhaps you should use a glove.
That's fine.
One here.
Well, if you don't want to make you have to do things, but if you're gloved or you can helpful, can you come over this way,
That's
sir?
the one.
While we were standing here in the courtroom, you kind of quickly breezed through the book and you noticed 4 different doodles, is that right?
I did.
At page 1, page 25, page 27, and page 35, is that right?
Good point.
Can you show us the one on page 25?
Oh, I've got, yeah, we got all. Dude, are you kidding me? Did you follow that file? I've got stuff for days. Oh, and I have a music video. You got a lot to catch up on it. I made a music video for that trial. But anyway, but we have like I've got commands for them. So like we can do, well, we'll have to do this classic one first. Always a good time for this one. Hold on.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
I'm supposed to be doing, hold on, I need to pull that up. There we go. Hold on.
There's no evidence of anything in this case.
DP, if you want to type in the chat exclamation point and then cup, as in CUP, exclamation point cup, I'll do you another one. And then you can also do exclamation point 22, I think is what it is, maybe. If you want. If you want to try her out. Cup, CUP. That was my fault. Good try, though. It's CUP. I don't think we actually have a command for cup. But yeah, CUP, as in Peter. There you go. All right. Cool.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
And then try, I think it's exclamation point 22. Try that one. Isn't it fun? We love Nightbot. Cute, Nightbot. We love you. Okay, perfect.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Maybe we'll do the music video at the end of the live stream. So, yes, lots of good stuff. But Mr. Nelson's he's racking up his quotes as well from this one. So far, he's the quotable of this so far in the straw. So, oh, joined late. Okay, cool. Well, better late than never. I'm sure you know about solo cups, right? Classic. It'll live in infamy. But I'm still covering Karen Reed with everything that's happening in the aftermath too. So you're welcome to watch with us. We just covered the hearing from Friday, and I was covering it live, and then I lost electricity because we had a big storm. So, or not electricity, I lost internet. But then we watched it on, or we covered it. When was that? Yesterday, maybe. Anywho, but yes, hate. I don't want to make you look at the gloves. It looks like he's a burglar, right? Like he's going to burgle something.
And that's the a cat with some hearts on it on page 25.
Yes.
And then the page 27. That appears to be some other object, perhaps orientated upside down from the way we're viewing it now. Does it appear to say the word peach next to a drawing of what may appear to be a peach?
Yes.
And then on page 35.
His clock, but it's okay.
Is there another doodle there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have about that. We can move on to the next exhibit, sir. Read the front cover there.
Just now, as I'm reaching the end and everything is finished for me, I know that I have to start all over at the beginning.
That's the writing from the, is that the back cover?
That's the back.
What's the front say?
I met a man walking through a briar patch. He was looking for the rose promised by the thorns.
Pull that out on the front cover. What is that? There you go.
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Extra Shriver, September 2017 through February 2018, plus from the past.
The three items that we just opened up, 651, 52, and 653, just do we informally agree to call those journals?
By the way, I just realized I still have, sorry, I still have the video for, hold on, let me pull this up. I still have the video file for Alex's journals. I thought I didn't have that and that I would only, that you'd have to go back and see it on the live stream, but I actually have it. Here, look. Let's just take a look, see. I still have this. Hipster business adjacent.
It's a house.
Okay, so this is what I was referring to, DP, of his journals. So what we did on the live stream, though, was with the help of the chat, I read this stuff. There's more than this. There's a couple of them. And it's, it's not easy to read, but we read through it and then we talked about it on the live stream. But I just saw that I still have, and then St. Augustine. Here's the cool part, though, at the end. Hold on. There we go. Hold on. There's St. Augustine. Anyway, but I just didn't realize I still had that. But anyway, yeah. So let me pull up
Yes. Those journals were all found in a backpack. Is that your understanding?
I don't know if they're all found in the backpack.
Okay.
The leather item number 41, leather cover journal.
So exhibit 6.
I'm not sure if that came from the backpack or not.
Okay, exhibit 652, item 41 is the one that you're not sure where that came from.
I don't know where that came from.
Okay, but exhibit 651, which was item 40, that came from the backpack?
Yeah, it's no worries. I mean, if you haven't seen it yet, I do very detailed timestamps, which I've found is actually really helpful for me, even when I need to go back and find something, or refer to something or whatever. But but I think it also makes it easy for replay crew or for people, that way you can, I know what it's like to love long form, content and trials and stuff. And I know for me, timestamps have made my life a lot easier. And I've gone overboard with it, as I want to do. I've scrolled at it. It's like, it starts out like with your normal typist timestamps. And then now it's like, I just get real specific. But again, I think it's actually helpful, hopefully to you guys, but it's helpful for me as well. When I'm like, I got to go back and find that. When was that? When did that clip happen? Or when did whatever, Are you serious? That's crazy. Huh. Wow. How hot? Well, I'm sure you do know Celsius. I'm curious. I guess if you say it in Celsius, I can convert it to Fahrenheit. I'll pull up a thing.
It's,
Yes, that's right.
and the one we just talked about, the extra Scrivener, exhibit 653, that came, item number 44, that came from the backpack?
I don't know where that one came from.
Okay.
So it's one of the three that I can definitively say came from the backpack. I don't know about the other two.
And you don't have a memory as you sit here today where it was that those came from?
No, sir.
Okay. As part of this case, you also sometimes took direction from District Attorney Nodoff, is that right?
Yes.
One of the directions that you took was to follow up on, to investigate mental health providers regarding Ms. McCandless, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Section relevance?
Sidebar.
I think the objection's overruled, is that right, Judge?
Objection's overruled. Objection's overruled, however, again,
I understand the limits.
There's some limit.
You did some investigation into mental health providers Ezra McCandless may have seen, is that right?
Yes.
You went to the Eau Claire.
So over 30 degrees Celsius. 86 Fahrenheit. Wow. Yeah, that's not that hot for here. I just pulled it up on the phone. So, wow. But yeah, I mean, if you guys, of course it depends. Like if you guys don't have air conditioning, that's definitely could be problematic. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. When we had that big storm, I mean, it was probably over 100 degrees and a lot of places lost power. I lost power briefly, but some of the neighbors in my neighborhood lost power for a lot longer. But actually, even without that, before that happened, I don't know if you guys remember, well, this was like, 2 weeks ago or something, my AC broke. So I had power, but my AC wasn't working. I kind of didn't really realize it. I thought it was just not keeping up because it was so hot. And then I was like, yeah, this isn't normal, because it was like just speaking of 86 degrees, right? Like at that in Fahrenheit, it was like up to 94 degrees in my house. Like, because there was no, oh, okay. Yeah. So hopefully you have some good windows, and you can get some cross ventilation. One thing that Fender suggested, and Fender is another friend of ours who lives in India. She was actually trying to help me out with some suggestions when I had that AC problem. But she gave a couple suggestions in the Discord. I think one of them was to sprinkle water around, what did she say, windowsills or something, so that it can evaporate. I don't know. She gave a couple good suggestions, because I don't know that they have AC in India, and I'm sure it's like way hotter. But it was so there's also a crazy thing about like sticking an onion under your armpit. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. But luckily that very day, the landlord came and fixed the AC. So I didn't end up having to resort to any onions in my armpits. But yeah, it's crazy. So but what it made me think about is there's places where that's their normal life. Like there is an AC and it's like over 100 degrees. And so they have these strategies that, apparently things that you would never have thought of that you can do that will help you survive in the heat, which is wild, right? To think about. So, anywho, but hopefully you're safe and you'll be okay. If you need any help, Fender in the Discord will be where it's at for the suggestions on how to handle the heat. Shout out to Fender. She might be here soon. I know she's in the process of moving though, so.
County Victim Witness Office, is that right?
Yes.
You spoke with somebody there, is that right?
Yes.
You corroborated that Ms. McCandless had spoke with a victim witness advocate from Eau Claire County, is that right?
Correct.
And that she had been referred to the Bolton Refuge House.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In the Bolton Refuge House, you're familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
That makes a big difference, right? When it pulls off overnight. That was part of the problem with me with the AC being broken, because it was we were having it was really hot for a long period of time, and it was like hot, and like I don't think we've had any rain until we had the storm, right? But it was hot. There was no breeze. It was like really humid. I can tell you what it was like. It was awful. It was really humid and really muggy, and there was no breeze, and so the air was like hot water. And like even at night, it was still like 100 degrees, basically, like with the heat index or whatever, like with when you look at like the real field temperature. And then in the sun or in the day, it was like the same. It was hotter plus the sun. But like the fact that it didn't cool off overnight was like what really did me in, because like that's when I was like, I can't, like my dog and I are not going to survive this, because it was like, it wasn't that bad if it was cooling off overnight, but it was like, like the coolest it would get overnight when the AC wasn't working was like, I think it got down to like 89 or 90, but that was like the coolest it was getting. And then all day long, it was way hotter. So anyway, yeah, so that's a good thing. That definitely makes it bearable, doesn't it though?
What is it?
It's confidential safe house for victims of abuse, physical and mental abuse.
Fair to say that they provide services for people impacted by domestic violence and sexual assault?
Yes, sir.
You also went and spoke with someone at the Eau Claire Crisis Response Team, is that right?
I don't know if I went and spoke to them. Some of these were phone calls.
I
wanted to speak to somebody on the phone, I believe, on that one.
You spoke with somebody from the Eau Claire Crisis Response Team, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Kristen Wojciak?
You did better than I did.
W-O-J...
Butchering another name.
T-A-L-E-W-I-C-Z,
I will say that's
is that right?
That's another theme of this trial is butchering names.
That's correct.
Okay. You spoke with that person?
Yes.
You then contacted Chippewa County District Attorney, correct?
I did.
And Ms. McCandless, you were aware lived in Stanley, is that right?
One of many places, yes.
And Stanley is in Chippewa County, is that right?
It is.
So you reached out to the Chippewa County to speak with Kristen, because that's where Kristen was now working, who had previously been in the Eau Claire Crisis Response Team, is that right?
Yes.
And then you learned that she had also referred Ms. McCandless to the Bolton Refuge House, is that right?
Correct.
And she'd also referred Ms. McCandless to the Chippewa Falls Family Support Center, correct?
Yes.
And then you eventually contacted the Chippewa Falls Family Support Center, correct?
Yes, with a Miss Kara Dorzak.
Okay. And fair to say that they were not willing to, the Chippewa Falls Family Support Center was not willing to share information for you unless you had a release or a warrant, is that right?
Correct.
You certainly know how to obtain a search warrant, is that right?
Objection, argumentative.
Stayed.
Have you obtained a search warrant in the past in your career, sir?
Objection, can we have a sidebar?
Sidebar.
Did you obtain the records from the Chippewa Falls Family Support Center?
No.
Do you know if anybody from the Dunn County Sheriff's Department has done so since you've left?
Objection, relevance.
Just saying. Relevant, but yeah.
Mr. Nelson,
I'm almost done.
Okay, good.
I'm almost done.
Are you aware of anybody
I have
else
to
who's
have that.
obtained
Owen,
those
I'm sorry.
records?
Mr. Nellis is
No.
killing me right now.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, any redirect?
You were asked earlier about your report regarding the defendant's injuries. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you actually observe the defendant's injuries yourself?
No.
And you were asked some questions about the Fear and Trembling book.
Correct.
Could you please read the back of this book for the jury, please?
Sure. In Fear and Trembling, Kierkegaard, writing under the pseudonym Johannes de Silento, expounds his personal view of religion through a discussion of the scene in Genesis in which Abraham prepares to sacrifice his son at God's command. Believing Abraham's unreserved obedience to the essential leap of faith needed to make a full commitment to his religion, Kierkegaard himself
Right, he said the word Abraham. I already know what's coming on Read Cross.
made great sacrifices in order to dedicate his life entirely to his philosophy and to God. The conviction shown in this religious polemic that a man can have an exceptional mission in life informed all Kierkegaard's later writings and was also hugely influential for both Protestant theology and the existentialist movement. Alistair Hannay's introduction elucidates Kierkegaard's philosophy and the ways in which conflict with more accepted
It's so funny though, just the juxtaposition, right, of this officer reading this.
contemporary views.
And
This
the way he's having to read it to the jury, like, because this is what's so funny about trials. This is what I love about trials. It's like, this is how this can't come in any other way. Like, this makes no sense, but this is how it has to happen. It's just like in the Lori Vallow Daybell trial and like the Chad Daybell trial, when, you know, the lead detective sits up there on the stand and has to read their text messages into evidence. I mean, it's like, this is just, what's the right word? It's just, I don't know. It's funny to me. That this is how this happens. This is the only way this evidence can come in because he was the officer who was there and collected the books, right? It's just love it.
edition also includes detailed notes to complement this groundbreaking analysis of religion and a new chronology, translated with an introduction by Alistair Hannay.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Well done.
Any recross based upon that redirect?
Sure.
Oh, you know this.
On the back of the book, there was some talk about the story of Abraham. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the story of Abraham?
I call it. What did I say? What did I say when they said Abraham? When he read that name, Abraham, I was like, well, we know what's coming on Recross.
Abraham.
Objection, relevance.
You can't
Overruled.
object to that because it's
Are you
different.
familiar with the story of Abraham and his attempt to sacrifice his son Isaac?
Yes.
There's also some mention on the back of that book about existentialism. Is that right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with existentialism?
No.
Can you believe that?
That's all. Thank you.
I'm just shocked when he said no. I was like, I didn't know that anyone could not be familiar with existentialism. So yeah, right. It is an early, yeah. So I was like, whoa, that's wild.
Okay, thank you, Officer Kurtzhals. You may step down.
Can you please state and spell your last name for the record?
So we have two more witnesses on this day. Now, this is where it gets really interesting in terms of figuring out what happened. We're going to now get into the part on the thumbnail where it said the mystery at the ditch. And this has to do with Alex's cell phone. And we're going to also get to see, this is when we're going to get into, actually, I think it's the next witness, but we'll see the surveillance footage of Ezra at Racy's. So,
Scott McRoberts, McRoberts.
What is your occupation?
I'm a patrol captain right now with the Dunn County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
27 years.
On March 23rd of 2018, do you recall being contacted by Sergeant Rich Day regarding a potential homicide investigation?
I do.
And after you learned of this investigation, what did you do?
I proceeded to the office to lend any assistance I could.
And were you later assigned to perform a neighborhood canvass?
Yes.
What do you do during a neighborhood canvass?
I was assigned to check the area of 430th Avenue and County E for any potential residents in that area that may have seen anything suspicious the last day, day and a half, and potentially might have seen a silver Chevy Impala in the area.
And did you obtain any information from any neighbors?
Nothing pertinent, no.
The neighbors.
Did you also spend some time looking for any type of surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And what did you do for that?
Throughout that route from 430th Avenue, I traveled County E toward the Eau Claire County line. The only camera I found at that time shooting to the road was at the 24/7 telecom site just in Eau Claire County on County Road E.
And did you learn whether 24/7 telecom had any video surveillance pertinent to this investigation?
Yes.
And what did they tell you?
I met with one of their representatives, and I was advised that their cameras are motion activated. The camera shooting toward County E only captures traffic coming into the driveway when a vehicle would drive into the driveway. It doesn't run 24/7 and capture actual traffic traveling on County E. So we did not have anything that we found related to this case.
The following day, on March 24th of 2018, do you recall searching the ditch lines?
Yes.
And why were you doing that?
Just in the event there was other evidence missed during the evening search, we still had that area, an officer on scene for security during that time, and we just wanted to go back during the daylight to see if we could find any other items.
And if you can utilize that pointer to just visually point out for the jury where you were searching.
Initially, when I arrived, Deputy
That's a still from the drone.
Feeney was doing a drone flight in this area. Deputy Reed and I, and Deputy Feeney, once he's done with the drone, searched each side of the road here on up through past the vehicle in this general vicinity. At that time, I had placed a phone call to Investigator Conkey, who was doing an interview to see if he had learned anything that would guide our search. And he told me that...
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
It's going, and can we approach just briefly, Judge? Okay, just approach.
So, Sergeant McRoberts, did you receive some information which caused you to change the area in which you were searching?
Well, we finished the area. We finished along the fence line there. Since that was snow covered too, we were looking for tracks. There were no tracks in, no tracks out. So we eliminated this area and then started searching westbound on 430th Avenue along the south ditch.
And as you proceeded up that road, do you know where the Don Sipple residence is?
Yes.
And can you just point that out with the red dot right over around that area? Was there less snow cover as you traveled up that road?
Yes, as you got past that area there.
And was a knife located then near the driveway to Sipple's daughter's residence?
Yes.
So remember, we learned
And
that.
did you,
we learned that from like the first witness on this episode, I think it was. And remember, I pointed out, I was like, how crazy is that? That they located the knife and then the back of Alex's cell phone all the way down there near Don Sipple's daughter's house. So, you know, where the farmer, the house is, right? Again, the crazy thing to me is that this is all the way far away from the vehicle. I mean, it's not that far, but like, it's not at the scene. Like this is the other thing. It's like she took the knife. Okay, so she obviously had the back of Alex's cell phone, but she also took the knife with her and then dropped those items right before she got to the farmer's house. What was her plan? What was her plan? The figure of speech to ditch. I don't know what the STH means. If that's supposed to be a curse word, I don't know. You're allowed to curse if you don't. I mean, you don't have to, but you can. Like, I know some places will block it, or some chat, or some YouTube. Anyway, I don't have any filters. You can curse. So that's what that's supposed to be. So what's the STH though after to ditch? Oh, something. Okay, to ditch something. Huh. You know what? You're probably right. That would make perfect sense. I never thought about that. So do you not have ditches in German? Of course, it's gotta be ditches, right? I mean, I guess ditch lines. So I guess that would be like alongside a road. I mean, you're not going to have that everywhere. You're going to have to be out in the country. You know what I mean? Like to have that. I guess the point is just to keep the roads from flooding, maybe. So I guess if you're especially in places that are flat, I'm just trying to picture like, yeah, you would have that. But yeah, I'm sure that's where the figure of speech comes from. Good job. Well done on that.
Observe that knife?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do?
That's fancy looking.
Deputy Feeney had told me you could see a knife in that location. I messaged Sergeant Kurtzhals a picture of the knife since he was at the autopsy. They requested some measurements, so we provided some estimates on the length, width, type of knife it was without handling the knife.
And was this on, this was on March 24th, 2018?
Yes.
And where the knife was located on this diagram, are you able to identify that for the jury?
Yes.
And where was that?
Should be right nearest the driveway, labeled B.
And were some photographs also taken with respect to the knife?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 435. What is depicted in this photograph?
A knife.
And is that how
I
you
was
were
talking over it. We got to back that up so we can hear how he says this. Dude, this is another cop. I just love this. Just the lack of enthusiasm, just the way he answers this question. You guys, I just love it. Hold on.
With type of knife it was without handling the knife.
And was this on, this was on March 24th, 2018?
Yes.
And where the knife was located on this diagram, are you able to identify that for the jury?
Yes.
What is she doing?
And where was that?
Should be right nearest the driveway, labeled B.
Okay. So here we go. Coming up, the way he answers this question.
and were some photographs
Not this question, the next question.
also taken with respect to the knife?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 435. What is depicted in this photograph?
A knife.
It's the murder weapon. A knife. Dude, I love it.
And
love
is
it.
that how you recall it being located on March 24th with the blade pointed up?
Yes.
Just answer the
What's
question.
depicted in Exhibit 436?
Is this it?
Yes.
The knife as well.
You can see
And,
this. That's very much a ditch line, isn't it? Now you can really get an idea. So remember, at the time, there was like snow and stuff, and we're going to hear more about that from the next witness. But also, we heard from Sergeant Piper. I think he was a sergeant from a couple episodes ago. I think about how there was even a stream. So I think in this ditch line, there potentially could be sometimes whether a snow melt or whatever. But I'm wondering if maybe that's why, when I asked the question to myself, why the fuck did she, bring those things with her? I guess she ditched them. There you go. Using the phrase, I guess she ditched them thinking they would never be found. I mean, the whole thing is just makes it all worse, right? You should she would have been better off leaving it there. I mean, anyway.
What is depicted in Exhibit 437?
The knife, and
yeah.
you can see the background of the civil
Well
residence
done.
there.
Yeah. You can lengthy. I mean, you can't see the knife. Oh yeah, you can see the ditch. This is great. Great perspective here. That's where it was. Wow, right close to the house.
And Exhibit 438.
Wow. Hold on. We have to do this the right way. Hold on. Let me get my setup going. I'm going to do the thing. Do the thing. Just 1 second. I love how Google just has certain places memorized. Okay. Here we go. All right, so let me pull my banner down. So this Ditchline, let's go check it out. So I'm pretty sure they're saying this is like the daughter's house. So we're gonna go this way. Wait a second. Aha, there's the tall house. Okay. Aha. Okay, hold on. Let me go right back. So, no, wait. I can see it. Yeah, this is exactly it. The sun is ruining it right now, though. Look. So this is from 2008, which is wild, this image. So I want to show you guys something. Check this out. Check this shit out. All right, here's what we do. There's the picture they're looking at, right? Actually, here's your marker. See how right where that cone is? And then there's, if you go to the back of that ditch, there's like a pole thing sticking up, like a pole of some sort. I don't know what it does. There's a pole there. I guess it's so you don't accidentally back into the ditch. And keep your eye on that. And now we're going to go back to this. And you can see there's the pole. And can you guys see my mouse? I guess it's an arrow, but right here. And the ditch is right here. The sun is ruining it, like I said, but there you go. So that's it. So, but this was in 2008. And of course, this looks like it's like summertime or whatever. So it's a bit different. Actually, it looks like there's like a flower bed or something. Let me go back to this. Hold on. Huh. You see what I mean? Like, I guess they used to have crops or a garden. Check it out. Let me go back to this again. See? Now, it could be seasonal. I don't know. Could be, I mean, we know the same people lived here the whole time for like forever. But like, again, this picture says image capture 2008. So, so there you have it. Okay, cool. Just wanted to check it out in real life. Okay.
I can see a cone in the background again. The Sipple residence, the driveway leading in.
And do you know if that cone was in relation to where the knife was located?
I can't recall if we placed that. There was a cone left there overnight to mark some foot tracks in the area, and also the back of a cell phone cover that had been located along the roadway.
Oh, thank you.
And Exhibit 439, what does this photograph depict?
It gives the view back down toward the dirt road and looking east from where the knife was located.
I made a whole video, by the way, based on like essentially the little man that you showed me, DP, last time. We're here.
And it appears that there's some potentially cars and people standing down, further down.
Black Widow, sorry for the screen. Black Widow is here. Love you. Haven't seen you in so long, it feels like. Meet our new friend, DP, who's in Germany. You guys are almost friends. Black Widow's in Ireland. So since you guys haven't met. So there you go. We got Black Widow in Ireland. We've got DP in Germany. International squirrels. We be squirreling. Glad you're here.
In the picture, do you see
Correct.
that?
Yes.
Is that where the entrance to the field drive is?
Yes.
Exhibit 440, what's depicted in this photograph?
Yeah, in the very forefront, you can see the knife, and in the background again, that view east to that field driveway.
And then Exhibit 441.
That's a measurement of the knife blade.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 233.
Here comes the actual knife, guys.
what is that item?
It is a folding knife.
And is it the same knife that you recall seeing on March 24th, 2018?
Yes,
That was in the Ditchline?
correct.
3 days later, after the knife was located on March 27th of 2018, do you recall executing a search warrant on the defendant for her DNA?
Yes.
How did you obtain the DNA sample from the defendant on March 27th?
Well, there's two different things we did with the search warrant. We obtained buccal swabs, which are cotton swabs used to swab the interior cheek area of the mouth. And also we pulled hair samples from the head hair.
And what, if anything, were you wearing to ensure your DNA was not contaminating the samples?
While doing the buccals, I had rubber gloves on and just swabbed the interior of the mouth, placed those swabs into evidence bags. And then on the hair pulls, I wore a dust mask as well, just to eliminate any possibility of breathing onto Ms. McCandless while I proceeded to pluck the hairs.
And what did you do with the samples once you were done collecting them?
Both samples were turned over to Sergeant Day eventually for transmittal to the crime lab.
That same day, do you recall walking the ditch line again to try to locate Alex Woodworth's cell phone?
Yes.
And were you able to locate his cell phone?
No.
But while you were there, do you recall speaking with a man named Chester Davidson?
Prior to today, all we knew about the phone was that it was found in water and it had to be, they had to do the chip off thing to get the data off of it. Yeah, right. That's the only thing we knew so far about the phone. We were like, water, right?
Yes.
And what was that conversation regarding?
It was regarding a trip, one trip he had made through there. He had indicated he thought it was on the Friday, which would have been the 23rd, initially is what he thought. He was traveling to work and saw a small sedan parked blocking the eastbound lane at that field drive, and he had to go out around it. After having further conversation, he realized it was actually on the 22nd.
And did he show you his work schedule to confirm that it was actually March 22nd that he saw that vehicle?
Yes, he did.
And was your conversation with Mr. Davidson audio or visually recorded?
No.
And why not?
I obtained a written statement from him on scene.
And were you planning on performing any interviews while you were out searching the ditch line?
No.
And then on March 29th of 2019, 7 days after the date in question in this case, did you search the ditch line again for Alex's phone?
Yes.
And were you finally able to locate his phone?
Yes.
Yay, they found the phone.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 283 again. Are you able to determine with the letter marking where the cell phone was located?
It would be just under the 430th Avenue portion labeled C. Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do with the
So let me back it up just a second. I think that there was something I was going to point out that I
ditch line again for Alex's phone?
Yes.
And were you finally able to locate his phone?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 283 again.
Oh, it might be with the next one.
Are you able to determine with the letter marking where the cell phone was located?
It would be just under the 430th Avenue portion labeled C. Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do with the cell phone when you located it?
I actually placed a phone call to Alex's father. He had initially told us Alex had a Nokia phone, and I could see this was an LG. And after speaking with John, he actually had the records indicating it would have been an LG cell phone, and he provided me with the IMEI number, which would identify that phone, and that is the number that I found on the phone.
And did you take photographs of the cell phone as you locate it?
Yes.
And what do you see in Exhibit 503?
I can see the cell phone right here.
Yeah.
In Exhibit 504?
Again, a close-up of the cell phone and the battery that was dislodged from the phone.
And what does Exhibit 505 depict?
An overview of what that ditch line looked like and the grass that's matted down indicating there was flowing water at one point.
There you go.
And 506?
The phone, the battery, and again, the strands of grass, and again, directionally laid down to the east where that water is flowing in the ditch.
What is Exhibit 507?
It's a close-up of the ID here, identifying that phone.
In Exhibit 508?
A picture of the face of the phone showing some damage.
What's crazy is that the phone, like initially it seemed like a good guess would have been just that the reason the phone was in water was because it had maybe been in the mud, right? Like where the car was found, right? Where it could have been in mud and where the car was found. This is so crazy, right? Because it's like, it wasn't there at all. It was in this ditch line. And she took, I mean, ostensibly she tried to take it apart because the back was found separately and then the battery was removed from it. And I would imagine it was also turned off, right? Like she was trying to destroy the phone. I mean, it's really wild stuff.
And did you also place the phone in some rice?
We did.
Why did you do that?
To try to extract any existing moisture that might have been in the phone, hoping that we would be able to download and get the information off the phone.
And it does make you wonder this too, because, I mean, the only reason to try to destroy the phone is if there's something on the phone that is damning, right? Like a conversation that they had or something. I mean, obviously the knife, the murder weapon, yeah, every criminal's always going to try to get rid of the murder weapon, but the phone is only necessary if there's something on it, right? So I don't know, interesting. And we know they were able to get the data off of it. So we'll learn that eventually.
Also, as part of this investigation, did your office execute a warrant for an Instagram account belonging to the defendant?
Yes.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 267. What is that document?
It's a certificate of authenticity of domestic records of regularly conducted activity at Instagram.
And is it related to
AKA, it's an exception to hearsay.
the defendant's Instagram account?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. McRoberts, I
Now,
want to ask you some questions about March 27th when you were out searching the ditch line, okay?
Sure.
When you were out doing that, as you said, you were not planning on interviewing witnesses, citizens, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
When you plan to do an interview, you bring certain equipment to aid you with that, is that right?
If it's planned, yes.
And if it's planned, you'd bring something to record it, is that correct?
Correct.
Because, as you know, the human memory isn't always perfect, so you try to make sure that it's accurately documented by getting a digital recording of what people say, is that right?
In many instances, yes.
Yeah. And so that's the best practice, agreed?
Sure.
On that day, because that wasn't your intention, you didn't have a digital recorder with you, agreed?
My squad car was there. I could have activated that at some point. I just went with the written statement.
And so your intention is still to make sure that you accurately record everything that's told you, correct?
Correct.
There's just different ways of you recording that, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you record it again with a digital recorder. Yes?
Yes.
Sometimes you have the
Do you think Mr. Nelson's going to hang him at dawn
person
for not having used a recorder?
write out a written statement in their own words, agreed?
Correct.
And in addition to that, you also make a summary report of what you heard, is that right?
Yes.
And so you did that in this case. You wanted to make sure that you wrote down what it is that you heard, agreed?
Yes.
When you wrote all that down, you knew, hey, I don't have the reporter that I normally have, so I want to make sure I get this down all correct. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you wrote out a report about what Chester Davidson told you, is that right?
Yes.
And what Chester Davidson told you, just so we can put this into context, Chester Davidson was the bus driver going to work who said he's...
Yeah, he's still what? Dude, Aaron Nelson's not going to let it go. He just has to impeach the fuck out of Chester Davidson. that, you know what that says to me? What that says to me is that's a very bad witness for the defense. I mean, it's like at this point, I feel like Chester Davidson, like the fact that he saw the car and saw Ezra driving and saw Alex in the passenger seat is important, but we're so far past that now. Like, they have the knife, they have the phone, like we've just, all this other shit's come in that in my mind, I kind of forgot about Chester Davidson temporarily. You know what I mean? But you know what? Aaron Nelson, in trying to still impeach Chester Davidson, just made me remember about that, right? So if I'm on the jury, that's my perspective of, like, you know, in other words, you have to weigh out your risks and your benefits here, right? Because do you really want to keep bringing this up? Because you're just, by doing that, you're just keeping it in the forefront of the jury's mind. But also, it's showing what do they say? Like showing your hand a little bit, right? Of like, this witness really is bad for you. Because we remember from the opening statements, Mr. Nelson tried to tell this whole story about them switching seats and switching drivers and whatnot, you know? So I guess that's why, but yeah.
Saw a car at the entryway to this muddy road, is that right?
Yes.
And what Chester Davidson told you is, as you put in your report, he couldn't recall who was driving. Agreed?
Yes.
Those are the words that he told you on that day, right?
Yes.
You also helped in the search of Alex's apartment, is that right?
I was there, yes.
Were you the one, somebody took photos?
I think they really want to rely on this idea that the suggestion that Alex might have been driving, right? Because he took Ezra to the muddy road to do bad things to her or whatever. That's what I think they're trying to really still hope for, that they can make that work.
Photographs. Were you the one that took photographs?
No, I did not.
Do you recall the collection of the evidence that was there?
I didn't deal with the actual collection or logging of any of the evidence, so I don't have much of a recollection of that portion.
Okay. There's a book over, there's several books over here, but one of the books that I believe is been marked as Exhibit 654. Did you collect that book called Fear and Loathing by Soren Kierkegaard?
I do not recall collecting that.
Okay, you don't know where that was found?
No, I don't.
Okay. On the 27th, you executed a search warrant in which you obtained samples from Ms. McCandless, is that correct?
Yes.
You collected her DNA, is that right?
Yes.
You also collected her hair, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why it was that you were asked to collect her hair?
Well, I recall there was hair in the, I think, floor area of the back seat of the, or back passenger compartment of the vehicle, so we wanted to make a comparison of that.
The hair that was found with the hair that was actually with Ms. McCandless on her head still, right?
Yes.
All right, and so you collected some of that, right?
Correct.
And then you took that hair and you did what you did with the rest of the collections. You eventually put it in the process where it would get sent to the crime lab, right?
Yes.
Items that you recovered, I want to talk to you about that just briefly, okay? The Exhibit 283, there's three items here listed, EA, EB, and EC, is that correct?
Yes.
And the E is for evidence, is that right?
I believe so.
And the A is simply another way to write down the value of them, whether it's, or not the value, to document, instead of 1, 2, 3, sometimes you just use letters, is that right?
Yes.
And on this, was it you that chose the labeling of them as A, B, or C, or did somebody else do that?
Somebody else did that.
Evidence, you'd said the knife is EB, is that right?
That's correct.
Was that found the same day that EA was found?
No.
Do you know what EA is?
That's the back of the cell phone.
Okay. And you know what EC is, the front of the cell phone?
The cell phone and the battery, yes.
Okay, so EC and EA essentially go together, right?
I never fit them together, but I think they do go together.
Okay. They're different parts of the same phone as far as you know, correct?
Yes.
And EC, you said you found that essentially in the ditch line in an area that to you looked like it had been underwater, right?
Well, it had been underwater previous days.
Sure. You'd been there on previous days.
Correct.
And you'd seen that there was water flowing in that area.
Yes.
And then afterwards, you saw, like you showed in the picture, the grass was matted down, showing that the water was flowing in a certain direction, right?
Yes.
Were you there the day when I believe there was a dog up there assisting in the search as well, is that right?
I was not out there then.
You weren't there then. But the item EC, the phone, was in a position where just days before it was under flowing water, correct?
Water or even snow, I can't recall exactly in that location how much snow would have been left.
So at some point it may have been in a snow form, correct?
Yes.
And then if it melted, it was then in a water form, right?
Yes.
And then it all melted away and ran off, and so then the phone was left to be there in the ditch, right?
Yes.
Right along near the roadway, correct?
Yes.
And it was, for lack of a better term, broken, right?
It was cracked on the screen and the battery was laying out of it. Yes.
There was a whole nother piece that was missing from that position, right?
Yes.
You guys see where he's going with
Do
this?
you know how that piece became broken off?
No.
The phone itself, EC, when you saw it, it did not appear to have any blood on it, right?
Correct. I did not note any blood.
And if you had, you'd have probably sent it to the crime lab if you'd seen something like that, correct?
Yes.
But because you didn't see any of that, you didn't send it to the crime lab, correct?
Yes.
And I would imagine that probably didn't surprise you since it had been in flowing water for a number of days, correct?
Yes.
Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, so the
So what do you
cell
guys
phone,
think, what do you guys think he was wanting to suggest with that line of questioning?
was it located in flowing water before, or was it in a snowbank? Or don't you recall?
The day I found it?
The day before. I mean, because you searched that area before, right?
Yeah, the actual day before. I was there on the 27th. I was not there on the 28th, as I recall, and then found it on the 29th. So I can't recall how much snow was left right at that area of the shoulder going into the ditch when I was there on the 27th to compare it.
So it's possible it was under a pile of snow. Is that right?
Yeah, it could have been washed under that snowbank, and that melted away and finally exposed it.
Sure. And how rapid was the water flowing? I mean, if you can describe any.
I recall a constant flow of water across that field drive because that's the direction it was going. All the water was heading down that way. And
Along the ditch line or just along that entrance to the field drive?
well, from where there was snowpack yet, it was wherever the snow was melting, it was contributing to that flow. And where the cell phone was found at sea was certainly down farther than.
So I think what he's trying to suggest is that maybe Alex ditched the phone because the phone was broken. It's like, oh, the phone's broken. I'm going to chuck it because it's broken. Like it was already broken. Like it wasn't disassembled and chucked by Ezra. I think that's what he's trying to suggest. And the phone was the phone assuming Ezra ditched the phone, right? She couldn't have ditched it after because the same day of the murder she was taken to the hospital and then they found the body the next day and she was in custody, right? So essentially it was just that it wasn't found because it was covered with like snow and running water and all that shit basically. But ostensibly she ditched it, when she ditched the knife, right? But she ditched it slightly further on down the ditch so that the two weren't together. Maybe her hope was that they'd find neither, but if they find one, they wouldn't find the other or something. I don't know.
These other items that were found in that area had more snow in the ditch.
In what direction was the water flowing?
To the east.
Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, please. I want to talk to you about exhibits 503, 04, 05, and 06, okay? I'm going to put them on the Elmo, but if you think it helps for you to look at them in person, just let me know, okay? The phone, if I'm correct, is that it there?
Yes.
Okay. And the bottom of the picture, would that be the west side?
Yes.
And the top would be the east side?
Correct.
So as far, what you're saying is in this way, if the water's flowing from the bottom of the picture to the top of the picture.
Yes.
And it would be flowing if the phone is in that position, the water's flowing over the top of that phone, correct?
Yes.
That was based upon your experience being there 2 days before. That phone there would have been under flowing water, correct?
Yes.
And as you said, I believe it was constantly flowing water, agreed?
Yes, at that time.
And by that time, you mean for a period of several days?
Well, it's not flowing overnight when the temperatures get back down to freezing. It's going to stop flowing as the melt curtails. So then as the temperature warms again, it'll start flowing again.
And so whether it was a constant 24-hour period, it was under flowing water for certain periods over several days. Agreed?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I believe that Captain McRoberts is all we have for you.
Can you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Josh Christenson. Christenson is spelled Christenson.
What is your occupation?
I'm a patrol sergeant for the Dunn County Sheriff's
Look at all of the stuff he has on his uniform.
Office.
How long have you been a sworn law enforcement officer?
About 18 years.
On March 23rd of 2018, do you recall being dispatched to the area of County Highway E and 430th Avenue?
I do.
And why were you dispatched there?
Eau Claire Police Department had located a deceased male in our county and asked that we respond to the area.
And was anyone else with you when you arrived?
I had a trainee deputy porter with me, whom I was field training at the time, and I met at the scene with Investigator Piper from Eau Claire and Sergeant Dave from our office.
And what, if anything, did you do when you arrived with respect to scene security?
Upon arrival, we just made sure that no one else went in there after we got there, while we decided what we were going to do from there.
And was a crime scene entry log sheet created?
Yes, it was.
Have you recognized that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's a crime scene entry log.
And looking at Exhibit 442, can you determine approximately what time Katie Hoffmeyer from the Wisconsin Department of Justice, when she arrived?
It indicates that she entered the scene at 1954 hours.
On March 23rd of 2018?
Yes.
And was the scene secured until the evening of March 24th, 2018?
Yes.
On March 24th of 2018, do you recall returning back to the area of 430th Avenue to photograph some additional evidence?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, did you do when you arrived out to the scene?
I was requested to respond there to photograph and collect the items as evidence. So upon arrival, I did that. I photographed the marked exhibits and collected them to the proper procedures and later took them to our evidence locker at our sheriff's office.
Officer, what is depicted in Exhibit 451?
That is 430th Avenue, and we are facing west. There's some traffic cones there. In the front portion of the photo is where the back of the cell phone was located.
And what's depicted in Exhibit 452?
That would be a close-up of said cell phone back with a evidence tag associated with it.
Thank you. And that's the same cell phone backing for an LG?
It is.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Nelson, are you doing cross? Go ahead.
Yes, please. Sure, I want to ask you some questions about Exhibit 451. Actually, can you? That's the photo we see up on the screen. Is that right?
Yes.
You were the one that recovered the back of the cell phone?
Yes.
Prior to your recovering it, I think, were you the one that broke down about the kids riding their bikes in the area?
That was not me, no.
Okay, but you remember the kids riding the bikes in the area?
I don't know anything about that.
You didn't make any observations of children riding bikes in the area?
Not when I was there, no.
You didn't talk to anybody else about kids riding over the back of that cell phone?
No, sir.
And do you recall making an observation of a bicycle track in the dirt that rides over the cell phone and appears to skid out right there at the end of it. Do you see that in the picture?
I do see that, yes.
Does it appear to be a bike track starting at the cone here and then going would this be in a westerly direction? The top of the photo is to the west, is that right?
Correct.
The bottom of the photo is to the east?
Yes.
And so it's, as he comes towards us, it's going in an easterly direction, correct?
Yes.
Another thing I will say is the chain of custody has been really flawless so far, which is nice to see. That's why we have so many of these officers come in and they bring in their different exhibits. But just to address this question here, or not question, but comment, I hope there are phone records and protocols. So far what's gone on with the phones for all the different phones and other devices is that they've all been entered into evidence in terms of who found them and, you know, how they were able to extract the data and the fact that that was done. However, the data itself has not come into evidence yet because we have not gotten to those witnesses. So when the time comes for the witnesses involved with whatever the communications are, whatever the information is, then that will be addressed at that time. And I'm sure there will be all kinds of objections, but that can't come in until they have the right person to introduce that evidence, if that makes sense. So, but yes, I think we can expect that at some point.
Does it appear to be a track from a bicycle coming from the west, entering at that cone and going onto the dirt and driving over the top of that cell phone?
Objection. It's speculative opinion.
I'm sustained unless he knows. I don't want him to speculate.
Does there appear to be a track there in the dirt?
There does, yes, appear to be a track in the dirt.
You don't know how that track was caused, correct?
Correct.
But you do see the track that I'm referring to, agreed?
I do.
And it appears to take, you follow the track, it goes over the top of the cell phone, agreed?
That seems likely, yes.
And that in this area that I'm pointing out here at the bottom of the photo, there appears to be a thicker portion of the track, correct?
Yes.
And the track takes an abrupt turn from the previous direction that it was going in before, is that right?
Yes.
And the cell phone back cover that you have there, that's actually cracked, isn't it?
I know it had some dirt on it. I don't recall it being cracked.
Okay. You had earlier been at the scene of where the vehicle was, is that right?
Yes.
You took lots of photos of the scene where the car and the trailer were, is that right?
Yes.
And you'd made out a report about that, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recall, now do you recall seeing, do you know where the car was in relation to the other pieces of evidence? Do you have a memory of that?
I do.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 285, does that appear to be a photo of the car next to the trailer as you recall it?
Yes.
All right, and so just roughly, I know there's all these other evidence pieces. Do you know what E1 or E3 or 7 or 8 or the other numbers those stand for?
I do not.
Okay, and so I'm not going to ask you about those. I just want to ask you about the vehicle.
Okay.
As I hold up here, 285, the top of this is to the north, is that right?
Yes.
And the bottom would be to the south, is that correct?
Yes.
You made observations of blood in the grass between the car and the trailer, is that right?
Correct.
You made observations of blood in the grass to the south of the front door, is that right? As well as to the north of the front door.
I don't know exactly where those blood spots were that I noticed when I was in there. I just know they were in between the car and the trailer.
Okay, but in relation, on this photo, you wouldn't be able to say where they were in relation to the trailer in the north-south vicinity?
No, sir.
Okay. And same with any markings on the trailer, you wouldn't be able to tell us where those would be. You don't have a memory of that in particular, do you?
No, sir.
You also made observations there between the car and the trailer of multiple shoe or foot impressions, is that right?
Yes.
And you'd said that was between the open door and the trailer.
Yes.
True? That's all, thank you.
Any redirect based on those questions?
No.
All right. Then you're free to go. Thank you, Deputy Christensen.
Can you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Travis Mayer, M-A-Y-E-R.
What is your occupation?
I'm a Field Services Sergeant for the Dunn County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 18 years.
On the evening of March 23rd of 2018, do you recall being contacted related to a body being discovered in Dunn County?
Yes, I was contacted by Sergeant Day.
And what, if anything, were you assigned to do that day?
Initially to pick up scene lighting from the sheriff's office, and then we ended up having a briefing at the sheriff's office prior to going to the scene.
And what did you do with that scene lighting equipment?
Transported it down to the scene and dropped it off on the roadway area by the other squad cars.
Then what did you do?
I then went and did a canvass of the area looking at parking lots and parks and DNR parking lots along the way that potentially someone could have stopped at. I was looking to see if anything was discarded along the way between Eau Claire and the scene.
And do you recall contacting a church located near County Highway E?
Yes, I contacted the pastor of the Amy Chapel Church and spoke to him about any vehicles that were in the parking lot, or if he had noticed anything out of the ordinary in the parking lot, or if there was any cameras facing towards County Highway E, and he told me that there was not.
And then did you check a DNR parking lot near County Highway E?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine when you looked at that parking lot?
That it was completely snow covered, or it was a large drift. There was one vehicle track that had backed in, but there was no evidence discarded. I got out and walked. There was no footprints past where that vehicle was parked.
And did you also check the Elk Lake Tavern?
I did. I pulled into the parking lot and I ended up speaking to one of our deputies who was familiar with the business and said that they did not have any cameras that faced towards the roadway.
After you checked for cameras, did you search the ditches next to the field drive entrance?
Yes, I returned to the location and I checked along with Investigator Stalker and Sergeant Day the ditches. I mainly concentrated on the north side of the road leading from the field driveway up to the Sipple residence.
And did you locate anything?
I did not initially until I was, my attention was drawn to a cell phone case that was on the south side of the road. When we were looking at that location, I noticed some footprints there that appeared to be barefoot or stocking foot. It was hard to tell. It looked like somebody was dragging their feet.
Did you do anything else at the crime scene related to the body?
When the medical examiner took custody of the body, I followed them directly behind their vehicle to Olson's funeral home and escorted the body into the funeral home, and it was secured into the cooler and locked, and I took pictures of that lock. The body was never opened. It had a tab on it with the name on it on the body bag.
On March 25th of 2018, did you learn that the cell phone belonging to Alex Woodworth was missing?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do in an attempt to try to locate that phone?
I contacted Chief Derek Vold of the Independence Police Department because I knew that his canine was trained in article searches and requested his assistance, and he responded with his canine by the name of Crush, and we did an article search through that area.
And so did you check near where the trailer was located, or were you searching the ditches along the roadway?
We initially did the area of where the trailer was located and the trail going back to that location. There was one area of interest there where the dog had showed some interest. I checked that area and didn't locate anything. We later checked that with a metal detector and didn't locate anything either. Then we checked the ditch line between the field driveway and the Sipple residence. At that time, the water was probably 3 to 4 inches deep and running rapidly through there, and there was a lot of snow cover yet. Nothing was located at that time.
On March 28th of 2018, Did you drive from the field drive entrance where the body was located to Alex's house in Eau Claire, located at 511 Cameron Street?
Yes, we did.
And what route of travel did you take?
We took the 430th Avenue to County Highway E to Cameron Street to the residence.
And do you recall how long it took you?
Approximately 17 minutes.
And that same day, did you meet with a Jeremy Kachmer, Kachmar, at Racy's coffee shop?
Yes, he was the owner of Racy's at that time.
Why did you meet with him?
To obtain video surveillance of the business during the date of March 22nd.
Were you then provided with video surveillance from the date of March 22nd, 2018?
Yes, it was digital, so they downloaded it onto a thumb drive.
And did you learn that the time and date on the videos was incorrect?
Yes, it's approximately 21 hours off.
And do you recall briefly what you remember seeing when you viewed that disc?
That was at the time that Ezra came into the business, went up to the counter, made an order, and then she went to the back of the business, and then shortly thereafter tapped Max on the shoulder, and they left the business.
And I have it paused at 7:54:33. Are you able to use your red dot to indicate if on this video surveillance you were able to identify the defendant?
I would have to have you play it a little bit so I could actually see people moving. Yes, you can stop it there. Right there's the defendant.
Okay. There's no audio, so I'm going to ask you some questions. Sitting at the coffee bar to the left, the hand on the coffee cup, do you know who that is?
Without being able to watch a longer segment of their movements, I would have difficulty saying for sure who that one is.
There's Ezra. She's ordering her coffee. She's at the counter right now. She ordered an espresso drink. I think we heard from earlier testimony it was a mocha. And remember, this was odd because she paid for it. She never paid for her coffee. And she also tipped, and she never tipped.
Are you able to determine who the subject in the bottom left corner is who sat down?
That subject right there is Jason Mangle.
And do you know who the person is sitting to the, I guess, on his left?
That would be Max.
Max Martinson?
Yes.
Ezra again. She set her coffee down and then walked away, and now she's back. I think she might be tying her shoe. Unless she's petting a dog, because Racy does allow dogs. She could be petting a dog. Now she's coming over to Max and Jason. Now she's walking away.
And is that the defendant that you observed just walking in the video?
Yes, it is.
It's just a different angle, different camera or whatever.
Officer, when you went to Racy's, were you able to observe, was there much more to the coffee shop, or is this pretty much it?
It's a restaurant and coffee shop, but the coffee shop, this is pretty much encompasses the whole area. The only area you can't see is right below this camera is the bathrooms.
And that person that just got up and is sitting down, do you know who that is?
You're talking this individual right here?
Yes.
That's Jason Mangle.
Who's that walking towards the camera?
This one right here is the defendant.
And during that entire time, both Exhibit 154 and Exhibit 155, did you observe the defendant speak to Jason Mingle while inside Racy's?
It did not appear that they spoke.
And who do you observe entering the building?
That's Max, and the one that was directly behind him is the defendant.
Weird, right, that she didn't speak to Jason because, like, you know, they'd been together and just broke up or whatever. Emoji feel. It is a nice place, yeah. Yeah, and also just so you can see, like, I've got some nice pictures of it here on our little video. Let me find it. Yeah, there you go. So you can see the inside there. And there's the menu. Does look nice. I think there might be another picture of Racy's. That's an actual, that picture there is an actual latte from Racy's. And I think there's a picture of the front somewhere. Let's see. There's the logo. Actually, let me go back. I know I've got pictures of the front of it somewhere. Oh, there's the location of it, by the way. So I took the image of it and put it on the map there, right on the river. Where's the picture of the front of it, though? I know I've got it somewhere. There you go. There's the front of it. Yeah. So.
Is it approximately 11:15 the defendant leaves?
Yes, it is.
Oh, so is that where you saw the crate?
Were you able to locate Alexander Woodworth on any of the surveillance cameras on March 22nd, 2018 at Racy's?
No, I did not.
Were you able to locate Jason Mingle on the surveillance camera at any other time on March 22nd, 2018?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain for the jury what other times you saw Mr. Mingle at Racy's coffee shop that day?
I know he was in there at approximately 1:14 p.m. I believe 2:12 p.m. He was in there for a little while that time.
So all of this would have
And then
been.
he was in there again, I believe it was 3:18, but I'd have to refresh my memory to know for sure if that's correct.
And were you able to determine Jason Mingle's whereabouts during the afternoon of March 22nd, 2018?
Yes, he was on various different cameras at different businesses and had been taking pictures with his phone during the day that we later recovered off of his phone. And I was able to verify the locations of those pictures.
And those locations were all in Eau Claire?
Yes, one being at Racy's in the bathroom, another one being behind the Joynt bar on Water Street.
And did you learn if Mr. Mingle had a car or any other mode of transportation?
He had a car, however, it was disabled. I think it was last registered in 2015. And when we looked at the vehicle, it was packed full of material. He was using it as a storage area. And the tires, 3 of the tires were flat. Three of the tires were flat, and at least one of them was cracked to the point where it likely was not going to hold air at all because it was a very visible crack in the side of the tire.
And why were you looking into Mr. Mingle's whereabouts on March 22nd, 2018?
To determine if he could have been at the scene as well.
And what was your conclusion?
That he was accounted for in Eau Claire.
Did you also review some video from the Eau Claire County Courthouse?
I did.
And were you able to determine when Mr. Mingle was at the Eau Claire County Courthouse?
Yes, I believe he arrived there right around 5:14 or 5:15 p.m. and was there for a significant amount of time while he was speaking to a City of Eau Claire police officer.
After you received the surveillance video.
Wait, hold on. Let me back that up and hear that part again. He was speaking. When was that? He was speaking to somebody. Let me just see. It might have been about Ezra.
An amount of time while he was speaking to a City of Eau Claire, a very visible crack in the side of the tire.
And why were you looking into Mr. Mangle's whereabouts on March 22nd, 2018?
To determine if he could have been at the scene as well.
And what was your conclusion?
That he was accounted for in Eau Claire.
Did you also review some video from the Eau Claire County Courthouse?
I did.
And were you able to determine when Mr. Mingle was at the Eau Claire County Courthouse?
Yes, I believe he arrived there right around 5:14 or 5:15 p.m. and was there for a significant amount of time while he was speaking to a City of Eau Claire police officer.
Okay. What that means is at that point, that would have been after Ezra was, they'd already called 911 and she was taken to the hospital, but before they'd found Alex. So my guess is they were talking to him just to try to get information about Ezra, would be my guess, but they wouldn't have known anything. And I guess at that point she was saying she didn't know what happened to her or whatever, but like, again, she was considered a victim at that point. Interesting. And also, speaking of which, I found, I pulled this up. So this is, I was going to look for the Joynt because that was a bar. They said, actually, I've been meaning to do this. This is a bar that apparently Alex frequented as well as Jason and other people apparently. So it's, I believe it's close to Racy's here. Let's take a look. So there's the Joynt. Now where Racy's, I believe, is this, wait, the Goat Coffee House. It's a different coffee house. I believe it's this way. I think might be, let me, how do I get back to, oh, let's just see, Racy's. Oh, there's the Joynt. Okay. Do it like this, please. Okay. So here's Racy's, and then here's, okay, hold on. Here's Racy's, and then here's the Joynt. So I was on the right track. I just needed to turn. Go right here. So let's try this again. Huh. It's odd. Try, oh my God. Okay, let's just try this again. Take me there, little man, tiny man. Love you. Wait, why is it? Okay. Whoa. What? Huh? Sexy salon. What the hell is happening? Weird. I wanted to go to the Joynt. Where are we? What is happening? Is that the Joynt there? Ah, that's the Joynt there. Okay. I need to go to the street. Okay, that's better. That's better. That's better. Okay, now we need to go this way. Here we go. There's the pickle, which we heard about already. Okay, so the Joynt is right over here. And here's the goat. Right, you're right. Okay, so then you go this way, and then you go here. I do believe, right? Do to Racy's, right? Yep, Riverside. Yep, 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 yep. And there it is. There it is. Cool. Bada bing, bada boom, done. I think biking is a big thing in the area as well. Oh, DP is like a Google Maps connoisseur, I think. Thank you. He's teaching me all the tricks. Okay. I don't know why I went black like that. That was weird. Okay. So, this is from 2019, it said. Same year as the trial. And then we can go, no, back this way to get to the joint. So yeah, so they, oh my God, why? So then they seemed to frequent both these places from what we know. I believe the joint is like right over here. Okay, so yeah, cool. Back to the show.
Received the surveillance video from Racy's. Did you attempt to look for more surveillance videos on the route back from Eau Claire to Menominee?
We did. The City of Eau Claire Police Department had done a video canvas of the City of Eau Claire, so we expanded and went the rest of the route along County Highway E. I located one residence that I could see had visible cameras, and I made contact with the owner there after several attempts, and they advised me that they were just fake cameras to give the appearance that they had cameras. I also located one shed that faces County Highway E in Dunn County that had cameras, and the individual that owned that told me that those cameras only operated when he was there with the generator running.
And does Dunn County have any public recording devices similar to Eau Claire's milestone cameras?
There are none along County Highway E.
On February 1st of 2019, do you recall photographing the defendant's clothes along with Sergeant Jason Stalker?
Yes, I do.
And was one of the items that you photographed a necklace and bracelet?
Yes, it was.
And do you know where it was recovered from?
That was brought to our agency by Investigator Conkey, and he obtained it from the Eau Claire Police Department.
And if you could publish those items for the jury. Oh, Your Honor, permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Identify each item?
Sure, yes, please.
This is the leather bracelet that we photographed.
And do the buckles appear to still work on that item?
Yes, they do.
Okay, thank you. And what is the other item in that bag?
It is the necklace that we photographed on that date.
And does the clasp appear to be in working condition?
Yes, it's still solid. It's not broken.
Okay, thank you. Sergeant, when you examined this shirt, do you recall noticing what were your observations of the shirt?
There was what appears to be a slight slit in the shirt, and then there was a couple of spots on the shirt, but without reviewing. There was a couple of spots on the shirt, but without reviewing my report on that, I would have to see my report to refresh.
If I showed you your report, DOJ 3930, written from February 1st, 2019, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And so what were your observations when you examined the yellow tiger shirt?
That the shirt was quite dirty. There was a spot that appeared to be dirt on it right about where the tiger is, right in this area. And then there was a couple other spots of an unknown substance. I couldn't determine what it was by looking at it, both on the front and then one on the back of the collar.
Okay. Later on February 25th of 2019, do you recall picking up some electronic evidence from the Chippewa Valley Regional Forensic Lab?
Yes, I do.
Was one of the items a Samsung tablet with a pink cover?
I don't recall that I could see it in its packaging, but it was item number 42, which was described as a tablet.
And did you alter the contents of any of the items you picked up in any way?
No, I picked it up. I did not open the package. I drove it back to the sheriff's office and placed it into temporary evidence storage.
Were you also asked to review a download from a Memorex flash drive that was determined to belong to the defendant?
Yes, I was.
And was there anything of evidentiary value on that?
No, it was all pictures prior to the date of the incident.
Were you also asked to review the contents of an SD card that belonged to the defendant?
Yes, I was.
And was there anything of evidentiary value on that SD card?
It was all also content prior to the date of the incident.
I have no further questions.
Great. Any cross, Mr. Nelson?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, you executed a search warrant at Joshane Carlin's house, did you not?
I was not present for that.
You weren't there. Was that, are you familiar with the investigation?
Yes, I am familiar with the investigation.
Was it Jason Stalker, who was one of the members that did that?
Yes.
Okay. You'd both taken a lot of photos. You took a bunch of photos, he took a lot of photos, fair to say?
I don't think I took hardly any photos during this. I assisted him in laying out the items so he could take photos, but I don't believe I took hardly any during this.
So the photos of the search warrant at Joshane Carlin's, that's by Jason Stalker?
It's not by me. I don't know which one took them for sure.
That's fair. Okay. Want to ask you some questions about the scene along 430th Avenue, okay?
Yep.
You were there on a day when there was a dog there, right?
Yes.
What day was that?
That was on Sunday the 25th.
Sunday the 25th?
Yes.
And on Sunday the 25th, the water was flowing along the south side of the ditch from Mr. Sippel's residence, roughly the driveway there, down towards the entrance to the field drive, correct?
Yes, it was draining out of the field and from his driveway along that ditch line.
And it was a continuous flow, at least during the day when the temperatures were warm enough?
Yes.
And the water was, I think you said, at least 4 inches deep?
3 to 4 is what I estimated. I didn't measure it.
And it was flowing?
It was flowing, yes.
And at some point, the dog, did you say it was Crunch?
Crush.
Crush. The dog Crush had alerted on something in the water in the south ditch, is that right?
All the way down at the end by the driveway, the field, or the driveway back to this location.
In the area near the entrance to the muddy road, correct?
Yes.
All right. And eventually, basically an old key to the Bjorky gate was found, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did the Crush alert on anything else along that field line or along that ditch line?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And then you came back on another day when the back of the cell phone was recovered, is that right?
The back of the cell phone was found that initial night.
So, item 234 was found on what day?
That was found the initial night. It was located there.
What do you mean by the initial night? On March 22nd?
March 23rd. The initial night that I responded.
Okay, so the first time you were there, you found the back of the cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. And that is in Exhibit 283.
Oh, here we go.
Was up here by EB, is that right? Approximately?
Cool.
Is there a diagram that says what each of those items means?
There is, but I can't tell you.
Okay.
So you have to go off of your memory. Do you recall which one of the items the back of the cell phone was, A, B, or C?
Not without, I can't tell you for sure.
But that was found on the night of the 23rd, you said, right?
Yes.
You made a report about your recovery of that, did you not?
My initial report does state that we located that and there was the footprints.
Did you make out a report, sir?
Yes.
All right. The report is DOJ 184 through DOJ 188, which I'm showing you now. Is that fair to say? And the date on that report begins on actually March 24th. Is that right?
Yes, that's a typo on my part. That should be the 23rd.
Okay, so your report is wrong, but your memory is that it's on the 23rd.
Yes.
Okay. And on the 23rd, you say when you were there doing this work, you were informed by, you know who Sergeant Day is?
Yes.
And Sergeant Day, so you found the back of the cell phone prior to finding the vehicle?
No.
Do you know what day the vehicle was found?
March 23rd is my recollection.
Okay. And so you showed up after the vehicle was found. It was that same evening?
Yes. It might have been the early morning hours when the phone was found. I don't know the exact time.
And, well, let me ask you this. Your report says on March 24th, I was off duty at about 7:30 p.m. and I was contacted by Sergeant Rich Day. Is that right?
That's what my report does say, yes.
Okay. And what you're saying is it's accurate other than it's March 23rd, not March 24th, correct?
Yes, my day was off in there.
Okay. And so you would agree on March 23rd at 7:32 p.m., it's dark out, correct?
Yes.
And it was the day after March 23rd, after it was dark, the next day when you searched the lines and you found the cell phone. Agreed?
It was still dark out when we were walking that ditch line when we found the back of the cell phone.
Okay. And it was the back of the cell phone that Sergeant Day informed you had been run over by some kids biking. Is that right?
Yes.
So some kids were out there biking near the crime scene in the dark on this evening?
He had made that observation when he arrived on scene. I didn't make that observation.
Okay. But you, all right, we'll ask the Sergeant Day about that then. Thank you. You observed foot tracks though eventually, correct?
Yes.
And the foot tracks that you're talking about are in the shoulder area on the south side of 430th Avenue. Agreed?
Yes.
And those foot tracks that you observed led you to conclude that it looked like the person was dragging their feet a lot. Is that right?
They were.
I think he's probably going to try to suggest here that it's because Ezra was injured, which really
long drag marks.
Okay. And by long drag marks, it appeared as if the distinct toe marks, as in the person was not picking up their feet as high as they would, and when they pulled it forward, it drug along the ground, correct?
Yes.
I mean, I don't doubt that that's the case. I think that was probably Ezra trying to make it seem like she was injured.
Take photographs of those foot marks and where the tracks show that somebody's foot is dragging along there?
Sergeant Stalker, I believe, took those photographs.
Okay. And have you observed those photos?
I didn't look at them afterwards, no.
Okay, but what you remember seeing on that day is foot marks for the feet dragging through the sand, right?
Yes.
You've had many different tasks in this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I did.
One of your tasks was, well, you're familiar with the journals that were recovered from Alex Woodworth's house. Is that right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the books that have been, some of the books that have been recovered from, you're familiar that books were recovered. Agreed?
Familiar with books that they were recovered.
That's not your type of reading material. Agreed?
That's correct.
And so one of the things that you were asked to do was to reach out to a philosophy professor about the journals in those books. Is that right?
Objection, relevance.
Goes to relevance. I can tie it up or we can talk it on the side.
Overruled. Yeah, again, I'm assuming you're not
getting
diving in at this point.
I'm not
All right,
getting the
go
content.
ahead.
But you were assigned to contact a philosophy professor, correct?
I was.
And as part of that, you gave the philosophy professor information. Is that right?
Yes.
You gave the philosophy professor, for lack of a better term, Alex's journals, right?
Yes.
And you also gave the philosophy professor a defense motion. Is that right?
I did not give him that, no.
You're aware that the philosophy professor received a defense motion,
Objection,
correct?
Relevance.
It goes to credibility, bias. I can tie it up if you
I'm
want.
going to overrule. This is cross-examination.
You were aware that the philosophy professor was provided with a defense counsel motion, correct?
I was made aware of that, yes.
You were made, in the defense motion was information about what the defense said happened out on that muddy road. Agreed? For lack, I don't want the content, but just in broad strokes, it's essentially what the defense says happened out on that muddy road, correct?
Honestly, I didn't have enough time prior to that to read all of it, so I don't know exactly what was all in there.
Okay. And you don't know who provided the philosophy professor with the defense motion?
I don't know for sure, no.
Okay. Do you know who Dr. Tillotson is?
No, I do not.
You're involved in the investigation in this matter and you don't know who he is?
I'm not familiar with that name, no.
Okay. Do you know if, so you wouldn't know whether anybody from the prosecution team gave Dr. Tillotson the defense motion, which laid out everything that the defense says happened out on that muddy road?
Objection, Relevance.
Goes to bias and credibility.
Yeah, I'm going to overrule.
You don't know whether the prosecution team gave that information to him, do you?
No, I don't.
Nothing else.
Okay, any redirect?
Did you find the back of the cell phone?
I was not the one that discovered it, no.
Okay, nothing else.
All right. Any recross based on one question?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Sergeant Mayor, right?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that you are free to go. All right. First one I have is approximately 1:38 p.m. and it related to, I believe it was Exhibit 654, whatever it was, the related to Alex Woodworth's journals, and in particular, a sidebar related to basically the court. There was an objection to going into that at this time. There's been a pretrial ruling as it relates to Alex's journals, and the defense had requested to at least be able to, at this time, go into what was 4 different doodles, basically. Again, pages identified, and the court allowed Mr. Nelson to go into that to some extent today. Again, the defense has a certain amount of time if they choose at some point to introduce evidence.
So as per usual, they're going to go through the different sidebars, but it was a curious line of questioning. I agree. Yeah. We don't have enough information to even know what that was about yet, really. I'm sure we will learn more though. That's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I don't know. We don't really have enough background information. But remember, the lucky thing is they discuss all the shit that they're fighting about during these housekeepings, right? So we might actually learn a little bit more. I will say that this is the one that gets really spicy, from what I recall. And so if they're going to go through the different sidebars, and then I think it gets spicy right after that. So
related to those journals, but the court was concerned that today was not the day for that, given the number of witnesses and trying to make sure we keep this moving. So in any event, there was some latitude given to Mr. Nelson, and he presented some evidence related to those pages 1, 25, 27, 35, I believe, and that's to that extent. State objected to this, and so it was partially overruled, I guess you might say. Anything further either counsel would like to put on the record about that?
No.
Okay. The next sidebar, that was approximately 1:50 p.m. and 1:55. Those 2 sidebars were related. There were questions of now Officer Kurtzhals' former Investigative Sergeant Kurtzhals was asked questions on cross-examination about some investigation done for mental health providers related to Ms. McCandless. And state objected on relevance, and Mr. Nelson essentially argued related to evidence that is anticipated to be introduced later. And so either counselor wish to put anything on the record related to that?
The state's position is, given the change in plea, any of questioning along those lines was irrelevant, but I understand the court's ruling.
All right, Mr. Nelson, anything you'd like to say about that at this time?
No, thank you.
Okay. Well, the court is not going to comment on that further because it relates to evidence that has not yet been received into the record. However, from the court's position, assuming that evidence, or for sake of argument, if that evidence comes in, it would be, in the court's opinion, relevant for the defense to be able to ask those questions. And rather than bringing the witness back, so the court allowed him to go ahead with that momentarily. We didn't get into the substance of that, but that is all the court will say at this time. Okay, and I have at 2:30 p.m. there was a sidebar related to a hearsay objection, and Captain McRoberts was testifying, and we got to a point where there was a question that related, or he was in his answer talking about getting a phone call from then investigator or Deputy Conkey, and we had a sidebar, and there was basically a discussion that there was an understanding that they weren't going to go into the specifics of that and go directly to I think the issue of him having searched a particular area and then finding his cell phone. But I don't think the specific hearsay was ever related. Mr. Nelson, anything further on that you'd like to say?
No, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Nodahl?
No.
All right, counsel, any other sidebars the court has missed?
No, Judge.
Okay, anything else that either counsel would like to put on the record? I guess starting with the state, given they're presenting their case in chief.
Yes, Your Honor, two matters that I'd like to address before we close for the night. The first matter, one of the earlier witnesses tomorrow is going to be Kevin Scott, who's the DNA analyst. And when we had, before we, I don't remember if it was before we started the trial or early on at least, we had raised the issue of one of the swabs from the sexual assault nurse examiner kit, which was the mons pubis swab of the defendant, was a low-level mixture of at least 3 males. It says profile is suitable for exclusionary purposes only. And then the only thing that...
So this is big. So with the DNA, remember, we've heard from the people who took swabs and certain things. We've heard buccal swabs. We heard from the same nurse the other day who talked about how she did this sexual assault kit thing, right? DNA. But because of chain of custody and the way it works, right, we haven't heard the results yet. But that's what they're about to get to with the DNA analyst. But did you guys hear what he just said? That there was a swab done where there was a mix of at least 3 different males or whatever. Let me back that up so we can hear that again. I mean, she got busy, as they say. Is that what they say? Whatever the kids say these days.
Before we, I don't remember if it was before we started the trial or early on at least, we had raised the issue of one of the swabs from the sexual assault nurse examiner kit, which was the mons pubis swab of the defendant, was a low-level mixture of at least 3 males. It says profile is suitable for exclusionary purposes only. And then the only thing they can say about it is that the possible contribution of DNA from Alexander Woodworth and Jason Mengel is inconclusive due to the limited amount of genetic information available. We don't believe that any of that particular any of the results from that are relevant or admissible. And the fact that it can't exclude them, it just says a possible conclusion or contribution is inconclusive. I don't think that evidence is admissible at this point in time and in this matter. And so we would just ask that Mr. Scott not be asked about the Mons pubis swab.
Is there just one Mons pubis swab?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how can that be identified, at least from the reports or your DOJ documents?
It is on page DOJ 001876. It's the report, the crime lab report dated November 14th, 2018. It's labeled report number 13 for case number W18-603.
All right. And Mr. Nelson, did you want to address that issue?
Yes, just briefly now. I don't have the report in front of me. I wasn't prepared to make the argument, and so I'd like to be able to talk about it tomorrow. But just briefly, the state has the burden of proof. And as we all know, one of the jury instructions is they can consider the evidence as well as the lack of evidence, as well as any reasonable hypotheses consistent with her innocence. If the state wants to present evidence that they had an area tested and that test excludes one person, I think the defense should be able to say, but it doesn't exclude this other person. They tested it to try to exclude Alexander Woodworth, and they were not able to exclude Alexander Woodworth. That is relevant information. That's what we should be able to ask about. Did you test that? Did you do that?
And imagine it doesn't exclude about 10 million other people. Okay, well, start.
I'm sorry.
Briefly, Judge, Your Honor, I believe was saying, well, it doesn't exclude 10 million other people. They didn't test for 10 million other people. They tested to try to exclude Alexander Woodworth. They tested to try to exclude Joshane Carlin.
This is where it that's her dad, man. So this is where it gets fishy. This is where you really have to hear from the DNA people to understand. Like, I don't know if they can make this decision, right? I feel like you almost need to have the DNA because it's a big difference, right? The numbers make a big difference. And then if, what they're saying with the excluding, let's see what he says.
And they tested to try to exclude Jason Mangle. I don't know that they tested to exclude anyone else. And so the 10,000, 10 million doesn't matter. They didn't test for all of those other people. They specifically tested to see if they could exclude Alexander Woodworth, and they were not able to do so. And then if I could, I know we're not normally tag teaming, but it looks like Ms. Vishny has some things to add. Is that appropriate, Your Honor?
That's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. Again, I don't have the report in front of me, and the DNA experts are not my witness, but I'm well aware that the crime lab frequently sends out a very minuscule amount of DNA cells to a company called StarMix, STARM. I don't know if it's MX or MIX, or there's also another company called True Allele.
It's STR with no A, and then MIX is actually how, but they call it StarMix. So yeah, I'm with you on that. I definitely want to hear. And, it's normal for them to try to be like, yeah, there was flaws in your, they always try to pick apart the DNA, right? But it does matter. This shit does matter, right? This is really going to get to the heart of because my expectation is that it's going to be like, nah, there was nothing funny. Unless there's some way that the DNA could be there from the last time they hooked up, which was like a month or something before the murder. I don't know if that's possible or not. I doubt it though.
ALLELE. And these companies can take extremely small amounts of DNA and use something called probabilistic genotyping. There's a lot of controversy around it, but I have seen StarMix used by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, and I don't believe they did that here.
Well, first off, and a couple of things about this.
But I could be wrong because I don't have.
No.
Hold on, let's not talk over each other. I'm switch over to Mr. DeFore.
This was only a YSTR analysis, number one, so they couldn't do probabilistic genotyping. That only works with a full DNA sample. This was a YSTR. And if council believes that somehow the fact that Alexander Woodworth and Jason Mengel, their possible contribution is inconclusive, then I think it's also then important and relevant that it's a low-level mixture of at least 3 males. Let's have, I mean, if we're going to have it in, we're going to have the whole thing in, not just part of it.
All right, well, what I'm asking the defense to do is if you can tell the court tomorrow morning, and again, we'll start at 8:15. You tell the court why that would make any proposition of significance in this case more likely or less likely. It sounds to the court that, and we've argued about this before, and I've read it, I want to review that, but it seems to me that it's a no opinion. It's like they can't give an opinion. It's not a clearly it can be excluded or it can't be excluded, or that our opinion is we can't exclude him as being the contributor to this. And also why, if part of that came in, why the rest of it wouldn't come in. As I understand it, there was it's a non-opinion, which could be very misleading and confusing.
Yeah.
And so that's how I look at it at this point in time. But we'll give everybody a chance to freshen up your review of this material before we argue on it further.
And I will tomorrow, but I understand Your Honor's position about the non-opinion. I'm not asking his opinion. I'm asking whether he could or he could not exclude somebody. His opinion about whether he could include somebody is different. I'm asking whether he has an opinion that he can exclude somebody. And so I think that's the other side of the same coin perhaps, but it's on more firm footing and I can articulate it in more detail tomorrow morning.
All right, well, we'll give you a chance to do that in the morning. Okay.
Right. And the other concern I have, Your Honor, deals with the method of asking questions that counsel, especially with the last witness and some of the last questions that counsel asked on cross-examination. I have some concerns about that. Counsel asked Sergeant Mayer if he was familiar with Dr. Tillotson. He said no. And then to ask a question, are you aware if he was given something which implies that Dr. Tillotson was given things that it was somehow improper for, and then arguing that it's to show something about credibility, believability in front of the jury, when it's clear the witness cannot know if Dr. Tillotson got him, if he doesn't even know who he is. And to ask that question in front of the jury and then imply that it somehow has something to do with credibility of Dr. Tillotson, I think is very inappropriate. And to do that in front of the jury is extremely inappropriate. I would ask the court, advise counsel to not ask questions unless he has a good faith basis to believe that the witness knows an answer that's relevant. And when he doesn't know an individual, and the same types of questions were asked repeatedly of Dr. Tillotson about BDSM and various things relating to BDSM, when he said he doesn't know anything about it, and they imply the existence of certain things and imply the existence of certain facts, when it's clear the witness has no knowledge about it and the counsel has no reason to ask that witness that information.
He's right to be
Judge, there was objections in the trial. Your Honor overruled those objections. I don't believe it's appropriate for the state to ask Your Honor to lecture me or chastise me or do anything else. They make objections in the moment. They did. Your Honor overruled it. I asked appropriate questions. They're ethical questions. I have a good faith basis to ask the questions that he did. And if anyone wants to articulate it more, I'm happy to do so. But I stand by my questions. I stand by my ethics. I'd rather they not be questioned by the state, especially by an attorney who wasn't participating in that examination right here, right now. And so
here's what's happening now. So he feels slighted. So it's a big deal. Ethics with attorneys is, so BDSM came up. I think you weren't here yet. Oh, you weren't here yet, DP. Okay, I forgot that you weren't here for the beginning part. BDSM came up with the doctor, it was the treating ER doctor for Ezra when she was in the hospital. So this is when she was still considered a victim. They hadn't found Alex's body yet. And it was the female defense attorney, Miss Vishny, who was trying to imply that the reason Ezra had her superficial knife cuts things were from she was trying to suggest that maybe it was from BDSM. And she was asking the doctor if he'd ever heard of it. And he said he hadn't. So Yeah, that's right. Sharing a toilet. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so you'll have to catch up on that part too for replay. But what's happening now is, so attorneys hate it when they feel like you've said that they've been unethical. And so I don't think that, let me back it up. I don't know that Mr. DeFore literally said that. Let's see if he literally said that or if it's implied. But that's why it gets even spicier here. It's going to continue because Mr. Nelson now feels offended. Okay, that's what's going on. So let me play some of this again.
I think that's the other side of the same coin, perhaps, but it's on more firm footing, and I can articulate it in more detail tomorrow morning.
All right. Well, we'll give you a chance to do that in the morning. Okay.
Right. And the other concern I have, Your Honor, deals with the method of asking questions that counsel, especially with the last witness and some of the last questions that counsel asked on cross-examination. I have some concerns about that. Counsel asked Sergeant Mayer if he was familiar with Dr. Tillotson. He said no. And then to ask a question, are you aware if he was...
Right. So let me just say this. This, I think, is an even better point. Like, with the female attorney, she should have moved on from the BDSM line of questioning when he said he didn't know what it was and he'd never heard of it. And if you go back and watch it, you'll see I complained and yelled at her, and I goaded a bunch of times. And I was like, I'm going to vote myself into oblivion because why does she keep doing this? Like, she brought up 50 Shades of Grey. And he's like, I don't know what any of this is. But that still was more relevant than them asking that sergeant about the ER doctor, because how the fuck would they know each other? Like that actually was way worse, because literally the way he's going to describe it is what it is, which is it's just asking about these things that he knows the person has no knowledge of, just to say something in front of the jury, just to get the question out, right? Because as we know, sometimes it's about the question more than the answer. And the answer was, I don't know, so we should have moved on.
Given something which implies that Dr. Tillotson was given things that it was somehow improper for, and then arguing that it's to show something about credibility, believability in front of the jury, when it's clear the witness cannot know if Dr. Tillotson got him, if he doesn't even know who he is. And to ask that question in front of the jury and then imply that it somehow has something to do with credibility of Dr. Tillotson, I think is very inappropriate. And to do that in front of the jury is extremely inappropriate. I would ask the court, advise counsel to not ask questions unless he has a good faith basis to believe that the witness knows an answer that's relevant. And when he doesn't know an individual, and the same types of questions were asked repeatedly of Dr. Tillotson about BDSM and various things relating to BDSM, when he said he doesn't know anything about it, and they imply the existence of certain things and imply the existence of certain facts, when it's clear the witness has no knowledge about it and the counsel has no reason to ask that witness that information.
Judge, there was objections in the trial. Your Honor overruled those objections. I don't believe it's appropriate for the state to ask Your Honor to lecture me or chastise me or do anything else. They make objections.
That answered my question. He doesn't actually use the word ethics or say that there's something wrong with Mr. Nelson's ethics, but Mr. Nelson is interpreting it that way, and I mean, he's rightfully so. Right?
In the moment, they did. Your Honor overruled it. I asked appropriate questions. They're ethical questions. I have a good faith basis to ask the questions that I did. And if anyone wants me to articulate it more, I'm happy to do so. But I stand by my questions. I stand by my ethics. I'd rather they not be questioned by the state, especially by an attorney who wasn't participating in that examination right here, right now. And so I think it's inappropriate to bring it up here and now in court where somebody is... I'll just leave it at that, Judge. We were a professional for 6 days, but apparently it ended.
Oh, fuck.
All right. Well, I will say counsel have all seem to be very professional here. So, but again, I think the state is, I think they have a legitimate concern, and I'm not saying that you've done anything improper, Mr. Nelson. They maybe just don't know where you're going, and I'm not sure where you're going. But cross-examining on areas of bias and credibility and things like that, I mean, that's fair game. But it is not appropriate to be suggesting something exists out there, planting that seed in a jury's mind if you don't have something. I don't know what you have. I don't know where you're headed with it.
Tell you
but
right now what I was doing.
Well, if you would like to make a record of it, I'm just saying, from this perspective, I'm not going to be, I want to give you an opportunity to fully cross-examine, but there certainly are limits. Just take a look at 906.11 subsection 2, we can tighten that down, if we're getting to a point where something is, close to the line, but.
I was not implying anything was given. In fact, my point was the exact opposite. My point that was things were given to one witness, but they weren't given to a different witness. And that different witness, Dr. Tillotson, had specifically testified that his opinion was based upon limited information. And I was just buttoning up and adding to the fact that he didn't have certain information. The state has chosen to provide information to some of their expert witnesses, and they've chosen to not provide that same information to the other of their expert witnesses. And that's
he's not doing.
true
No.
fact.
I would push back on that. Dr. Tillotson is not an expert witness. He's a treating physician. It's completely different. Not an expert witness. And I made that when you go back and watch a DB, and for anyone else who already saw it, I'm sure you guys heard me. I made that exact point, like at the time. I actually pointed it out. I actually said, this is great because this is a great thing for the state when you've got someone who is expert as in great at his job, right? But is actually not an expert witness because he's a treating physician.
Well, and Dr. Tillotson was one of those kind of mostly fact witness, but also with some opinions based on his diagnosis. So it was sort of a mix of both, but he was not a pure expert witness as this other witness seems to be, or may have been, or might be. I don't know. He hasn't been called to testify yet. Okay, anything further?
We would just like the list of the witnesses for
Yes,
tomorrow.
please.
All right, we had indicated a list of Dunn County Sheriff's Department related witnesses, and
Whatever, because they're going to talk about the upcoming witnesses. I love how they do this. I don't hear this in any other trial, where every single end of the day they talk about who's the next witnesses. Have you guys ever heard that? I've never heard any trial that does that, or any court that does that, rather, where they go ahead and in this court, with this judge, they do this at the end of every day, and it seems almost like a mandatory thing. So the state provides who their next witnesses are. I mean, sometimes you hear it discussed sort of like broad scheme of things, right? Like who do you have left or whatever, but not in this manner where at the end of every day, they literally go through the next day's schedule, basically. Again, just like with the sidebars on the record where they talk about them. I mean, I love it though. And I think it's great. I think it's a good practice. I think every court should be doing it. But what's great for us is we get a sneak peek as to what's going to happen on the next episode.
see Sergeant Day and Deputy Reed are two that have not been called yet. Are you planning to call them tomorrow?
Deputy Day, or Sergeant Day may be called depending on how far we get. I will not be calling Deputy Reed.
Okay, and does the state have an idea who they are calling, who you are calling tomorrow?
Judge Carissa Wobler, Kevin Scott.
Wait, I'm sorry, this is going too fast for me.
That was pretty slow, Counsel.
Just write down the last name. You've got a list of the witnesses.
Carissa Wobler, Kevin Scott, Aaron Matson. As stated, Deputy Day will probably be inserted somewhere in the day. Investigator Jason Stalker and Joe Shane Carlin. If we get, I'm sorry?
Not Debbie Carlin.
Not tomorrow, no, if at all.
All right.
Judge, and that's as far as we have. It's possible, depending on how long those take, we might have to
Remember, Shane Carlin is Ezra's dad.
squeeze a couple in at the end of the day, but that's as far as we're comfortable giving an order on.
Are there any witnesses that you believe the court should prepare for in terms of any case law or significant issues?
Outside of the indication we had as far as Kevin Scott, I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Is there any content of data that you're going to get into with Mr. Stalker?
Yeah, the defendant's journals.
So we're going to probably want to be heard about her journals, Your Honor, based upon previous rulings about what could and couldn't be in there, and so I understand that there was talk of the procedure.
Oh, yeah.
There's been other evidence, but there's also talk of prior sexual activity that's outside of the scope, I believe, of what Your Honor has ruled.
Yeah, so it's actually, I think it's technically her stepdad, but he like adopted her and she calls him his dad, calls him her dad. So he's going to be testifying. I don't think her mom testifies. But yeah.
Regarding the Jason Mengel, John Hansen. And so we'd like to be heard at some point, obviously not now, about some of the other information in those journals about prior sexual activity.
All right, and do you have a specific motion? You know, you had a motion that was filed that hasn't been completely addressed, and that was the motion related to electronic communications, I believe.
This is separate
text
from that.
message. And, but if it's the journal I'm thinking of, you're talking about, you know, where it all began or where it started, something along those lines. Is that what you
I believe there's a journal called Silence Broken and another one called Journal 2. I don't know if they're referencing both, but in either and or both of them, there is information that I think should be excluded based upon Your Honor's other pretrial rulings because it does not involve John Hansen or Jason Mengel.
Okay, well, given the defense sort of change of position with respect to the procedure.
And I'm not talking about the procedure.
So basically, what precedes that in Silence Broken.
There's information about her childhood as well as her activities in a city other than Eau Claire when she was in college, which precedes her ever meeting Jason Mengel, her ever meeting Alex Woodworth, her ever meeting John Hansen. There's some of that information in the journal which I believe, under Your Honor's previous rulings, should be excluded from those writings.
All right, and what is, again, I don't know that I have Journal 2. And obviously I can't rule on something unless I see it. But what is the state's position with respect to Silence Broken?
If the defense could let us know what portions they are objecting to, then we could discuss it and inform the court. This was part of a number of pretrial motions, and so I guess I'm a little caught off guard because I thought we had this ironed out, and this is.
Well, I think I don't think it was entirely ironed out. And I don't know whether there's a challenge to, again, authenticity or if it's the content.
It's the content.
Okay. And from my recollection, and again, I have to go back and look at the provisional ruling, but it seemed to me the court had ordered that, you know, what really preceded the fall of 2017 as far as the defendant was really not relevant to this case. Is that, anyone understand that differently?
That was my understanding, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have a copy of Journal 2. I'm going to give that to the court. You have a copy?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Just so the court has it, since you didn't indicate you were not familiar with it, so.
Yeah, I think I have that, or had that. I mean, have it somewhere in the electronic file. All right. And you plan to get into that with investigator stalkers sometime?
Yes.
And you anticipate that to be later in the day?
Yes.
All right. Are there anything else other, you know, like text messages or any posts?
Not tomorrow,
Okay.
but in the future, so.
All right. Well, again, it's helpful if, you know, the court can be alerted ahead of time so that, you know, we can use our jury time as efficiently as we can and cover some of these issues before and after the jury is here. Okay, anything else either party wants to take up today?
I just want to make sure, and I appreciate that it's a dynamic process, but just obviously Jason Mengel is a witness that is going to involve a lot of these texts or other information. And so it's my understanding that he's not going to be called tomorrow. I just want to confirm that so we don't have to go through and be prepared to argue that tomorrow. If there was a chance to do that, we'll do the preparation, but I trust that they're being as honest as, I mean, they're telling us in good faith, and I have no reason to not believe that, so we're just not going to deal with Jason Mengel tomorrow?
Right, Jason Mingle will not be tomorrow, but that being said, there are a number of messages that I think will need to be ironed out prior to him testifying. So if the court wants to set aside some time, at the end of the day tomorrow, so we can iron those out before he testifies later this week, I think that would be wise.
Do you have a general idea of when he might be called?
Wednesday.
So maybe we need to go a little bit later after we let the jury go tomorrow to address those issues tomorrow evening, evening. All right.
There are like hundreds and hundreds of pages of text messages between Mr. Mangle and Ms. McCandless. So I am really not sure what the state intends to introduce of those, but I would ask then that by the end of the day tomorrow, perhaps they provide us with which ones they actually intend to introduce through Mr. Mangle.
Has that been narrowed down?
Judge, that has been narrowed down quite significantly, and I have no problem sitting down with defense and kind of showing them what the state intends to introduce, generally with the understanding that if something comes up, a question's answered differently than anticipated, defense asks something that needs to be addressed through a document, we're not restricted to specifically those items that have been previously laid out, but I don't have an issue with giving some insight into what specific messages, photos, et cetera, will be brought in through Mr. Mangle.
All right. Right. Well, again, I would appreciate counsel doing that to narrow the issues down a little bit so we can save some time.
Isn't that going to be incredible to hear from him? I can't wait. Oh, good question. So family relatives, right. They, they can be subpoenaed. Yes. The only privilege is spousal privilege. Okay. So if it's a spouse cannot be forced to testify against another spouse. And in fact, that's why sometimes when you have a couple that's married and they both are being charged with crimes, you might think, well, why aren't they getting divorced in the wake? But they stay, good example, Chad and Lori, Daybell, there's others, right? But I think that could be part of the reason why, because then they can't be forced to testify against each other, which actually helps themselves, right? Even if it's just them, they're being selfish, like that helps you to not have your spouse able to testify against you when you're both being charged. And when, in other words, it's like you could throw the other one under the bus, right? So then the testimony wouldn't be credible. So that's why, but yeah, only with spouses. Any other family member, they can be subpoenaed. Absolutely. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. But I'm super excited for Jason Mangle to take the stand whenever that is. We'll get there sometime.
Give me that over lunch hour tomorrow, I'll get a chance to look at it before the end of the day. Is that acceptable?
That's fine, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay, and also please give some thought to, before it actually comes out, what things you may not want to be out there. Again, it's a public trial. It's just that there's probably a lot bigger audience than most public trials that we've been involved in. So, again, if you don't want phone numbers out there, other personal information,
Yeah, that already happened with Jason Mangle. He was doxxed.
try to think about that and how it's presented. Okay, all right. Then we'll be in recess. Bond will continue.
I freaking love this judge, and I love how he runs the courtroom. He's so fair. Even when the attorneys are getting heated, he stays just level-headed. I've been super impressed with him the entire time. I think he's been really just fair with his rulings on objections and stuff. I really appreciate actually how he handled the whole thing with Ezra when it came to the SANE nurse and the pictures, and her privacy mattered, and he showed that. Anyway, I just love this judge. Yep, spousal privilege. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's awesome. I'm really happy. We're happy to have you here. So yeah, I always hate it when it's I hate it when it's over, right? I'm like, I could keep going. I really love this trial, and I'm so happy that we're able to watch it and go through it and sort it all out, right? So yeah, and it's always interesting. Different trials are different everywhere, and so Wisconsin, but yeah, so there's not been anything yet from Judge Bev, which is interesting. I don't know what to make of that. I would imagine that if she had already made up her mind, we would hear from her sooner rather than later. potentially, right? So maybe it's a good thing. Maybe she's actually, you know, the one time, and I think I timestamped it, the only time she seemed to be listening at all and had any type of reaction, even when Lolly actually directly addressed her and was like asking if he could have a moment for something because he was like fumbling around, and she just like didn't even nod. She like, there's no reaction, right? Just like she's out to lunch. The only time she actually seemed to be listening to anything anybody was saying was during the defense's like rebuttal argument. I'm pretty sure, like I said, that I timestamped it because I was like, oh my God, she's like nodding and smiling, like she's listening, like what? So I don't know if that's a good sign. I mean, like I said at the time when I covered it, like I want to be pleasantly surprised. I want to be surprised that they do the right thing, that somebody, either her or the Commonwealth, right? They at least decide to pull the jurors that would be Judge Bev, obviously. And if none of that's going to happen, then the Commonwealth doesn't bring those charges on counts 1 and 3 again. But I will keep an eye out for that. And there's a cute squirrel. Hi, cute squirrel. Yeah, I'll go DP. I'll get working on the timestamps so that way you can have those too. I try to update them as I go along. So that way, even if I can't finish the entire live stream, they're in chronological, like I'll have the first portion done. So if you just like, if you refresh the video, you'll probably be like, oh, there's more timestamps than there were 5 minutes ago, just, you know, for everyone, so everyone knows. So yeah, but yeah, glad that you will be, and feel free to leave your comments too, as well on the video for things that you notice and thoughts and questions. But other than that, I will see you guys on the next video. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being a squirrel. Love you guys. And I will, one more time just for fun, let's do this one and then I'll do the outro. So cute. Okay. And now I'll go ahead and roll that outro. See you guys next time.